Getting closer, of course it looks cool. It's the limited edition. I think there are only 5 of that model in our country. Wow. The owner of the car must be super rich and powerful. Exactly. My cousin wanted to buy one, but failed. Guning called Leng Xiaoting when she stopped the car, and Leng Xiaoting walked out soon. When he saw Guning driving here by herself, he was surprised. Do you have a driver's license? Sure, Guning said with pride. I passed the driving test when I came here after the New Year festival. Leng Xiaoting was impressed but not astonished, because he knew that Guning was a skilled driver. Where are we going? Leng Xiaoting got in the car. Fengshan Shopping Mall, Guning said. The hotel wasn't far from Fengshan Shopping Mall, and they arrived within 10 minutes. When they entered the underground parking lot, Guning stopped the car and was about to get out, but Leng Xiaoting pulled her back. What? Guning looked to him with confusion. Stay here for a while. I need to tell you something, Leng Xiaoting said with a serious look. Seeing Leng Xiaoting being serious, Guning thought that it must be something important. What is it? Leng Xiaoting approached her and Guning thought that it must be a secret, so he needed to be close to her. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting kissed her the next second. Guning wouldn't be alert when she was with Leng Xiaoting, so Leng Xiaoting always had a chance to kiss her. Guning was struck dumb for a second, then soon realized that Leng Xiaoting just played a romantic trick in order to kiss her. The two were getting closer to each other. Leng Xiaoting kissed Guning for a short while before he sat back in his seat because they were still in a public place. You? Guning was a little annoyed, but she had to admit that she loved this feeling. I always lose control of myself when you're by my side, Leng Xiaoting said, staring at Guning with a burning desire in his eyes. Guning flushed, then opened the car door, getting out without delay. Leng Xiaoting was amused, then left the car too. He walked to Guning's side, holding her hand, walking together to the shopping mall. The moment they appeared in the shopping mall, many people were attracted to this stunning couple. Most of them were women who couldn't help but stare at Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't uncommon to see beautiful women in a high-end shopping mall, but it was rare to see a handsome man, especially an extremely handsome young man. What a shame. He already has a girlfriend. Well, stop dreaming. Such an extremely handsome young man can't be single. I hate his girlfriend. Haha. If he entered the entertainment industry, I bet that he'd be a household name. I think that he could be an heir of a super rich family and doesn't care about fame. You're right. A rich second-generation heir is from a much higher social status than a star. Although a star was in the limelight all the time, many people from rich or powerful families despised the job. Noticing many women paying a lot of attention to Leng Xiaoting, Guning felt a little uncomfortable. Leng Xiaoting held her hand tightly in his palm and joked, "Should I wear a mask so that they can't see my face?" Haha. Guning was amused. Well, I think that it's better if you don't leave the house and stay by my side all the time. No problem. Leng Xiaoting smiled. I'll eat and sleep all day in the house, and I won't go anywhere but stay by your side. He thought that it wasn't a bad idea to dine and sleep with Guning all day long. However, Guning didn't understand the special meaning of what Leng Xiaoting had said. What if you gain too much weight? Leng Xiaoting laughed and his husky voice sounded very sexy. Don't worry, I can exercise more every night. Guning flushed again. You're a bad man. Saying that, she wanted to draw her hand from Leng Xiaoting's palm, but her hand was held tightly by him. Haha. I'll never let you leave my side. They were quite close to each other now, and neither of them was willing to leave the other. Before long, Guning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at Charm Store. However, there weren't many customers shopping inside. Once Guning and Leng Xiaoting walked in, a saleswoman, Xiaolin, welcomed them. It's so nice to meet you, Miss Gu. Xiaolin knew that Guning was their new boss now. However, when she noticed Leng Xiaoting, her eyes lit up and she was stunned by his outstanding appearance. Xiaolin also understood that this extremely handsome man could be her new boss's boyfriend, so she soon drew her look back. Guning noticed her reaction but didn't mind. Where is Yuzi? She's in the storeroom now and she said that you may go there once you're here to meet her, Xiaolin said. Great. Gu Ning said, then walked to the storeroom. Gu Ning knocked on the door of the storeroom. Hi, may I come in? Come on in, please. The door isn't locked, Yuzi said, and Gu Ning pushed the door open, walking inside. The storeroom was around 10 square meters, and it was also Yuzi's design studio. There were dresses hanging on a wall, and several mannequins dressed in gowns which weren't finished yet. On the other side, there was a sewing machine and a table on which various needles and tools such as scissors for making clothing was placed. Hi boss, welcome. Yuzi greeted Gu Ning with enthusiasm. When Yuzi saw Leng shouting, she was also stunned. Hi. Yuzi greeted Leng shouting. Hi. Leng shouting said lightly. Boss, come on and have a look at the gowns. I can finish the 3 pieces on the mannequins by tomorrow, Yuzi said. Gu Ning had a look, then said with satisfaction, I love them. Hearing that, Yuzi was finally relieved. I need to find an appropriate company and factory next, Gu Ning said. I can help. I'm free anyway, Leng shouting said at once. He was complaining because Gu Ning didn't spend much time with him these days, and he was free and by himself all day. Gu Ning understood that he had complaints, so she agreed. That would be great. We need workers to work in the factory too, but it takes time to hire people. Please help me find some garment factories which can barely stay afloat and are about to be sold. If it's possible, we can directly acquire one. Gu Ning said it wasn't easy to run a profitable business nowadays. So many companies went bankrupt every year, but Gu Ning would only acquire one if it was qualified. No problem, Leng shouting said. Gu Ning came to Charm Store just to check on the gowns, so she left soon after that. She had nothing else to do during the rest of the day, so she decided to have a walk with Leng shouting, and they would be back before dinner. Gu Ning and Leng shouting went to a park. They stopped the car in the parking lot, then got out to take a walk. There were many people in the park, but the park was very large, so people didn't gather together at a certain place. No matter where Leng shouting walked, people would be attracted to his outstanding appearance. Luckily, there weren't many people around them, so it wasn't bothersome. Gu Ning and Leng shouting walked to the woods and ambled on the forest path. Xiaichu, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you come to record yesterday? Do you know that someone else bought the song before us, and we now have to pay liquidated damages which are over 1,000,000 yuan? Do you know? Gu Ning and Leng shouting heard a man's angry criticisms. Enough! Before the man could finish the sentence, a woman interrupted him in anger. Qiao Guanxiang, enough is enough. Stop lying to my face. I already found out that you and Pei Hina are merely taking advantage of me. At the end, the woman almost shouted and burst into tears. Pei Hina? Gu Ning had heard the name. She was a popular singer. You? Qiao Guanxiang didn't expect that Xiaichu would say it aloud, so he was struck dumb. How is it possible that she found out? Xiaichu looked at Qiao Guanxiang, who was still in shock, and said with a biting smile, Qiao Guanxiang, I know that you actually don't like me at all, but approached me to help Pei Hina become popular. You said that you wanted to help me become a popular singer, but you planned a car accident and disfigured my face so that I can't appear in front of the public anymore. To realize my musical dream, I had no choice but to be a ghost singer for Pei Hina. How did you find out? Qiao Guanxiang rounded his eyes in shock, but his question proved that what Xiaichu had said was true. Even Gu Ning felt greatly surprised hearing that. Gu Ning didn't want to interfere in other people's personal affairs, but now she was interested. Pei Hina was a famous singer, which was affirmed by many experts. She also enjoyed great popularity among the public, and her name often appeared on the rankings of varied music forums. Unexpectedly, there was a ghost singer behind her. An entertainment company needed actors as well as singers. If Xiaichu was really the ghost singer for Pei Hina, Gu Ning would love to have a talk with her. Even though her face was disfigured, it was easy for Gu Ning to help her recover. Gu Ning pulled Leng shouting to sit at a nearby bench, observing them. There was still a distance between them, so they didn't find out that Leng shouting and Gu Ning were eavesdropping. Although the position they were standing at was covered by dense branches, Gu Ning had jade eyes to help her. Gu Ning's sight fell on Xiaichu, observing her carefully. Xiaichu was about 1.65 meter tall, medium build, not fat or thin, wearing a cap and a mask with only a pair of eyes exposed. Even so, Gu Ning still clearly saw her features. Xia Yichu was a beauty to some extent, if the scary scar could be removed from her right cheek. Even in the entertainment industry, she would still be a noticeable beauty. With her outstanding voice, singing skill, and beautiful face, it was unreasonable that she wouldn't be popular as long as she had support. It's not important how I found out. Since I already know, I won't let you take advantage of me anymore. Without me, Pei Hina's career will be ruined. And, as long as I expose this dirty secret, you and Pei Hina will have to live in the darkness forever. Xia Yichu looked vicious, and said with strong hatred. She wasn't a weak girl and had her own principles, but she had lost herself in love. Besides, ever since her face had been disfigured in an accident, Qiao Guanxiang always stayed by her side, so she had remained loyal to him, which was the reason why she had fallen into the trap they set for her. No, you can't do that. Qiao Guanxiang panicked. Once this dirty secret was exposed, their reputation would be completely ruined. He had paid a lot to be successful, and the last thing he wanted now was to fall from that high social status. He was determined to be an outstanding agent. Why not? I'm the victim, and you're the initiators of the evil plan, Xia Yichu shouted in anger. Having been schemed against by the man she loved, Xia Yichu felt deeply hurt, but she was angrier and more resentful than ever. She had lost herself in the ridiculous love so much that she didn't discover that Qiao Guanxiang was so shameless, snobbish, and would get whatever he wanted by hook or by crook until now. Yichu, I'll give you money to get plastic surgery as compensation, and I'll raise your salary too. Please, keep being Hina's ghost singer. Qiao Guanxiang almost begged in order to protect his reputation and career. If I had enough money to get plastic surgery, do you think that I'd be willing to be Pei Hina's ghost singer any longer? I can stand on the stage myself. Xia Yichu sneered. Xia Yichu was beautiful, and she was a singer, not an actress, so the audience had comparatively lower standard of appearance. As long as she could sing well, she was confident that she could be popular. However, her face was disfigured. A disfigured face was different from an ugly face, and she felt quite self-abased ever since the accident had happened to her. Thinking of that, Xia Yichu clenched her teeth in anger. Qiao Guanxiang, I promise that I'll pay you and pay Hina back. Qiao Guanxiang seemed extremely displeased, and blurted out, Xiao Yichu, if you dare to do that, I'll kill you and nobody will know that you've ever existed. Facing the threat, Xia Yichu stayed calm, and raised her phone to show Qiao Guanxiang. Qiao Guanxiang, do you think that I came here to meet you without preparing anything? I've recorded every sentence you just said. If you dare hurt me, I'll spread it across the internet. You? Qiao Guanxiang panicked at once, reaching out to grab Xia Yichu's phone, but Xia Yichu escaped on time. Qiao Guanxiang was in a rage now. Thinking that Xia Yichu could ruin his reputation and career, he lost control of his emotions. However, he thought of something all of a sudden, and seemed less angry. Xia Yichu, don't forget that your younger brother is in my hands. If you dare to spread the recording across the internet, I'll make a call, and your younger brother will be tortured. Qiao Guanxiang had a connection with gangs. How dare you? Xia Yichu panicked this time. Her younger brother was her only family in this world, and she couldn't tolerate it if anything bad happened to him. Xia Yichu swore at herself. How could she forget that? Her younger brother was innocent, and Qiao Guanxiang would keep her younger brother as a hostage. Face the reality, Xia Yichu, and we can work together as usual. Don't worry, I'll still raise your salary, Qiao Guanxiang said arrogantly. However, if you dare to refuse, you can't bear the result. Xia Yichu was so mad, but she could do nothing about it. Although she hated Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina to death, she was reluctant to put her younger brother in a dangerous situation. She chose to yield for her younger brother's safety. Fine, I agree, Xia Yichu said in the end. She couldn't risk her younger brother's life. Hearing their conversation, Gu Ning really appreciated Xia Yichu now. Very well. Now delete the recording, Qiao Guanxiang ordered. Xia Yichu didn't want to do it, but she had to obey Qiao Guanxiang's order and deleted the recording right in front of him. You can have the day off and I'll send some people to watch over your younger brother. If you dare do anything to resist my control, your younger brother is doomed, Xiao Guanxiang said. As long as Xiao Chu's younger brother was in his hands, he wasn't afraid that Xiao Chu wouldn't listen to him. After threatening Xiao Chu, Xiao Guanxiang left, while Xiao Chu collapsed to the ground bursting into tears. At this moment, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to wait for her, while she walked to Xiao Chu. Did you sing every song for Pei Hina? Gu Ning asked. Hearing a stranger's voice, Xiao Chu was a little scared. She stopped crying at once, looking to Gu Ning with fear on her face. Did you hear everything just then? Xiao Chu was horrified. If this girl spread what she had heard abroad, her younger brother would be in great danger. Noticing Xiao Chu's worry, Gu Ning laid her cards on the table. Don't worry, I won't leak a word out. I just want to figure out whether you sang every song for Pei Hina. If so, you rouse my interest, and we can cooperate if you don't want to be controlled by them any longer. What? Cooperate? Xiao Chu was surprised and doubted it. Gu Ning looked younger than 20 years old, so it was hard for Xiao Chu to believe that Gu Ning could help her. Xiao Chu wasn't judging Gu Ning from her appearance, but she did seem too young. Well, have you heard of Su Tongnua? Gu Ning opened her mouth. Do you mean the actress? Xiao Chu said. Yes, Gu Ning replied. I've heard her name, and she's quite popular recently. Xiao Chu said, but didn't understand why Gu Ning suddenly asked that question. I understand that you have doubts about my ability, but let me tell you a secret that Su Tongnua is working for my company now, Gu Ning said. What? You're the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. Xiao Chu was shocked. She couldn't believe her ears. Although Fenghua Entertainment was a newly established company, it was quite powerful in the entertainment industry. Yes, Gu Ning said directly. Hearing her affirmative answer, Xiao Chu began to believe that this young girl before her eyes really could help her. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're the boss of Fenghua Entertainment? Xiao Chu asked with doubt. Gu Ning understood that it wasn't persuasive if she said it without any solid proof. She then took out her phone and logged into the official Weibo account of Fenghua Entertainment before she showed the screen to Xiao Chu. I know it's still not enough to prove that I'm the boss of Fenghua Entertainment by logging into its official Weibo account, but it at least proves that I'm a key member of Fenghua Entertainment. Xiao Chu took a look at the screen and believed that Gu Ning could be the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. However, after a short period of excitement, Xiao Chu looked upset again. Do you want me to be a ghost singer when you sign me? I've done that for Pei Hina already, and I don't think that it's a good idea if I keep doing it for another singer. Xiao Chu wasn't sure why Gu Ning wanted to sign her. Her face had been disfigured after all, and it would cost a lot to do plastic surgery to help her recover. Gu Ning smiled then said, I'm not dumb, and I know that it's a bad idea. I want someone with real talent, not a ghost singer. Don't worry. I can help you regain your natural face without doing plastic surgery. What? Really? Xiao Chu was totally shocked and couldn't believe her ears. We'll see, Gu Ning said. Xiao Chu got excited again. Although it sounded too good to be true, she chose to believe Gu Ning. Since you've heard the argument between Xiao Guanxiang and me, you must know that he'll hurt my younger brother if I don't listen to him, Xiao Chu said. As long as she could get rid of Xiao Guanxiang's control, she was willing to do anything for Gu Ning. It was quite torturous to work for someone she hated to death. However, she couldn't abandon her younger brother. Gu Ning said with a smile on her face, If you work for me, I will of course protect your younger brother. Really? Xiao Chu was cheered up at once. Of course, Gu Ning said affirmatively. Great. I'll cooperate with you, Xiao Chu said. Aren't you curious about your salary? Gu Ning looked at her, although she already had the answer. I don't care about the salary as long as I can get rid of Xiao Guanxiang and my younger brother is safe. I trust you, Xiao Chu said. Couldn't be worse to work for Gu Ning than it would be to keep working for Xiao Guanxiang. Although Xiao Chu had been treated unfairly, she still believed that there were more good people than bad ones in this world. Great, but Fenghua Entertainment is in the capital, so you would have to move there, Gu Ning said. No problem. It's a good thing to leave City B, but I can't leave my younger brother alone here. So would you please help me transfer him to a school in the capital? Xiaichu asked. There were only 2 of them in her family, and all their relatives stopped contacting her ever since her parents passed away, so she only cared about her younger brother. Sure, Guning said. Hearing that, Xiaichu was very grateful. You have to leave for the capital right now. Give me your phone number first, and I'll send the number of the general manager of Fenghua Entertainment to you later. He'll take care of you and make all the arrangements, Guning said. Fenghua would provide a housing allowance for its actors or singers, so Xiaichu could use the money to rent an apartment for herself and her younger brother. It was just the beginning. If Xiaichu could achieve a lot in her career and help the company make a lot of money, she would gain more in the future. Thanks, Xiaichu said. As for Chao Guanxiang and Pei Hina, their reputation and career will soon be ruined once you show up on the stage, Guning said. You're right, Xiaichu agreed. She had already deleted the recording, so she didn't have solid proof to accuse Chao Guanxiang with. However, as long as she left them and went on the stage herself, Pei Hina and Chao Guanxiang's career wouldn't last long. I don't have any proof of their dirty secret now because I already deleted the recording. Xiaichu was worried. It would be better if their dirty secrets could be exposed to the public. Don't worry, I'll find some, Guning said with confidence. Just tell me their addresses and phone numbers. Guning knew that she had to deal with those 2 potential enemies well, in case they tried to harm her business. Like when she had hired Lu Zhan and acted against Tang Bingsen, Guning was determined to get revenge on the Tang family in the capital sooner or later. Although it wasn't difficult for her to kill Tang Bingsen now, she wasn't willing to do so, because she decided to carry out her plan at a slow pace and disintegrate the Tang family's business group little by little. In her previous incarnation, the Tang family's business group wouldn't have been so successful without her help. She lost count of how many illegal things she had done for them. The Tang family had made full use of her and became an influential, rich family in the capital. Xiaichu then sent Chao Guanxiang's and Pei Hina's addresses and phone numbers to Guning at once. After that, Guning gave her a porcelain bottle the size of a thumb. There is a pill inside which can cure the scar on your face. Pour some water in the bottle and apply some with a cotton swab to your scar twice a day. Xiaichu was surprised again. This pill can cure my scar? She couldn't believe it because the scar on her face wasn't small, and only plastic surgery could remove it. However, she thought that there was no reason for Guning to lie to her. They had no benefit conflicts after all. In addition, Guning needed her to make money for Guning's company. Anyway, nothing good came without risk. Even if Guning was just lying, she still had to try it. If she tried, she had hope. Otherwise, she would be totally hopeless. Therefore, Xiaichu took Guning's pill and thanked her with sincerity. Thank you so much. You're welcome. We just got what we needed from each other, Guning said. Oh, you must do an injury report in the hospital first. It'll come in handy when you need it. I think you better do it when you arrive at the capital in case Chao Guanxiang discovers it and causes unnecessary trouble. Sure, Xiaichu said. After that, Guning walked away and Xiaichu immediately went back to her home and called her younger brother on the way. Xiaidong was Xiaichu's younger brother. He was 17 years old, studying in the 2nd grade in the No. 5 high school in City B. He wasn't very academically inclined, but was still a good student in his school. Xiaichu was beautiful, and Xiaidong didn't have a plain face either. Moreover, Xiaidong was a talented composer. Xiaichu stopped chasing her music dream because of an accident. So Xiaidong made up his mind to actualize his older sister's dream and studied music hard. However, he kept it a secret from Xiaichu because he didn't want his older sister to be worried about him. It wasn't a flat road to success, because there were too many people scheming against one another for fame and fortune in the music industry. Today, Xiaidong asked for a leave from his school in order to listen to a lecture delivered by a famous music expert in a conservatory of music. When he received Xiaichu's call, Xiaichu asked where he was, and he lied. I'm at school now. Head to the airport right now. I'll meet you there after I go home first. Don't ask further questions or tell anyone else. I'll tell you everything at the airport. If you don't do that, both of us will be in danger. Do you understand? Xiaoichu said seriously and nervously. Hearing that, Xiaodong understood that something had to be wrong. He was anxious, but Xiaoichu wouldn't tell him details until they met at the airport. A classmate who came to listen to the lecture with Xiaodong noticed Xiaodong's anxiety after answering the call. So he asked with concern when Xiaodong hung up, "Yidong, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry. I gotta go now." Saying that, Xiaodong took a taxi to the airport at once. Gu Ning called Lu Xiao later and told him what had happened to Xiaoichu. Lu Xiao would make arrangements for Xiaoichu's music career in the future. After that, Gu Ning turned to Leng shouting, "Can you help me monitor Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina and record their conversations?" "Sure." Leng shouting was, of course, more than willing to help Gu Ning. He wouldn't hesitate to do anything for her, let alone monitoring two people. Leng shouting then made a call and arranged for someone to monitor Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina. Once Qiao Guanxiang left the park, he went straight to Pei Hina's apartment. Pei Hina didn't go to work today, so she wasn't wearing any makeup. She wore a thin sleeping gown which accentuated her alluring figure. Pei Hina was the same age as Xiaoichu. Both of them were 26 years old and beautiful. Not many people knew that Xiaoichu was Pei Hina's ghost singer, but it wasn't a secret to some people. Except the senior management of their company, Xiaoichu's younger brother and Pei Hina's two assistants were all aware of it. And none of them would reveal it. Xiaodong knew that his older sister's face had been disfigured, so she couldn't stand on the stage. However, it wasn't a bad thing that she could sing songs behind the scene to make some money. Pei Hina's assistants had signed confidentiality agreements. If they leaked this secret information, they would be put in jail. The moment Qiao Guanxiang walked inside, Pei Hina pressed on him with her body, then asked, "How is it? Did the bitch tell you why she was absent yesterday?" "She found out about our secret," Qiao Guanxiang said calmly to some extent, because he was less worried now after he got the goods on Xiaoichu. "What? She found out about our secret? How much does she know?" Pei Hina, on the other hand, was frightened. She understood that Xiaoichu wouldn't listen to them anymore if Xiaoichu found out their secret. She had paid a lot to be a famous singer and was reluctant to fail. Qiao Guanxiang hugged her and comforted. "Don't worry. I have Xiaodong as a hostage, so she has to obey my orders. We don't need to keep our relationship a secret anymore. We can do whatever we want from now on." Hearing that, Pei Hina relaxed a little, but she was still worried. However, since she already found out, she's a walking time bomb now. What if she spreads it abroad? It's useless to think too far now. "Don't you trust me?" Qiao Guanxiang said. Before Pei Hina could say another word, he kissed her wildly. Although they appeared as agent and singer before others, they were a couple in private. However, they had to keep a distance from each other in order to take advantage of Xiaoichu, and so they seldom made love. And now, Qiao Guanxiang told Pei Hina that they were able to do whatever they wanted. So Pei Hina's burning desire was aroused. She could finally stop meeting Qiao Guanxiang in private like she was the other woman in their relationship. "Would you mind staying with me for a while?" Leng shouting stared straight at Gu Ning when Gu Ning drove Leng shouting back to the hotel. "I can't," Gu Ning said. She knew that if she went to the room with him, she wouldn't be leaving right away. Who knew what he would do to her? It was already 4:30 p.m. and it would be too late when she went back to her house, especially when it was highly possible that she would be caught by the rush hour on her way back home. Leng shouting felt disappointed, but he understood Gu Ning, so he didn't insist. They could meet in the night after all. A short while after Leng shouting went back to the hotel, he received He Qiming's call. While Gu Ning talked with Xiaoichu in the park, Leng shouting called He Qiming and told him to find some appropriate garment factories and companies which were on sale. Shangshi Group was indeed very powerful, and He Qiming finished his task within an hour. "Lord Leng, there are exactly 2 vacant floors in an office building which is under construction of our company. Every floor is 800 square meters large. As for garment factories, I found 3 of them, and I've emailed their information to you. Please check the email." He Qiming said, "Great." Leng shouting said, then opened the latest email. The 3 garment factories that could barely stay afloat were all because of poor management, and they were all in good locations with advanced equipment. However, Lung Xiaoting didn't make the decision for Guning but would let her choose when they met in the night. When Guning was driving to the Tang family's house, Xia Yichu arrived at the airport with 2 suitcases. One was filled with her clothes, and the other was full of Xia Yidong's clothing and laptop. They didn't live a very good life, so there weren't many things they had to take with them. Xia Yidong arrived at the airport 40 minutes after he had received Xia Yichu's call, and he was pacing anxiously outside the entire time. Xia Yichu had booked the plane tickets, and the flight would take off around 6:20 p.m. They still had nearly 50 minutes to wait. Seeing Xia Yichu coming, Xia Yidong walked forward and helped her with the luggage. What happened? Why do we have to leave for the capital in a hurry? Xia Yidong asked. Take the boarding cards first. I'll tell you everything once we're in the lounge, Xia Yichu said. Sure. Xia Yidong didn't continue to ask questions, and they pulled their suitcases, walking into the airport. When they found a place in the lounge where there weren't many people, Xia Yichu told Xia Yidong everything. She didn't hide any details. After hearing what his older sister had been through, Xia Yidong was furious and wanted to tear Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina into pieces. Damn it! How could Qiao Guanxiang treat you like that? Although Xia Yidong was mad, he still had reason, and didn't shout it out loud in case others would hear it. However, he put on an evil expression, which even scared Xia Yichu. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I failed to take good care of you, Xia Yidong said, and he seemed very sad. Although Xia Yichu was the older sister while Xia Yidong was the younger brother, Xia Yidong felt that it was his duty as a man to protect his older sister. Yidong, don't say that. You're my younger brother and I should be taking care of you. It's my fault that I stupidly lost myself in love. I'm sorry. Xia Yichu felt really guilty. If she hadn't trusted Qiao Guanxiang so much, she wouldn't have been through so many terrible things. I'm a man, and men should protect women, Xia Yidong argued. All right, now is not a good time to argue. Xia Yichu understood that Xia Yidong had a strong sense of responsibility, and she would never win in an argument like that with him. Xia Yidong also stopped arguing but asked worriedly, Will Qiao Guanxiang find us even if we escape to the capital? Relax, Xia Yichu said. Then she told Xia Yidong about what had happened to her after she met Guning. Hearing that his older sister was signed by an influential entertainment company in the capital, Xia Yidong was excited. His older sister's musical dream was finally going to come true. Really? Xia Yidong was afraid that he was in a daydream, so he asked again with uncertainty. Yes, it's real. In fact, Xia Yichu also felt like she was in a dream, because it was too good to be true, but she still gave Xia Yidong an affirmative answer in order to comfort him. That's so great. Xia Yidong lost words to describe how excited he was now. As long as his older sister could stand on the stage, Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina would be doomed. In addition, he agreed to transfer to another school in the capital because all he wanted now was that he and his older sister could be safe together. When Guning got back to the Tang family's house, it was past 5 p.m., and Gu Man was still talking to Tang Yunfan in his bedroom. Ningning, you came back so late. I'm so bored. Once Guning walked inside, Chao Wenxin complained. Chao Wenxin wasn't a quiet girl, and it bored her to stay with the older generation for a long time. Tang Jiakai wasn't home either, so there was nobody that Chao Wenxin could play with. I went out to deal with something serious, Guning said. Chao Wenxin was already past 20 years old, but she still behaved like a child who loved playing. Wenxin, don't fool around all day. Why don't you learn something from Ningning? She's achieved a lot at such a young age. Tang Haifeng criticized Chao Wenxin. Although the Tang family and the Chao family were rich enough to support their offspring to live a luxurious life for generations, it wasn't a good thing that Chao Wenxin did nothing but fool around all day, because it was a total waste of her life. Chao Wenxin pulled her lips, remaining silent. She understood that she wasn't comparable to Guning, let alone Chao Wenxin. There were few young people in this world who could achieve so much at such a young age. Gu Man had talked to Tang Yunfan for over 2 hours today, but he still had no reaction. Gu Man felt a little disappointed and sad, but she could do nothing about it. However, when Gu Man stood up, walking away, Tang Yunfan's fingers moved a little then stopped. After dinner, Gu Man and Gu Ning left, followed by Chao Wenxin. Ning, are you free tonight? If you are, why don't you go to a friend's gathering with me? Chao Wenxin asked Gu Ning on their way back. I am free tonight, but I need to stay at home with my mom. She'll be bored alone, Gu Ning said. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine alone, Gu Man said. Since Gu Man said so, Gu Ning agreed to have some fun with Chao Wenxin. Gu Ning sent Gu Man back to Huafu Hills, then came out after a dozen minutes. Are you going to drink? If you are, we can't drive the car because I'm going to drink, Chao Wenxin said when they walked out together. I won't drink. Let me drive the car, but I think your off-road vehicle is enough. The Lamborghini is too noticeable, Gu Ning said. She had experienced the feeling of being the focus of people's attention during the day. And although it wasn't bad, she still preferred to keep a low profile. Fine. Chao Wenxin agreed, then gave the car key of her Land Rover to Gu Ning. Can I bring a friend with me? Gu Ning asked. Her friend was Leng Xiaoting. The reason why Gu Ning agreed to have some fun with Chao Wenxin was because she could call Leng Xiaoting to go out with her too. Gu Ning didn't bother to hide the fact that Leng Xiaoting was in City B from Chao Wenxin. Who is it? A man or woman? Chao Wenxin asked or gossiped. A man, Gu Ning said. No way, is he Pan Zirwei? Chao Wenxin asked because Pan Zirwei had invited Gu Ning to meet earlier. No, it's Xiaoting, Gu Ning said. What? Chao Wenxin was surprised. Xiaoting is in City B? For some reason, Chao Wenxin thought of Xian Bei at this moment. She was curious whether Xian Bei came to City B along with Leng Xiaoting. However, she despised herself for thinking of Xian Bei the next second. Yes, he's on vacation now, so he came to City B to meet me, Gu Ning said. Oh. Did you go to meet him this afternoon? Chao Wenxin asked. Yes, but we went out for business. My jewelry store in City B is going to open soon, so we went to check the gowns. Oh, I need to find an appropriate garment company and factory too, Gu Ning said. You can let Uncle Quan do that for you. It's a piece of cake for him, Chao Wenxin said. Xiaoting will handle it, Gu Ning said. Fine. I'm envious of you because you have such an outstanding boyfriend, Chao Wenxin said. Gu Ning smiled. You can find one too. I know you have many admirers. I don't like them, Chao Wenxin sighed. She always wanted to date someone she liked but couldn't find one. Gu Ning didn't say anything further, but called Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was very happy to receive Gu Ning's call. Even if he could only hear her voice, he felt satisfied. Ning Ning. Leng Xiaoting called her name with excitement. Are you free now? Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was cheered up at once. Of course. Gu Ning was amused by Leng Xiaoting's reaction. Wait for me at the door of the hotel. I'll pick you up soon. We're going to hang out with Wenxin tonight. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. Although he couldn't kiss Gu Ning if Chao Wenxin was there, it was much better than staying at the hotel by himself. Maybe because of Chao Wenxin, Gu Ning called him to have fun together. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting didn't have complaints towards Chao Wenxin. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting adjusted himself before he went downstairs. He had waited for almost 10 minutes when Gu Ning finally arrived. Although he was a little impatient, he didn't complain about it but enjoyed it. Gu Ning stopped the car at the door of the hotel and Leng Xiaoting walked over to them. Let me be the driver, he said. Since he was here, he was willing to do the job for Gu Ning. After that, before Gu Ning had even said a word, Chao Wenxin got out of the front passenger's seat and went to sit in the back seat. You two can share the seats in the front, and I'll sit at the back. Leng Xiaoting was going to drive the car, so she, of course, wouldn't sit in the front passenger's seat. Normally, if a couple was in the same car and the husband was the driver, the front passenger's seat belonged to the wife. Therefore, Gu Ning directly moved to the front passenger's seat from the driver's seat and left it to Leng Xiaoting. The appointed place where Chao Wenxin was going to meet her friends was a private clubhouse. Private clubhouses provided a private environment for people from high social class. To make it simple, a private clubhouse was where rich people gathered together, and the membership fee was also very high. Only a member could book a room, so membership was also the sign of one's wealth or social status. In addition, one had to book a room a few days in advance because it was hard to book one on the day that he or she came. When Gu Ning and the others left for the clubhouse, Xiaoichu and her younger brother also got off the plane. Xiaoichu had called Lu Xiao before she boarded, and Lu Xiao had already arranged a driver to pick them up. Once the plane landed, Xiaoichu called the driver. The driver told them that they would be staying in a hotel tonight and would meet the general manager, Lu Xiao, tomorrow. Lu Xiao booked 2 rooms at a 4-star hotel, which was the nearest one to the Shengning Group building for Xiaoichu and her younger brother. Although a 4-star hotel wasn't as luxurious as a 5-star one, it wasn't bad either. Shengning Group building wasn't fully built yet, but they were renting a nearby 300 square meter building as the temporary office building. It was just a temporary office building, so it wasn't well decorated. Although the Shengning Group building was still under construction, Lu Xiao was busy acquiring equipment and hiring people these days. Lu Zhan had his own shooting equipment, but they needed more than just one set. There were around a dozen workers in Fenghua Entertainment now, and Lu Xiao had used his network to hire some skilled people for the management. When Gu Ning and the others arrived at the private clubhouse, a valet parker helped them drive the car to the parking lot and another waiter guided them to their private room. Chao Wenxin and her friends met in the sports area, so there was a lot of exercise equipment, boxing rings, and so on. However, just as they got out of the car, another car stopped right behind them. Coincidentally, Fang Xiaoke, who had approached Chao Wenxin for the purpose of marrying into a super-rich family, stepped out of the car. She was holding a middle-aged man's arm, and it was quite obvious that she was the man's mistress. She really was a woman who was willing to sell both her body and soul for money. When Fang Xiaoke saw Chao Wenxin, she was struck dumb for a second, then pretended that she didn't know Chao Wenxin. To her surprise, she met Chao Wenxin here. Chao Wenxin also didn't want to pay attention to Fang Xiaoke, so she turned her eyes away too. Fang Xiaoke is really a gold digger. My older brother stopped paying her bills, so she turned to an old man and became his mistress, Chao Wenxin said when Fang Xiaoke and the man walked away. Chao Wenxin was extremely regretful that she had taken Fang Xiaoke as her friend before. Before long, they arrived at the sports area. Welcome. Once they entered the hall, waiters greeted them politely. May I ask which private room you are going to? A waiter asked. All the private rooms were booked, so they had to be here to meet their friends. No. 888. My name's Chao Wenxin, Chao Wenxin said. Even though they were here to meet their friends, the waiter had to check their information first. Please wait a moment, the waiter said, then took out a walkie-talkie speaking to the butler of private room number 888. With the affirmative answer, the waiter guided them to private room number 888 at once. The private room was spacious, but there were only 5 people inside, so it looked empty to some extent. There were 3 women and 2 men in the room, but only one of the men and women were Chao Wenxin's friends, while the rest were her friends' friends. They weren't strangers, but Chao Wenxin wasn't familiar with them. Chao Wenxin's male friend's father was also a leader in the military region, and her female friend was from a super-rich family. The 3 of them grew up together, but they went to different colleges. Now they had all graduated from their schools, so they came back to City B lately. The other 3 people in the room were all from either rich or powerful families. Although Chao Wenxin didn't make friends according to a person's family background, it was an unavoidable trend that she would make friends with people from the same social class as her. Chao Wenxin told her friends that she would be bringing 2 other friends, and her friends all agreed. However, once Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting entered the room, the 2 attracted everyone's attention, especially Leng Xiaoting. His appearance overshadowed every man's existence in the private room. A woman with short hair was excited when Leng Xiaoting appeared in her sight, but she soon hid her excitement away. This woman was exactly the one who had encountered Leng Xiaoting in the hall of Shengshe Group. Nevertheless, her secretary failed to find out about Leng Xiaoting's real identity, which disappointed her. But to her surprise, she met Leng Xiaoting again in the evening. Hi, Wenxin! They greeted Chao Wenxin when she walked in. Chao Wenxin guided Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting to sit on an empty sofa, then introduced them to her friends. Let me introduce. They're both my friends, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning had reminded Chao Wenxin not to expose her relationship with the Tang family, so Chao Wenxin introduced her as a friend. Although Gu Ning was Tang Haifeng's biological daughter, it was still a secret, so it was better for them not to say it aloud now. In addition, they were just gathering for fun. The woman with short hair repeated Leng Xiaoting's name in her heart a few times. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Leng, Miss Gu." They greeted them politely. "Nice to meet you too," Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting said. After that, Chao Wenxin introduced her friends to Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. "This is Gao Chengyun and An Ran. We grew up together." And they're Jiang Zhijing, Zhu Yuanjin, and Tong Jiayao. Tong Jiayao was precisely the woman with short hair. "Oh, Mr. Leng. Nice to meet you. What a coincidence. I just saw you at Shangshi Group today, and yet we are meeting each other again. Mr. Leng, maybe you didn't notice me?" Tong Jiayao said to Leng Xiaoting politely. She seemed very polite and kept an appropriate distance from Leng Xiaoting. "I didn't," Leng Xiaoting said lightly, which embarrassed Tong Jiayao. She didn't expect that he would be so cold to her. Although Tong Jiayao covered her feelings towards Leng Xiaoting very well, Gu Ning still sensed that she was interested in Leng Xiaoting. It was just Gu Ning's instinct. As long as she stayed polite, Gu Ning wouldn't jump to conclusions. In the meantime, Gu Ning noticed that the woman wasn't from a normal super-rich family. The other people were also surprised by Leng Xiaoting's cold attitude, but they didn't mind, because they had just met each other for the first time. Well, let's have some drinks." Gao Chengyun proposed to cheer everyone up. There was no waiter in the room because they preferred to serve themselves. "Gu Ning needs to drive the car, so she won't drink," Chao Wenxin said. Then she turned to Leng Xiaoting. "Xiaoting, do you want a drink?" Chao Wenxin was a little afraid of Leng Xiaoting. Not because Leng Xiaoting had a bad temper, but because he always stayed quiet and cold. "No, thanks." Leng Xiaoting didn't like drinking unless he had to or he was with his close friends. "Since we're here to have fun, it'll be boring if we don't drink together," Jiang Zhijing said. "Exactly. If you can't drink, we won't force you. But if you can, why don't you have some with us?" Gao Chengyun added. Normally, men gathered together to drink for fun, which was also a way to create a relaxed atmosphere. However, Gao Chengyun wasn't criticizing Leng Xiaoting but was just persuading him. They're fine. They can chat with each other, all in love, and they won't get bored. "I can drink with you," Chao Wenxin said. Since Leng Xiaoting wasn't willing to drink, she wouldn't force him to do so. Gu Ning needed to drive the car, so everyone understood that she wouldn't drink. However, Leng Xiaoting seemed cold and refused to drink, which displeased them. Gu Ning sensed their emotional change, and she also believed that Leng Xiaoting should have fun with those who didn't understand him in case refusing caused misunderstandings. Anyway, she didn't care about others' opinions. Nonetheless, when Tong Jiayao heard Chao Wenxin saying that they could chat with each other in love, she realized that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were girlfriend and boyfriend, so she was a little disappointed. Even so, she didn't give up and made up her mind to compete against Gu Ning for Leng Xiaoting as long as they weren't married. After all, Tong Jiayao finally met a man she was interested in. Compared with those women who tended to seduce men with their bodies, Tong Jiayao would rather attract a man with her own charm. Therefore, she wouldn't seduce Leng Xiaoting, but seized every chance to talk to him. Of course, she wouldn't do it in front of Gu Ning. "Since you aren't drinking, why don't we chat together?" Tong Jiayao said. "Miss Gu, you look so young. Are you still a student?" Tong Jiayao behaved casually and seemed kind, but Gu Ning already sensed that she was interested in Leng Xiaoting, so Gu Ning was alert now. However, before Tong Jiayao did anything inappropriate, Gu Ning replied politely, "Yes, I'm a senior in high school." Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Tong Jiayao thought that Gu Ning was too young to be married, and anything could happen in the future. So she believed that it was impossible that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would be together for long. The fact that she had that thought proved that Tong Jiayao didn't know much about Gu Ning or Leng Xiaoting. The entrance examination to college is just around the corner. "Miss Gu, which university is your dream college?" And Ran asked. "The Capital University," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tong Jiao thought that Gu Ning was going to study in the capital, while Leng Xiaoting would stay in City B. They all subconsciously thought that both Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning lived in City B. Otherwise, Gu Ning wouldn't be here if she was still a student. In that case, Tong Jiao was hopeful. She didn't care who Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend was now. As long as they weren't married yet, she still had a chance to win Leng Xiaoting's heart. In fact, Tong Jiao was a self-centered person who would do anything to get what she wanted and ignored others' feelings. After chatting for a while, Gao Qingyun said to Chao Wenxin, "Wenxin, we haven't had a kung fu match for a long time. Why don't we have a round now?" Both of them grew up in the military region, and they would have a kung fu match every time they met each other. In addition, they were at the same level of kung fu, and the match wouldn't end quickly, so it was exciting to watch. They were in a sports area, so there was enough room for them to have a kung fu match. Of course, Chao Wenxin was excited. "Let's have a bet as usual," and Ran said. Every time Chao Wenxin had a kung fu match with Gao Qingyun, the others would bet for fun. Since the two were at the same level of kung fu, it was unpredictable who would win, which was also the reason why the bet would be so exciting. Of course, they wouldn't bet money but wine. Gao Qingyun took a bottle of wine which wasn't opened yet. The loser has to finish the bottle by himself. If there was a loser, the loser would finish the bottle alone. If the result was even, the two would share the bottle 50-50. No problem. Everyone agreed. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't drink, so they didn't join them. "I bet Wenxin will win," Zhang Zijing said. They all knew that Zhang Zijing liked Chao Wenxin, so he bet that Chao Wenxin would win every time. Unfortunately, Chao Wenxin wasn't interested in Zhang Zijing, so Zhang Zijing stayed by her side as her friend. Interestingly, Zhu Yuanjin liked Zhang Zijing, but Zhang Zijing wasn't interested in Zhu Yuanjin, so they became friends. It wasn't always easy to fall in love with a person who loved you too. "I bet Qingyun will win," and Ran said. In the end, Zhang Zijing and Tong Jiao bet that Chao Wenxin would win, while Ran and Zhu Yuanjin bet that Gao Qingyun would win. After that, the kung fu match began. The two attacked each other constantly, and it seemed very exciting to outsiders, like Zhang Zijing and the others, but it was quite childish in the eyes of Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. They weren't at the same level as Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting after all. Around 10 minutes later, they stopped, and Gao Qingyun lost this time. It wasn't a surprising result because the two were at the same level of kung fu. "Come on, Qingyun. And Ran and Yuanjin, you share a bottle." Zhang Zijing was excited that he won the bet. Gao Qingyun lost, so he had to drink too. "Qingyun, did you lose because you wanted to drink this bottle?" And Ran pretended that he was dissatisfied. However, he was just joking. "Ha ha, you got me." Gao Qingyun laughed, and Ran glared at Gao Qingyun. "Since you want a drink, you can drink more than us." "Nope, let's share it," Gao Qingyun said. After that, Gao Qingyun and Ran and Zhu Yuanjin shared a bottle of wine. "What should we play next?" and Ran asked. "Bluffing," Zhu Yuanjin proposed. The rules were each die had 6 sides, from 1 pip to 6 pips. Each player held 5 dice in their dice cup without revealing it to each other. The purpose of this game was to guess the total number of one particular pip from both players, and if you were right, you won. If you were wrong, then you lost. For example, it could be from 1/6 to 12 SIXS. The game started with one player who called for a number of pips, e.g. 3 twos, then the next player would have to raise, i.e. 4 twos or 3 threes. Either the total number or the pip number had to be bigger than the previous calling as the game took turns. If you thought your opponent was bluffing, then you could say, "Open," supposing you had 2 ones and 2 threes, and your opponent had 1 1 and 2 threes in both of your dice cups. Then your opponent called for 8 threes, and you didn't believe him and said open, then you won. If he called for 7 threes and you said open, then you lost. Normally, 1 pip could be any number of pips, i.e., could be 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, so that the game could be more complicated and fun. It was like an unknown factor because a player might only have 1 2 in his dice cup, but he also had 3 eyes, which meant he had 4 twos potentially. However, there was a special rule. If a player called for the number of 1 pip, e.g., 3 ones, Then one pip automatically lost its multiple identities. Could now only be one pip until the game ended. Sure, everyone agreed. Why don't you join us? If you lose the game, you can drink water, not wine, Tong Jiao said. She thought that she would have more chances to get familiar with Lung Shouting if they could play the game together. Right? You can drink water. The others all agreed. They just met each other. If Lung Shouting and Gu Ning didn't join them, they would feel bored sitting aside. Well, I'll join you, Gu Ning said. She didn't want them to feel that she stayed aloof from them. Gu Ning also understood that Lung Shouting wasn't interested in games which were aimed at drinking, so she didn't ask him to join them along with her. The others didn't insist either. Gu Ning decided not to use her jade eyes this time, because it would be a little much if she used that in such a small game. At the same time, she wouldn't enjoy playing the game if she used her jade eyes. She had used jade eyes the last time in a game with AI Wishan just to get revenge on him for Lung Shouting. However, even though Gu Ning didn't use her jade eyes, she was still lucky and seldom lost. The others, on the other hand, drank a lot. When it was about 11 p.m., they left the clubhouse. Since Chao Wenxin was with them, Gu Ning could only send Lung Shouting back to the hotel before she drove back to Huafu Hills with Chao Wenxin, and Lung Shouting would take a taxi to Huafu Hills later. Gu Man was already asleep when Gu Ning was back. Lung Shouting soon arrived at Gu Ning's room, but he didn't kiss or touch her immediately this time. Instead, he clicked an email open and showed Gu Ning the offices and garment factories. How much is the rent? Gu Ning squinted at him with interest. It's free, Lung Shouting said. Haha, you're so generous, Gu Ning said. Although she felt happy that Lung Shouting didn't charge her, she couldn't accept it. Shouting, business is business. If you don't want the rent, I'm afraid that I can't rent your offices. Hearing that, Lung Shouting frowned a little. He seemed upset, but didn't know how to retort. Gu Ning then read the information about the 3 garment factories. She trusted Lung Shouting, but she still needed to check them in person tomorrow. Oh, how many days of your vacation do you have left? Gu Ning asked. Hard to tell. If I'm assigned a task, I have to go back to work at any time. If not, I still have many days off, Lung Shouting said. As a member of the Special Corps, he was paid a lot more than a common soldier. Not only did they need to fulfill dangerous tasks, but they also had 3 days of special training once a month, as well as deep forest training in the Amazon for half a month every year. Lung Shouting had just finished his monthly special training, so he would be free as long as he wasn't assigned a task. I need to check the factories at noon tomorrow. After choosing a qualified one from them, I'll fly to City D in the evening. If you're free, why don't you go with me? Gu Ning said. No problem, Lung Shouting said. After discussing business, Lung Shouting couldn't wait and pressed Gu Ning on the bed. Unfortunately, Gu Ning was on her period, which meant Lung Shouting had to limit his desire for at least 5 days. Lung Shouting was extremely unwilling to accept the truth, but Gu Ning couldn't control her period after all. Therefore, Lung Shouting just kissed Gu Ning for a short while before he cuddled her in his arms before falling asleep. Gu Ning, however, secretly put her magical power into his body to help him have a sound sleep. The next morning, Lung Shouting left early as usual. During breakfast, Gu Ning told Gu Man that she would be going to City D to deal with some business that afternoon and would stay there for the following 2 days. So a driver sent by the Tang family would come to pick Gu Man up. Although Gu Man felt a little uneasy if Gu Ning wasn't by her side, she said nothing. After breakfast, Gu Ning and Gu Man went to the Tang family's house. Chao Wenxin was going back to her home today, so she didn't go to the Tang family's house with Gu Ning after the argument with Xiao Yichu in the park. Qiao Guanxiang moved into Pei Hina's apartment. Around 8:30 a.m., Qiao Guanxiang called Xiao Yichu. In the beginning, Xiao Yichu was just a ghost singer, so he would only call her when need arose. However, in case Xiao Yichu would betray him, Qiao Guanxiang decided to let Xiao Yichu be Pei Hina's assistant too, so they could have tighter control over her. What he didn't know was that Xiao Yichu had already left for the capital. Accordingly, when he called Xiao Yichu, nobody answered his call. Qiao Guanxiang kept calling her, but it was still the same. He immediately felt that something had to be wrong. What's wrong? Is she refusing to answer your call? Pei Hina asked. I can't get through to her. Give me your phone, Chao Guanxiang said. Pei Hina immediately gave her phone to him and Chao Guanxiang used hers to call Xia Yichu once more. However, nobody answered the call again. Could you still not get through? Pei Hina started to panic. I think she blocked our phone numbers. Chao Guanxiang was annoyed. It was possible that Xia Yichu ran away from them. How did she dare to do that? Isn't she afraid that I'll hurt Xia Yidong? Give me your other phone, Chao Guanxiang said. Pei Hina had another mobile phone, and Xia Yichu didn't have the number of her second phone. If they got through to Xia Yichu with a different phone number, it proved that Xia Yichu had blocked their phone numbers and betrayed them. Pei Hina gave Chao Guanxiang her other phone at once, and Chao Guanxiang called Xia Yichu without delay. This time Xia Yichu answered his call, but hung up on him the second she heard his voice. Damn it! She betrayed us. Chao Guanxiang almost smashed the phone on the ground. He was more panicked than angry now. He was right. Xia Yichu blacklisted their phone numbers and left them. Since Xia Yichu left for the capital, she planned to change her phone number, but she wasn't free yet, so she used the old phone number temporarily. What? Pei Hina was shocked and her face turned pale from fear. We're doomed, she thought to herself. Didn't you tell me that Xia Yichu wouldn't dare to betray us? Pei Hina asked in a hurry. How could I know that she would really do it? Chao Guanxiang was also astonished that Xia Yichu escaped that day, right after he had threatened her. What should we do now? If she escapes, we're doomed. Pei Hina's body shook in horror. Chao Guanxiang made another call at once. Lu Ge, I need your help and I'll pay you a lot for it, Chao Guanxiang said once the call was answered. What is it? The man on the other side of the phone said. I'll send you 2 pictures later along with their name and some basic information. Help me find them. Once you find them, help me control them, Chao Guanxiang said. No problem, the man said. After that, Chao Guanxiang sent pictures of Xia Yichu and her younger brother to Lu Ge. Lu Ge was Chao Guanxiang's friend in a gang. Around 9 a.m., Wan Hui, who was Lu Zhao's chauffeur and the person who had picked Xia Yichu and her younger brother up at the airport yesterday, walked to go meet them at the hotel. The hotel was just around 100 meters away from their company. On the way to their company, Wan Hui said to Xia Yichu, Let me introduce our company to you now. Our company is still undergoing renovation, so it hasn't been formally established yet, but there are already 10 staff members. We're temporarily working on the 6th floor of an office building next to our company's building. Boss said that you can have a rest and relax for a few days before you start to work. Thanks, Xia Yichu said. Since she was signed by this company, she should follow their arrangements. Wan Hui took Xia Yichu to the temporary office building and pointed to another tall building not far away. That's the Shengning Group building. Fenghua Entertainment is on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. The 7th floor will be a dance studio. The 8th floor will be made into a recording room, and there will be many offices on the 9th floor for the actors and staff of Fenghua. Xia Yichu was surprised. She thought that Gu Ning was just a boss of an entertainment company, however, it turned out to be a large group. In that case, Fenghua Entertainment was just a subsidiary of Shengning Group. Xia Yichu was curious whether Gu Ning was a shareholder of Fenghua Entertainment or the founder of the Shengning Group. It was hard for her to believe that Gu Ning, who was younger than 20 years old, could be a chairwoman of such a large business group. She thought that it was more likely that Gu Ning's family owned this large business group. Xia Yichu wanted to ask Wan Hui, but thought that it wasn't appropriate, so she said nothing. After that, Wan Hui guided Xia Yichu and Xia Yidong to the general manager's office. Once they entered the office room, Xia Yichu took off the mask, because she thought that it wasn't polite to wear a mask all the time. The second the mask was removed, the scary scar on Xia Yichu's right cheek was exposed, which surprised Wan Hui and Lu Xiao. But they didn't show any dislike because they already knew what had happened to this poor girl. This is Manager Lu, Wan Hui introduced to Xia Yichu and her younger brother. Nice to meet you, Manager Lu. They greeted Lu Xiao at once. Have a seat, please, Lu Xiao said. Here is the contract. You can read through it before you sign it. Sure, Xia Yichu said. Xiaichu's contract was the same as Su Tongnua's. The ratio of the company's take to her take was 6-4, which meant the company would take 60% while she could have 40% of the profit. Although Xiaichu wasn't very experienced in the entertainment industry, she had learned a lot after working with Chao Guanxiang for so long. Usually, the ratio was 8-2, and it was rare to see 6-4, especially when she was just a newcomer who didn't have much fame. In fact, Xiaichu was a newcomer without fame, but her songs weren't. Pei Hina, with the help of Xiaichu, was already a B-list singer, and was even more popular than Su Tongnua. As long as their dirty secret was exposed, Pei Hina's career would come to an end, while Xiaichu would walk into people's sight. Moreover, her songs were quite popular these days, so it wasn't difficult for her to attract people's attention. Xiaichu would probably be criticized too after the dirty secret was exposed, but it wasn't uncommon in the entertainment industry that every celebrity had a certain amount of haters. Sometimes those haters left many acerbic comments on the internet, not because the celebrity had done something wrong, but simply because they needed a way to vent their anger at life. All in all, one had to have a strong heart when working in the entertainment industry. Manager Lu, are you sure the profit ratio is right? Xiaichu asked with uncertainty. Lu Xiao smiled, which stunned Xiaichu. This young manger is so charming. It's right, and it's just the beginning. If you can become an A-list singer, the ratio will be 5-5, Lu Xiao said. Xiaichu was shocked again. If she could become an A-list singer, she could have 50% of the profit. Her new boss was really generous. After a long while, Xiaichu finally got her mind back. The company would provide a single apartment for her and pay the utilities. If she had her own house, the company would give her 3,000 yuan monthly as a housing allowance and reimburse her for utilities. Xiaichu had just arrived at the capital, and she hadn't found an appropriate apartment yet, so she chose the 3,000 housing allowance to rent an apartment for her and her younger brother. Although the housing price in the capital was extremely high, it was enough to rent a good apartment with the 3,000 yuan housing allowance. Xiaichu and Xiaidong had lived a poor life, but they still owned an apartment in City B. The apartment in City B was bought by their parents, and it was already 10 years old, but they could get some money by selling it. After that, they could use the money to buy a smaller apartment in the capital. Xiaichu planned to do so in the future, because she and her younger brother couldn't go back to City B now. It would be dangerous as long as Chao Guanxiang and Pei Hina were still there. In the end, Xiaichu signed her name and felt quite relieved. She could finally chase her dream and fight for her own future from now on. Lu Xiao checked the contract then asked, "By the way, which grade is your younger brother studying in now?" 11th grade, Xiaichu replied. "Do you have any request for the level of the school?" Lu Xiao asked. "No, just close to my older sister, please," Xiaidong said first. Xiaichu agreed as long as Xiaidong was happy with that. In addition, she would also be worried if her younger brother studied far from her. "Great," Lu Xiao said. "Have a rest for a few days. You can find a place to live first, and I'll inform you about your future work." After that, Xiaichu finally settled down. When Gu Man went to talk to Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning told Tang Haifeng that she would be leaving for City D later and hoped that he could arrange a car for Gu Man. "Well, your mother can stay here with us," Tang Haifeng said. "I'm afraid that my mother prefers to stay in my house," Gu Ning said. "Fine." Tang Haifeng didn't insist. Gu Ning was busy dealing with other things, so she didn't stay in the Tang family's house for lunch. She planned to meet Leng Xiaoting first, then go to look at the garment factories together before she flew to City D. She wouldn't come back today, so she parked the car in the parking lot of the Tang family's house. The car cost over 10 million yuan, and she didn't dare to leave it at the airport. After meeting Leng Xiaoting, they went to check the garment factories together. The factories were all located in the suburbs or somewhere near the suburbs, and the first garment factory Gu Ning and Leng Xiaohao visited was in a suburb. Because the clothing it produced wasn't a famous brand, the garment factory wasn't very big. It was a medium-sized garment factory. It was a 4-story single building, and the size of each story was slightly bigger than a basketball playground. It was enough in Gu Ning's eyes. After having a short tour around it, Gu Ning decided to buy it. There were around 60 workers in the factory, including 10 or so supervisors, and the rest were common workers. The garment factory needed to stop working for a short time, but the workers would be paid as usual. And Gu Ning decided to deal with other things concerning the factory when she came back from City D. At the same time, Qiao Guanxiang was undergoing mental torture because of Xia Yichu. Hours later, Lu Gu finally called him back. But it wasn't good news. Guanxiang, I can't find the two people in the pictures. Could they have left City B already? Lu Gu asked. Qiao Guanxiang also had the same idea but refused to believe it. However, Lu Gu failed to find them in City B, so it was likely that they had already left. Where did they go? Although Lu Gu was a member of a gang, he wasn't an important figure in the gang, so his ability was limited. Qiao Guanxiang didn't have the connections to check Xia Yichu's and Xia Yidong's ID cards to see whether they had booked tickets to another city either. Lu Gu failed to help him find Xia Yichu and Xia Yidong, but Qiao Guanxiang still had to pay 50,000 yuan. What should we do? What should we do now? Pei Hina was in despair. If they couldn't find Xia Yichu, they were doomed. Qiao Guanxiang was also hopeless, but he refused to accept it. When Gu Ning and Lang Xiaoting left the factory, it was already 3:30 p.m., so they went to the airport right away. It was almost 8 p.m. when they arrived at the airport of City D, and they took a taxi heading straight downtown once they walked out of the airport. Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry to contact Chu Peihan and the others today, and she planned to call them tomorrow. For now, they needed to dine first and went to book a hotel. In City B, Pan Zirwei was having fun with his friends in a private room in a high-end clubhouse. Zirwei, it's been so many days. Why hasn't your boss called you yet? The man who had told Pan Zirwei to invite Gu Ning out to have fun with them airily asked him again. This man was named Feng Xian. He was 28 years old and was a vice general manager of a construction company. The reason he kept mentioning Gu Ning wasn't because he was interested in Gu Ning, but because he wanted to be close to the Tang family. Feng Xian approached the Tang family for a reason, of course. The government of City B was going to develop a tourist destination this year, and gave an order that only 5 companies could be involved in this project. The Tang family was very likely to be a dominant one among them, so Feng Xian was ambitious to build a close relationship with the Tang family. With his connection with the Tang family, he could easily win a seat for his construction company. Moreover, as long as he got to know the Tang family, it would be greatly helpful for him to run his business. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei stopped drinking, then realized that Gu Ning hadn't contacted him in many days. She's probably busy. Feng Xian, on the other hand, doubted Pan Zirwei's relationship with Gu Ning. If they were really close, why hadn't Gu Ning called him in so long? Even so, Feng Xian couldn't say it aloud, because he still had hope to meet Gu Ning if he maintained the friendship with Pan Zirwei. What's your aim? Why do you keep mentioning Miss Gu? Guanbin asked. He thought that Feng Xian could be interested in Gu Ning. Pan Zirwei, at the same time, looked at Feng Xian with suspicion. Feng Xian, however, denied it at once. I just heard from you that she's really awesome, so I want to meet her. That's all. Well, let me be honest with you. It's impossible that my boss will be interested in you, Pan Zirwei said plainly. Hearing that, Feng Xian pulled his lips. He wasn't interested in Gu Ning. But what Pan Zirwei said hurt his self-esteem, so he asked, why? Because my boss isn't only beautiful and good at kung fu. Most importantly, she's only an 18-year-old, senior high school student, Pan Zirwei said. He implied that there was a huge age gap between Feng Xian and his boss, so it was impossible that they would be together. Feng Xian was shocked by Gu Ning's age. He didn't expect that Gu Ning could be so successful at such a young age. Haha! My boss isn't a simple girl. Seeing Feng Xian being so shocked, Pan Zirwei was very proud, as if the person who was so successful was him. Everyone except Feng Xian had already heard of Gu Ning's achievements, so none of them felt that it was an exaggeration, but thought that Gu Ning had accomplished much more besides. Wow, I'm impressed, Feng Xian said. At the same time, 2 middle-aged men were discussing something while sitting on a sofa in a study on the 2nd floor of a 3-story house which was located somewhere near a suburb of City B. One of them was Tang Deming, while the other was Tang Xinrui's father, Tang Weiyong. The talk between Tang Deming and Tang Wei-yong on the phone last time was enough to prove that Tang Wei-yong had a long-standing grudge against the Tang family and had secretly attacked Tang Yunfan many times. In fact, the accident Tang Yunfan encountered in City F was also arranged by Tang Wei-yong. However, none of the Tang family was aware of that. Although the Tang family was very powerful, its enemies were everywhere. Most importantly, the Tang family all believed that Tang Wei-yong was dead. It was a story which could be dated back to 18 years ago when Tang Yunfan came back after he had disappeared for a whole year. 19 years ago, Tang Haifeng's younger brother, Tang Haiming, had schemed against Tang Yunfan, and Tang Yunfan had almost been killed. Tang Wei-yong was precisely Tang Haiming's son. A year later, when Tang Yunfan came back home, Tang Haiming and Tang Wei-yong's scheme was exposed, so they fled along with their family. In the process of arrest, unfortunately, Tang Haiming died in a car accident, while Tang Wei-yong was seriously injured. Only his wife and children survived. The chief culprits were Tang Haiming and Tang Wei-yong, and Tang Wei-yong's wife and daughter were innocent, so Tang Haifeng didn't punish them. After that, they heard that Tang Wei-yong was dead. But none of them went to check or saw it in person because it wasn't important for the Tang family back then. Unexpectedly, precisely because of that, Tang Wei-yong was back and continued to scheme against the Tang family now. Now, Tang Wei-yong's daughter, Tang Xinrui, had sneaked into the Tang Huang group. Once everything was ready, they would act, and they were determined to take the Tang Huang group back. Of course, Tang Xinrui had changed her name and identity, so nobody would know her relationship with Tang Wei-yong. The latest news: a mother and daughter often visit the Tang family's house these days. Their relationship with the Tang family isn't clear yet, but they seem to be related to Tang Yunfan, Tang Deming said. Tang Deming was from a branch of the Tang family. He hadn't participated in the scheme against Tang Yunfan, and he never thought to betray the Tang family. However, he later received a lot of favors from Tang Wei-yong and was brainwashed by Tang Wei-yong too. So he was now willing to do anything for Tang Wei-yong. Hearing that, Tang Wei-yong squinted a little, and his eyes looked dangerous. He asked, "Do you mean that the mother and daughter may be Tang Yunfan's woman and daughter?" Yes. Tang Deming did have that thought. Of course, it was just a thought, but they couldn't ignore it since they were doubtful. If so, Tang Yunfan hid his secret very well. Nobody was able to discover it during the past years. Tang Wei-yong wore an evil expression right now. Once Tang Yunfan had an accident, they appeared. "I'm afraid that they just want to compete for the properties of the Tang family." Tang Wei-yong believed that it had to be the truth. If the girl was really Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, she was very likely to inherit the properties of the Tang family. However, Tang Huang Group was his prey, and he would never allow others to grab it from him. "I'll arrange some people to make it clear. If they're Tang Yunfan's family, they can't be left alive," Tang Wei-yong said coldly and ruthlessly. No matter who his stumbling block was, he would remove him or her. A touch of cruelty flashed through Tang Deming's eyes. He actually had the same idea as Tang Wei-yong. Tang Wei-yong took a sip of tea, then asked, "Oh, what do they have in mind now?" They were, of course, Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan, who had abstained. Tang Deming seemed displeased and said in a low voice, "They didn't give me a clear answer. It seems that they'll remain neutral and are unwilling to get involved in our fight. Although it wouldn't affect their plans, they had to make more effort without their support. However, it wasn't a bad result that they remained neutral instead of supporting Tang Haifeng." "Well, two old cowards." Tang Wei-yong snorted with disdain. In his eyes, neutrality was just an excuse. In fact, Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan were just timid and afraid. They were afraid of failure because they would lose everything they had now once they failed. Tang Wei-yong understood why they chose to abstain, because the odds of success were really small at the moment. Therefore, Tang Wei-yong decided to give up on them. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to Huangdang Hotel after their meal. Because Gu Ning gave her black card to Chu Peihan, Leng Xiaoting booked a new room for them. Gu Ning was still on her period, so Leng Xiaoting couldn't have sex with her, but just kissed her for a while before they went to bed. The next morning, Gu Ning called Chu Peihan. When Chu Peihan's phone rang, it was just 7 a.m. Chu Peihan thought that it was her alarm ringing. so she got up at once. However, when she noticed that it was Gu Ning's call, she was surprised. "Hey boss." Chu Peihan knew that Gu Ning would come here today, but she didn't expect that Gu Ning would call her so early. "I'm in Huangdeng Hotel now," Gu Ning said. "What?" Chu Peihan was surprised again. "You're already here?" "Yes, are you up now?" Gu Ning asked. "Not yet, but I'll get up soon," Chu Peihan said. "Great. Have breakfast with me downstairs at 7:30 a.m. I'll call Hao Ran as well," Gu Ning said before she hung up, and Chu Peihan got up without delay. Gu Ning called Hao Ran later, and Hao Ran was as surprised as Chu Peihan when he received Gu Ning's call. After receiving Gu Ning's call, they all got up in a hurry. Although Gu Ning told them to meet her at 7:30 a.m., they all gathered together at the dining hall on the first floor when it was just 7:15 a.m. When they saw that Gu Ning came with Leng Xiaoting, they were surprised, then stood up to greet them. They were in awe of Leng Xiaoting, because he was the youngest major general in this country. There were few people who had the chance to dine with a major general, and their friends would be envious of them. In fact, it was a test of psychological quality to dine with Leng Xiaoting, because they all felt stressed when Leng Xiaoting sat next to them. "Boss, did you come here yesterday?" Chu Peihan asked. "Yes, but it was too late when we arrived, so I didn't call you," Gu Ning said. "Oh, I heard from Mu Kuo that you won't be attending the rest of the classes in our school, right?" Hao Ran asked. They were kind of used to it because Gu Ning was always absent from classes. "Yes, I'm very busy these days, so I'll attend the National College Entrance Examination directly," Gu Ning said. "What?" Hearing that, they were all astonished. They knew that Gu Ning was academically inclined so she could be absent from classes, but would their principal agree? Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was very pleased because he could meet Gu Ning whenever he was free from now on. He didn't need to wait for her until her classes were over anymore. "Did you talk to our head teacher? Did she agree?" "I called our principal and he agreed," Gu Ning said. After breakfast, it was still early, so they left for the hotel where Lu Zhan stayed a little later. Gu Ning had told Lu Zhan to buy an exclusive car for the crew, a small truck to move the equipment, a medium bus for the staff, and the actors could either take their own cars or local rented cars. Therefore, the crew was able to use their own cars and only the actors were transferred by hotel buses. They weren't famous actors after all, so none of them asked for an exclusive car. When Lu Zhan saw Gu Ning, he was surprised, because he didn't know that she would be coming. "Oh, hi, Miss Gu." Lu Zhan welcomed her. He didn't call her boss in front of others. "Good morning, Miss Gu." Su Tongnua and the others greeted her too. Although the other staff in the crew didn't know that Gu Ning was the sole investor of this film yet, they understood that she had to be an important figure from the way the actors and Lu Zhan treated her. Lu Zhan and the group of actors went on a large bus and they were all stunned by Leng Xiaoting. They guessed that he had to be a star that Gu Ning had just hired. Since Gu Ning wasn't in the bus and there were only strangers around him, Leng Xiaoting sat alone in the front seats, keeping a distance from others. Accordingly, nobody dared to greet or talk to him. When they were about to set off, Gu Ning came back and sat right by Leng Xiaoting's side, so Leng Xiaoting became more gentle. The bus moved ahead soon, but Gu Ning didn't introduce Leng Xiaoting to the others in the bus, and nobody asked her who he was. If everything went well, they could finish the scene at Chongyang Mountain this morning. After shooting in the morning, they went back to dine in the hotel. Although it wasn't a 4-star or 5-star hotel, the food there was much better than takeout. In the following days, they were going to shoot in the Radio and Television University in City D. Zhang Bowen had talked to its principal in person, so it was settled quickly. Chu Peihan and the others' part in the film was mainly a story of a ghost in the mine. In the scene, a professor heard news about the ancient grave, so he went there with a few students. The scene only lasted around dozens of seconds in the film. Apart from that, they also needed many students to be extras, so they cooperated with some students who majored in broadcasting. Some of those extras would play roles in the film, so Lu Zhan signed contracts with them. When the film crew arrived at the school, they attracted a lot of attention from students in the campus. Before long, Chu Peihan and the others finished their acting. However, they didn't leave right away because Gu Ning was still here. After that, they went to gather the students who majored in broadcasting to shoot the next scene. However, a girl was absent. She played an important role in the scene, so they couldn't start to shoot if she was absent. Lu Zhan was a little mad, because they had already signed the contract. If she was absent, it was a breach of contract. Most importantly, it would waste their time of shooting. Their head teacher, Xiao Yan, called the girl at once, but the girl's phone was off. "Does any one of you know where Zhang Yihan is now?" Xiao Yan asked. Zhang Yihan was the absent girl. "No idea," everyone said. Right at this moment, a gentle female voice sounded at the door of the classroom. "Excuse me, Ms. Qiao." Hearing that, everyone looked to her. It was a pretty girl named Ling Xixue who studied in the next classroom and also majored in broadcasting. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yan asked. "Well, I went to have lunch with Zhang Yihan this afternoon, but she accidentally fell on our way back and she was seriously injured, so I sent her to the hospital. Her phone was running out of power, and she didn't remember your phone number, so she told me to come back and tell you she feels guilty that she's absent, and she's willing to let me play her role," Ling Xixue said, but a touch of evil flashed through her eyes, which was caught by Gu Ning. Gu Ning squinted at her. "She's lying." "Well," Xiao Yan turned to look at Lu Zhan. "Director Lu, what do you think?" Lu Zhan said, "It's not easy to replace an actress after we have already chosen the right person, especially when we've signed the contract. Since Zhang Yihan can't finish her acting now, she should end the contract with us first, and then we can choose another girl to play the role." It seemed like Lu Zhan was cold-blooded because the first thing he did after he found out that the actress was injured was to replace her. However, rules were rules. If you couldn't finish your work, you would be fired. In addition, Lu Zhan didn't say that Ling Xixue could get the role right away. The right of choice still laid in Lu Zhan's hands. Lu Zhan actually didn't discover anything wrong with Ling Xixue, but it was just his way of doing his job. Lu Zhan had signed Zhang Yihan because he thought that she was suitable for the role. Hearing that, Ling Xixue panicked a little, but soon calmed herself down. "Can't I replace her? It was Zhang Yihan who told me to come here." Lu Zhan frowned in annoyance. "I said that it's not easy to choose an actor who's suitable for the role. If you want the role, you need to do the audition." Ling Xixue was upset. She did want to win the role on her own, but Lu Zhan hadn't chosen her in the audition. Zhang Yihan was Lu Zhan's first choice. Then there was another girl, and Ling Xixue was ranked third. Even if Lu Zhan was going to replace Zhang Yihan, Ling Xixue wouldn't be his first choice either. "Ms. Qiao, I'm afraid that we can't shoot today, and I'll arrange someone to visit the girl in the hospital with you. If she can't finish her part, we need to end the contract and choose another girl. If she can recover by tomorrow, we'll go on," Lu Zhan said. It was an accident, so Lu Zhan was willing to give her another chance. "Sure," Xiao Yan said. After that, Louis Chen and Xiao Yan went to visit Zhang Yihan together. Before they left, Gu Ning took out a porcelain bottle, giving it to Louis Chen. She told Louis Chen to pour some water in the bottle and help Zhang Yihan apply the water around the wound, so that Zhang Yihan could recover soon and come back to finish her acting tomorrow. If Zhang Yihan had a wound, it was better to apply the medicine to help her recover. Since Zhang Yihan was the actress chosen by Lu Zhan, Gu Ning was willing to help her. As for whether Ling Xixue was involved in the accident which had happened to Zhang Yihan, Gu Ning wasn't interested. Louis Chen was doubtful about the effect of the medicine that Gu Ning gave him, but he trusted that Gu Ning did it out of kindness, so he took it. When they separated, Gu Ning went back to the hotel. Chu Peihan and the others didn't play important roles in the film, so the crew didn't hold an ending ceremony for them, but gave each of them a red envelope. Gu Ning, of course, would thank them later. After sending the actors to the hotel, Gu Ning said to Lu Zhan, "Uncle Lu, we'll go back later, and you need to go to the Huangdeng Hotel with me to do registration before you drive the bus back to the hotel where you stay." In the morning, Gu Ning had already told the manager of the Huangdeng Hotel about the bus. Because Gu Ning had the black card, she had the right to enjoy all the services of the hotel for free. The manager also agreed to let them use the car, but the user needed to do registration and sign an agreement. If the bus was damaged, they had to pay compensation. "No problem," Lu Zhan said. Louis Chen arrived at the hospital to visit Zhang Yihan, and her family was also there. To Lu Yichen's astonishment, Jiang Yihan's father was Jiang Bowen, who was the mayor. Xiao Yan was aware of that, but she also kept it a secret because Jiang Yihan kept a low profile in the school, and only a few people knew that Jiang Yihan was the mayor's daughter. Nice to meet you, Mayor Jiang. Xiao Yan greeted him with great respect. Ms. Xiao, nice to meet you, Jiang Bowen said politely, then looked to Lu Yichen with confusion. Mr. Lu, why did you come here? Although Jiang Bowen had helped the crew find a school to cooperate with them, he had no idea that his daughter, Jiang Yihan, had joined the crew too, and Jiang Yihan also didn't dare to tell him. Jiang Yihan loved acting ever since she was a child, and her dream was to be an actress. But her family disagreed, so she took a step back and majored in broadcasting. Therefore, when Lu Yichen showed up in her patient room, Jiang Yihan was surprised and panicked. She knew that her father was going to find out sooner or later, so she remained silent, preparing to be criticized. Jiang Yihan was a good-looking girl. Although she wasn't stunning, she was still attractive. We're here to visit Jiang Yihan because she is playing a role in our film. We heard that she accidentally fell and was injured, so we come here, Lu Yichen said. However, Jiang Bowen wasn't mad after hearing that. He was surprised but didn't criticize Jiang Yihan. It was because Gu Ning was the investor of this film. Gu Ning planned to shoot the film in order to cover the zombie issue, and he was in charge of it now. If it couldn't be handled well, he could lose his job. Therefore, Gu Ning did him a great favor. Even though he wasn't willing to let his daughter enter the entertainment industry, he wouldn't stop her from joining the film crew. Oh, but I'm afraid Yihan has to withdraw because her injury couldn't heal within a short time, Jiang Bowen said in a sad tone. Hearing that, Jiang Yihan rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe her ears. Why did her father feel sorry for that? Before Lu Yichen said a word, Xiao Yan opened her mouth. Mayor Jiang, we came here to check Yihan's condition. If she can't finish her part, she probably needs to end the contract with the crew. I'm sorry. It's fine, Jiang Bowen said. Mayor Jiang, actually, our boss told me to give this to Yihan. It's a special medicine which can help her recover quickly, so that she can keep acting tomorrow, Lu Yichen said, and felt a little nervous because he wasn't sure whether it was true. Your boss? Do you mean Gu Ning? Is she in City D now? Jiang Bowen was surprised. Yes, Lu Yichen said. Thanks, Jiang Bowen said. He still remembered that Gu Ning had saved many people's lives with her special medicine back when they had encountered a zombie at Changyang Mountain. Lu Yichen was struck dumb for a second. He didn't expect that Jiang Bowen would trust Gu Ning without hesitation. It seemed Jiang Bowen knew that the medicine was different. Without further talking, Lu Yichen took out the porcelain bottle and poured some water into it as Gu Ning had told him. The power crystal melted immediately. A nurse walked over with a cotton swab in her hands, but she hesitated to unwrap the bandages around Jiang Yihan's wound. The wound is already wrapped well, and it's not suitable to unwrap it now. The nurse wasn't arguing with Jiang Bowen. She just did her job as a nurse. It's fine. Unwrap it, Jiang Bowen insisted. Seeing that, the nurse followed his order to apply the water medicine for Jiang Yihan. Jiang Yihan didn't know whether this medicine was really effective, but she hoped that she could recover as soon as possible. In the beginning, she thought that it would be painful when the medicine was applied over the wound. However, when the medicine touched the wound, she didn't feel any pain, just coldness. After a few minutes, the wound changed significantly and faded by a third. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Even Jiang Bowen, who knew that this medicine wasn't simple, couldn't stay calm. It isn't painful now. Jiang Yihan was surprised as well as excited. She tried to move her legs, then felt a little pain because it took time for the wound to heal completely. Even so, Jiang Yihan was still satisfied. Jiang Bowen, on the other hand, called Gu Ning at once. When Gu Ning received Jiang Bowen's call, she had just gone back to the Huangdeng Hotel for a short time and was still registering at the reception. Hi, Mayor Jiang, Gu Ning said. Miss Gu, why didn't you tell me that you came to City D? Jiang Bowen said. Gu Ning helped him a lot, so he wanted to thank her. Gu Ning was surprised. Mayor Jiang, how did you know? Well, my daughter is studying in the Radio and Television University, and she joined your film crew, but she was injured today so she can't finish her part. Mr. Lu came to visit her with your special medicine, and then I heard that you're in City D now, Zhang Bowen said, then thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Miss Gu, thank you so much for your medicine. My daughter feels much better now. Hearing that, Gu Ning was astonished that Zhang Yihan was Zhang Bowen's daughter. What a coincidence. You're welcome. Since she signed the contract with my film crew, I should help her if she needs, Gu Ning said. Well, Miss Gu, you did me a great favor, Zhang Bowen said. Are you free this afternoon? May I invite you to join a meal with me? Mayor Zhang, I would love to, but I have to leave for City B in a while, Gu Ning said. Zhang Bowen was a little disappointed, but didn't insist. Please call me the next time you come to City D. Sure, Gu Ning said. Lu Zhan finished registration at the hotel, then drove the bus away. Chu Peihan and the others went to their rooms to pack up, while Gu Ning booked plane tickets for them after she hung up the call with Zhang Bowen. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was checking the plane tickets to City B. Besides plane tickets, Gu Ning also prepared a thick red envelope for each of them. Chu Peihan and the others would leave for City F at 5:35 p.m., while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would fly to City B at 5:50 p.m., so they could go to the airport together. It was only 3:30 p.m. when they all got back to the hotel, so they still had 2 hours. After packing up and checking out at the reception, it was already 4 p.m., so they took a taxi heading to the airport. On the way to the airport, Gu Ning took out 3 thick red envelopes, then gave them to her friends. You did the acting for free, so I've prepared red envelopes for you. Wow, it's so thick. Thanks, boss. They took the red envelopes and thanked Gu Ning. They had taken far more expensive gifts from Gu Ning, so a thick red envelope was nothing. There was 12,000 yuan in each of the red envelopes Gu Ning sent to them because the number had a special meaning. Half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. When they got the boarding cards and waited in the lounge, it was almost 5 p.m. 20 minutes later, Chu Peihan and the others boarded. So only Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were left there. Ning, will you go back to your house tonight? Leng Xiaoting asked Gu Ning. However, he was expecting her to say no. I'll call my mom first when we're back in City B. If she's fine, I can stay outside, Gu Ning said. She was still worried about Gu Man. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Man was his future mother-in-law after all. Chu Peihan and the others arrived at City F at 6:40 p.m., while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't arrive at City B until 9 p.m. However, when it was about 8 p.m., a scary scene appeared in Gu Ning's mind. In the vision, an MPV hit the private car in which Gu Man and a chauffeur sent by the Tang family drove, on a road with little traffic. Although nobody was injured, it wasn't a simple car accident. When the private car was forced to stop after the heavy knock, 4 men suddenly got out of the MPV, and they were all wearing masks, so nobody could see their faces. Once they were out of the MPV, they caught Gu Man and the chauffeur. Although the chauffeur struggled, he was easily beaten down by those bulky men. Both Gu Man and the chauffeur were abducted within a few minutes. Gu Ning's face turned pale at once and her body was trembling in fear, anger, and worry. Ning, what happened? Leng Xiaoting was surprised. I had a terrible premonition. I think my mom is in danger, Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoting understood that Gu Ning's premonitions were always right, so he felt nervous and concerned too. However, they were still on a plane and it was impossible for them to check Gu Man's condition now. Ning, don't worry. Your mother will be fine. Gu Ning also knew that she couldn't contact her mother now because she was on a plane, so she did her best to calm herself down and hoped that Gu Man would be safe. No matter who did that to her mother, she would pay them back. In City B, the traffic police arrived at the scene soon after the car accident happened, but there was nobody left there except the broken private car. The traffic police were confused, then checked the surveillance cameras, and saw the exact same scene that had appeared in Gu Ning's mind. The traffic police checked the license plates at once, and it turned out that the number plate of the MPV was fake, while that of the private car belonged to the Tang family. Knowing that, everyone in the traffic police team panicked, and they immediately took action to search for the missing victims. The moment their leader heard that the Tang family was involved in this car accident, he didn't hesitate to call the Tang family. When the Tang family heard that Gu Man was abducted, they were all scared too and did everything they could to find Gu Man. Of course, they had to let Gu Ning know too. However, Gu Ning's phone was powered off. Apparently, the group of people who had abducted Gu Man were fully prepared. So Tang Haifeng failed to find Gu Man and the chauffeur even though he did everything he could right away. The Tang family only found the MPV, which was abandoned on a small road in a suburb. The number plate of the MPV was fake, so they couldn't find its owner. Besides, there were no surveillance cameras around the place where the car was abandoned. When it was 9 p.m., the plane finally landed at the airport of City B. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the airport in a hurry. The moment they were out, Gu Ning turned on her phone and saw many missed calls from Tang Haifeng. Without a doubt, Gu Ning knew that Gu Man had to be in danger now, so she called Tang Haifeng back. "Ning Ning, your mother was abducted," Tang Haifeng said once Gu Ning called him. "What do we know?" Gu Ning asked. "Those bulky men all had masks on their faces, so we don't know who they are. And the number plate of the MPV is fake, so we can't find its owner. We followed the surveillance cameras and found a small road, but there was only an abandoned car without any people around," Tang Haifeng said. "Tell me the location and I'll check it myself," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng knew that Gu Ning was back in City B now and he sent the location to her without delay. Leng Xiaoting drove the car Shengshe group, prepared for him at the highest speed to the location where the abandoned MPV was founded. Within 20 minutes, they arrived. However, even though they came here, they didn't know which direction those men had escaped in. Gu Ning immediately used her jade eyes to scan the surroundings, hoping to find something that might have been lost by those men. Unfortunately, she found nothing. Right when Gu Ning was in despair, a picture flashed by her eyes, and it showed the direction in which Gu Man and the chauffeur were dragged. "This way," Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting, then ran in that direction. Because it was a wasteland, they couldn't drive but had to walk. After running for about 100 meters, Gu Ning stopped, because she lost the direction again. Gu Ning had her jade eyes, so she was able to see things clearly in the night, but Leng Xiaoting couldn't. Therefore, Gu Ning gave him the night luminescent pearl, and they started to search for traces of people's footsteps. Before long, Gu Ning found some, so they ran ahead following the traces. They followed the traces for over 300 meters, then came to another small road with traces of tire tracks. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoyu thought that those men might have taken another car to escape after they had dragged Gu Man and the chauffeur here. Nevertheless, there were no surveillance cameras here, so they didn't know which direction the car left in. Accordingly, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had to search for them in two opposite directions. Gu Ning ran rapidly ahead, checking the surroundings at the same time. She knew that they could have stopped anywhere by the road. Gu Ning couldn't figure out why those people had to abduct Gu Man. Gu Man just came to City B, and she stayed in the Tang family's house or Gu Ning's house the entire time. It wasn't likely that Gu Man had annoyed someone. Or, did Gu Ning ignore something? Gu Ning wasn't very clear about the Tang family's history, so she didn't know that Gu Man was abducted precisely because of the Tang family. It was a long, thin road, and Leng Xiaoting ran for over 10 minutes before he finally found a broad road. Luckily, there were surveillance cameras at the intersection. Leng Xiaoting immediately made a call. "Check the surveillance cameras of a place to see the vehicles which have appeared within 2 hours. Find the owner of the MPV according to its license plate. I'll send you my location." Because Leng Xiaohao didn't know where it was, he sent the mobile location over. After that, he called Gu Ning at once. "You can wait there and keep on tracing after you get the answer. I haven't found any useful information here, so I'll walk ahead," Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoting was just investigating, but hadn't found Gu Man yet, so she couldn't give up. "Sure. You have to be careful and call me whenever you find anything useful," Leng Xiaoting said. Although he was worried about Gu Ning's safety, they had to search for Gu Man in different directions. "I will," Gu Ning said, then hung up. She went further ahead in the following hours, and there were no villages around, but Gu Ning had no intention to turn back, and went further and further along the road. About 20 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting received a call. The surveillance cameras of this intersection were destroyed at around 6 p.m., and only the surveillance cameras of the roads on both sides of the intersection were still working within 2 hours. A total of 116 vehicles passed through the broad road. The information on the license plate numbers, owner and model, and the exact times the vehicles passed had been sent to his mailbox. Continue to track the whereabouts of these vehicles to see whether anything unusual happens, said Ling, shouting. Even though he got the information on these vehicles, he didn't know which one was abnormal. However, since the surveillance cameras of this intersection were destroyed in the afternoon, there was a possibility of 80% that this was where the kidnappers had passed, or it was just a trick to attract their attention away from the right direction the kidnappers escaped in. In the process of tracing them, Ling Xiaoting sensed that their enemy was very brilliant, so it was possible that they were being trapped. Ling Xiaoting called Gu Ning again, but Gu Ning's phone was busy. Gu Ning was actually talking to a man who called her using Gu Man's mobile phone. You are Gu Ning, right? Come alone to the abandoned warehouse at the western suburb. I'll tell you the specific address when you arrive there. Remember, you must come alone. If I see anyone following behind you, your mother will be punished. No problem, Gu Ning said coldly with a serious look on her face. She didn't threaten the man on the phone, in case he would be annoyed and hurt Gu Man. After that, Gu Ning immediately clicked the map open on her mobile phone to search for the location of the abandoned warehouse at the western suburb. Coincidentally, Gu Ning was precisely at the western suburb now, but she was still 1 kilometer away from the abandoned warehouse. Gu Ning didn't tell Ling Xiaoting that she just received a strange man's call because the man had warned her to come alone. She was also confident that she could handle it well on her own. Gu Ning was sure that it was a trick now, because the abandoned warehouse in the western suburb was located in the opposite direction from Ling Xiaoting. She figured out that the man was actually aiming to hurt her after receiving the call. She had made many enemies in business till now, but she didn't know who did this to her mother. No matter who he or she was, Gu Ning was determined to pay him or her back. Without hesitation, Gu Ning ran to the abandoned warehouse in the western suburb. In the Tang family's house, Tang Yunfan's fingers moved a little, and he mumbled with anxiety and fear. Man, please, please. It seemed like Tang Yunfan was regaining his consciousness and the memory about Gu Man, but no one knew what had happened in his dream that made him so anxious. All of a sudden, Tang Yunfan's closed eyes opened and he sat up abruptly. He looked around, but there was nobody in his room, so he got out of his bed and walked out. In the living hall, the members of the Tang family were gathered, except for Chao Ruihua, his military force, and Chao Wenjun, together with his criminal police force, who were out to search for Gu Man. Tang Yunrong and Chao Wenxin were also here waiting for the information. It's been so long. Could anything bad have happened to Gu Man? Tang Yunrong was nervous. Don't worry. She'll be fine, Zhang Lihua said to comfort her. Gu Man just came to City B, and she stayed in our house or Ningning's house all the time. Why did she suddenly get abducted? Tang Yunrong couldn't figure it out. What? Man was abducted? Right at this moment, a shocked male voice sounded from upstairs, which surprised everyone in the hall. They looked over with one accord, then saw Tang Yunfan walking down in a hurry. Did you say man was abducted? Tang Yunfan asked anxiously when he walked closer to them. Yunfan, you're awake. However, Tang Yunfan wasn't in the mood to care about his condition. All he wanted to know was what had happened to Gu Man. Tang Yunhang explained it to Tang Yunfan at once. When the chauffeur drove Gu Man back today, a MVP hit the private car to make it stop. Then several men abducted Gu Man and the chauffeur. We've sent out many people to search for them, but we haven't heard any good news yet. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan was mad. The person who sent those men to abduct Man must be our Tang family's enemy, Tang Yunfan said. If not, Gu Man wouldn't have been abducted, because she just came to City B and hadn't annoyed anyone. What? Everyone was shocked. If the person behind the abduction was really the Tang family's enemy, why didn't he abduct a member of them, but chose Gu Man? Had they found out about Gu Man's relationship with the Tang family? If not, Gu Man wouldn't have been abducted, because she just came to City B and hadn't annoyed anyone. In that case, Gu Man was totally a victim. I need to find her, Tang Yunfan said, running outside. Yunfan, Tang Yunhang wanted to stop him, but was interrupted by Tang Haifeng. Let him go. He just woke up. It's very dangerous if he runs out like that. Tang Yunhang was worried. He admitted that he was selfish and chose Tang Yunfan over Guman. He did feel sorry for Guman, but it was a fact that Tang Yunfan was more important for their family. Didn't you hear how Yunfan addressed Guman? If I guess correctly, he already regained his memory about her, Tang Haifeng said. Hearing that, everyone was surprised again. What? Yunfan regained his memory about Guman? Tang Haifeng added. In addition, Guman was abducted because of our Tang family. It's already very inappropriate that we are staying at home. If we stop Yunfan from finding her now, Ningning and Guman will feel heartbroken. Although they had sent many people out to search for Guman, Tang Haifeng still felt guilty that they didn't do it themselves, so he wouldn't stop Tang Yunfan from doing so. He didn't go out to search for Guman because he was too old, and Tang Yunhang had to stay home to protect them. The rest of the people in the Tang family were all females, so they couldn't help. Therefore, Tang Yunfan was the perfect person to do that. Tang Yunhang agreed with Tang Haifeng, so he said nothing. All they could do now was to hope that they would get back home safely. Who's the person behind this abduction? Tang Yunrong asked. There were so many enemies of the Tang family, so she didn't know who the person could be. Tang Haifeng, as the most sophisticated man in this family, opened his mouth again. If the person behind this abduction is really our Tang family's enemy, he must be aware of Guman's relationship with us. If he knows Guman, he must know Ningning too. If he's able to know that, he should be a person who's familiar with Yunfan. I think he also has something to do with the accident which happened to Yunfan. Tang Deming was the first in our business group one who found out that Yunfan was unconscious, so the person must have a connection with Tang Deming too. Tang Deming is ambitious. They must be planning to remove Ningning from their way to the chairman's seat of Tang Huang Group. However, Ningning wasn't in City B, so they abducted Guman. Although it was just a guess, everyone thought that it was highly possible. If so, will he call Ningning to rescue Guman so that they can catch Ningning at the same time? Tang Yunhang said worriedly. Hearing that, everyone was astonished. I'll call Ningning right now, Tang Haifeng said. When Guning's phone vibrated in her pocket, she had already arrived outside of the abandoned warehouse, so it wasn't convenient for her to answer Tang Haifeng's call. Instead, she sent Tang Haifeng a message telling him it wasn't a right time. Reading Gu Ning's message, Tang Haifeng stopped calling her. When Gu Ning approached the abandoned warehouse, she didn't immediately call Gu Man, because she decided to attack those kidnappers and catch them by surprise. With the help of her jade eyes, it shouldn't be hard for her to find Gu Man. A while later, Gu Ning received Tang Haifeng's messages, and she realized that it really was a trap. However, it was too late because Gu Ning was already here. Gu Ning sent a message back to Tang Haifeng and told him that she would be careful, then kept searching for Gu Man. Tang Haifeng was too worried about Gu Ning's safety, so he forgot to tell her that Tang Yunfan was awake now. After a while, Gu Ning finally saw 4 men in the completely dark warehouse, but Gu Man was absent. They really aimed to catch Gu Ning. Even so, Gu Ning wouldn't leave because she had to find out where Gu Man was from their mouths. Hey Z, would the girl called Gu Ning dare to come here? Will she call the police? A man asked with doubt. Although Gu Ning said that she would come alone as they ordered, he didn't believe that a young girl would have the courage to meet them. Since she said yes, I bet that she'll come, because her mother is in our hands now. Moreover, I heard that the young girl isn't simple, so we must be careful. Hey Z said. She's merely a young girl. What can she do to us? A man said with disdain. Exactly, but the girl is really beautiful. I feel sexually excited already seeing her picture. If the person who hired us allows us to touch her, I want to have some fun. Haha. A man said with an evil smile on his face. Me too. Once it's done, let's go find some women to have some fun together. Another man said. Hearing their talk, Gu Ning was furious. She kicked the door open all of a sudden and attacked them before they were prepared. Because Gu Ning showed up unexpectedly, those men were soon beaten down before they could fight back. Gu Ning attacked their most vulnerable parts without hesitation, and they screamed from the pain. Gu Ning beat them down with great force because she felt very disgusted. All those men were on the ground moaning in pain within seconds. To their astonishment, this young girl was very strong and could easily beat them down like lightning. Gu Ning took out ropes and tied them up, so that it was impossible for them to struggle, let alone escape. After that, she stared straight at them and asked in a cold voice, "Where's my mother?" Gu Ning's sharp eyes, cold expression, and imposing manner made them feel shocked and oppressed. They even felt the chill from the bottom of their feet and trembled in fear. However, they still refused to tell her. "I think that you better let us go. If you dare to kill any of us, your mother won't stay alive. Do you think that I wouldn't dare to hurt you?" Saying that, Gu Ning took out a gun all of a sudden, then aimed at one man's shoulder. Boom! The man shouted in pain and horror. At this moment, they were all scared. This young girl had a gun, and she shot them without blinking her eyes. Obviously, this wasn't the first time that she had shot a man. "Tell me or get killed?" Gu Ning was getting increasingly cold, and they almost lost their breath. However, they still didn't give up threatening. "You! How dare you shoot me? We're members of the Kirin gang." The Kirin gang? Gu Ning squinted in greater coldness. But she didn't jump to the conclusion that the Kirin gang had abducted Gu Man just because they were members of it. She knew that gangsters would do anything for money, so she wasn't sure whether they had been hired by someone else to abduct Gu Man. Therefore, Gu Ning glared at the man and asked seriously, "Do you mean that my mother is in the hands of the Kirin gang?" "Yes, and so what?" the man said arrogantly. He believed that this young girl had to be afraid of the Kirin gang. Gu Ning was indeed worried because the Kirin gang wasn't the Qing gang, and it was common that they would hurt the hostages. Gu Ning was unwilling to waste time, so she stopped talking to them, but called Qi Tianlin at once. When Qi Tianlin received Gu Ning's call, he was surprised. "Miss Gu, I'm surprised that you'd call me. What? Did you win a fortune again at the Earth nightclub?" Qi Tianlin said in annoyance. "I wish, because I can walk out of the Earth nightclub without your help in that case," Gu Ning said. She wasn't in a good mood now. "Well, it seems that you're not in a good mood." Qi Tianlin didn't mind Gu Ning's aggressive attitude because he found something more interesting. Gu Ning had been in a rage when they had fought against each other last time, and she had behaved like a mature woman. However, when she called him this time, she sounded like a girl who was annoyed. "Qi, I don't have time to argue with you now. My mother was abducted at XX Road around 8:10 p.m. today, and the kidnappers claim that they are members of the Kirin gang," Gu Ning said. When those men heard Gu Ning talking with Qi Tianlin on the phone, they were shocked. They couldn't believe that this young girl was able to know their head in the gang. "Really? Give me some time. If it's true, I promise that I'll handle it well," Qi Tianlin said with sincerity. Although Qi Tianlin was still displeased with what Gu Ning had done last time, he didn't hate her. Instead, he had the intention to make friends with her, so he, of course, wouldn't upset her. Gu Man wasn't in this warehouse, and Qi Tianlin promised to help her. So Gu Ning thought that there was no need to stay here any longer. Before Gu Ning left, she unfastened them, but beat them again to vent her anger. They were evil people, but she wasn't willing to be involved in murder just because of them. After that, Gu Ning left with Gu Man's phone. Once she walked away, she called Leng shouting and told him what she had been through. Then they went to meet each other at the place where they had stopped the car. When Leng shouting heard that Gu Ning had gone to meet the kidnappers alone, he was more worried than upset, because he was afraid that Gu Ning might be hurt. However, since Gu Ning was fine now, he didn't mention it. Tang Yunfan was also out for a long time, but he had no idea where Gu Man was. In the end, he went to the place where Gu Man had been seen last, and there was an abandoned MPV. 10 minutes later, Gu Ning received Qi Tianlin's call. Qi Tianlin told her that Gu Man was indeed in the hands of the Kirin gang, and she could go to the Earth nightclub to pick her mother up. Hearing that, Gu Ning was finally relieved, so was Leng shouting. They then drove to the Earth nightclub together. From afar, Gu Ning and Leng shouting noticed a man standing at the accident scene. Gu Ning used her jade eyes so that she could see his face clearly. When she recognized that the man was Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning was surprised that he was already awake. It was obvious that he knew that Gu Man had been abducted. Gu Ning stopped the car and ran to Tang Yunfan at once, followed by Leng Xiaoting. When they moved closer, Leng Xiaoting recognized that the man was Tang Yunfan, and he was surprised too. Tang Yunfan heard the noise, then looked at Gu Ning. He was astonished as well. "Uncle Tang, you're finally awake," Gu Ning said with excitement. Tang Yunfan, however, asked Gu Ning with anxiety, "Ning, how is your mom now?" "My friend has found her, and we can go to pick her up right now," Gu Ning said. Once Tang Yunfan heard that Gu Man was found, he was relieved, and didn't ask Gu Ning for more details. Afterwards, Tang Yunfan left his car at the accident scene and got in Leng Xiaoting's car, then called Quan Mingkai. Quan Mingkai was shocked when he saw that the caller was Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan told him to drive the car back, then hung up before Quan Mingkai could say a word. Without calling back, Quan Mingkai went to drive Tang Yunfan's car back in a hurry. After a long while, Tang Yunfan realized that there was another person in the car. "Ning, this is?" Tang Yunfan asked. "Oh, he's my friend, Leng Xiaoting," Gu Ning said, but didn't tell him that Leng Xiaoting was her boyfriend. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Tang," Leng Xiaoting said. Tang Yunfan was his future father-in-law, so he, of course, should be as polite as possible. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Leng," Tang Yunfan said. He didn't think further about his relationship with Gu Ning. After a while of silence, Tang Yunfan suddenly said, Ning, I remembered everything." Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. Tang Yunfan finally regained the memory about Gu Man. She felt like crying with happiness. "Great, that's great," she said. "Ning, I'm terribly sorry." Tang Yunfan apologized to her. Although he had apologized to Gu Ning before, he had done that as Tang Yunfan, not Gu Ning's biological father. They were in a suburb while the Earth nightclub was located in downtown, and there were many traffic lights along the long distance, so it took them more than half an hour to arrive at the Earth nightclub. "The Kirin gang?" Tang Yunfan frowned when they arrived. "Yes, several members of the Kirin gang abducted my mother, but they aren't important figures in the gang and just took someone else's money. The head of the Kirin gang and I aren't strangers, and he's willing to help me. Don't worry, my mom is safe," Gu Ning said. "What? Qi Tianlin was willing to help you?" Tang Yunfan was astonished. Qi Tianlin was notorious for his arrogance, cruelty, and coldness, and only a few people were able to make friends with him. Tang Yunfan wasn't afraid of him, but was reluctant to have conflict with him. Leng Xiaoting also felt a little uncomfortable when Gu Ning said that Qi Tianlin was willing to help her, but he said nothing. "Xiaoting, please wait for me here." Gu Ning didn't want Leng Xiaoting to meet Qi Tianlin because there was a long-standing grudge between them. All she wanted to do now was to pick Gu Man up and go home as soon as possible. Sure. Leng Xiaoting understood that it wasn't the right time to meet Qi Tianlin, so he agreed. After that, Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan went upstairs. They went to the same private room where Gu Ning had gambled with Qi Tianlin last time. 5 minutes earlier, Gu Man had been sent to this private room. She wasn't physically injured, but this abduction would leave a deep mental scar on her. She felt helpless when she was caught and thought that she was going to die. Unexpectedly, half an hour ago, several rude men who had brought her here apologized to her politely all of a sudden and even begged her to forgive them. In the beginning, Gu Man was so confused. Even though they apologized to her, she still felt quite nervous. A while later, an obtrusive man told her that he was Gu Ning's friend, and that it was Gu Ning who had called him to find her. Gu Man was relieved, but was worried that they did it in order to catch Gu Ning. However, she didn't dare to ask him to call Gu Ning so she could talk to Gu Ning. Qi Tianlin didn't sense Gu Man's worry. He thought that he had already finished his job when he found Gu Man and brought her to a safe place. When Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan showed up together, Gu Man rounded her eyes in shock. Tang Yunfan, on the other hand, looked at Gu Man with love, care, and guilt. He knew that Gu Man had suffered a lot because of him. Qi Tianlin was also surprised when Tang Yunfan, who was a famous figure in City B, appeared in his sight. He didn't realize that Tang Yunfan and Gu Ning closely resembled each other until they showed up together. What is their relationship? Chi Tianlin didn't like gossiping, but he was curious because he had done the background check on Gu Ning, and he knew that Gu Ning was born in a single-parent family. Is Tang Yunfan Gu Ning's biological father? Did Tang Yunfan come here because of Gu Man too? Qin Tianlin thought he found something interesting again. Chairman Tang, welcome. Qi Tianlin greeted Tang Yunfan. Nice to meet you, Tang Yunfan said. Well, they've told me everything. It was a man named Zhang Yongjun who gave them money to abduct your mother and you, but you weren't in City B, so they caught your mother, Qi Tianlin said to Gu Ning. Zhang Yongjun? Neither Tang Yunfan nor Gu Ning had heard of this name, and they soon realized that the man had to be a middleman who was paid to abduct Gu Man for someone else as well. I think that you've already taught those 4 idiots who has abducted your mother an unforgettable lesson, and they're yours now too, Qi Tianlin said. He planned to maintain a good relationship with Gu Ning so he wouldn't protect them. Those hoodlums, however, knelt down on the ground at once and begged him. Please, we won't do it again. Qi Tianlin ignored them. Tang Yunfan and Gu Ning were also determined to pay them back. Please leave with my mother for now. I'll meet you once I'm done, Gu Ning said to Tang Yunfan. She didn't want Gu Man to see the violence. Sure. Tang Yunfan understood that Gu Ning didn't want Gu Man to see the violent scene. Gu Ning walked to Gu Man, but Gu Man was still in shock. Not because Tang Yunfan was awake, but because she saw something familiar from his eyes, like they were back to 18 years ago. Did he regain his memory? Gu Man got excited, but fainted all of a sudden. Mom! Gu Ning supported Gu Man at once and put her magical power into Gu Man's body. Man! Tang Yunfan also ran over and held Gu Man in his arms. He was worried and panicked a little. Lao Gua, have a look, Qi Tianlin said to a man who was around 50 years old, then turned to Gu Ning. Lao Gua is a doctor. You can let him have a look at your mother. Thanks, Gu Ning said. Gu Man still wouldn't wake up after she secretly put her magical power into her body, so it wasn't a bad idea to let Lao Gua have a look. Lao Gua walked to them and checked Gu Man's eyes and heartbeat. Your mother was greatly scared, so the tension on her vagus nerve increased, and the syncope was caused by arrhythmia. Surprisingly, her pulse is becoming steady at a fast pace and she's gradually entering a state of drowsiness. She'll be fine when she wakes up, Lao Gua said. It was because of Gu Ning's magical power that Gu Man's pulse was becoming steady so quickly. Hearing that, both Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan were relieved. After that, Tang Yunfan carried Gu Man in his arms walking outside. Gu Ning, on the other hand, stared straight at those hoodlums who had abducted Gu Man, which scared them, and they begged at once. Miss Gu, please let us go. We promise we'll never do it again. Tell me, how much do you know about Zhang Yongjun? Gu Ning said coldly. The leader of those hoodlums said, I only know that his name is Zhang Yongjun. He's in his early 40s. We've met several times, but I don't know much about him. The Kirin gang was different from the Qin gang, and the members of the Kirin gang could moonlight as they wanted. However, if they caused any trouble, they had to bear the result themselves. What was the next step after the abduction? Gu Ning asked. He said that we had to abduct you both before calling him, and he'd deal with it later, the leader said. Gu Ning thought for a while. She was curious what the person behind this abduction planned to do next. Great, you can do what he ordered. Call him now, Gu Ning said to the leader of the hoodlums. As for the rest, if you can beat me down, you may leave safely. Gu Ning did what she usually did. If they could beat her in a fight, she would let them go. We can't. Those hoodlums almost cried, let alone mentioning that Gu Ning was just a young girl. She had a close relationship with Qi Tianlin too, so they didn't dare to hurt her. Do whatever she wants. Qi Tianlin lazily lay on the sofa, like he was watching a show. He understood that it was impossible that they would win, since Qi Tianlin said that they had to attack Gu Ning. However, before they could touch Gu Ning, they were violently beaten down on the ground within a few minutes. Except for Qi Tianlin, who remained calm watching it, the others were all astonished. Gu Ning didn't have time to waste on them, so she finished the punishment as soon as possible. Qi, I still need to deal with something else now, so I have to go, but I'll take this man with me, Gu Ning said to Qi Tianlin. Bye, Miss Gu. And I do hope that we can gamble again next time. Normally, Qi Tianlin wouldn't let Gu Ning go like that. But Gu Ning was busy today, so he agreed. Although he had lost last time, he wanted to win a round. As long as you have enough money, why not? Gu Ning said arrogantly. All I have is money, Qi Tianlin said with arrogance too. However, once he said it, he felt that something was wrong. Gu Ning said that on purpose because it meant that he was doomed to lose. Very well. Then I'll come again to take your money the next time. Gu Ning smiled. Qi Tianlin pulled his lips. The leading hoodlum also followed Gu Ning walking out, and he hoped that Gu Ning would let him go after his cooperation. Once Gu Ning left, Lao Gua asked Qi Tianlin, "Is that girl the one who sold you the pills?" Although he asked, he already had the answer in his heart. In fact, Lao Gua admired Gu Ning because her pills were really effective, but he had tried to figure out its formula for a long time in vain. Yes, Qi Tianlin said. Hearing that, Lao Gua thought that Gu Ning couldn't be an ordinary girl. She had magical pills and was a kung fu master. In addition, she also had a close connection with the Tang family. Although her family name was Gu, and Tang Yunfan's was Tang, he knew that they were related to each other from their faces. When Ling Xiaoting saw Gu Man, who was unconscious, being carried in Tang Yunfan's arms, he was annoyed, because he thought that the Kirin gang must have hurt her. He got out and opened the car door for Tang Yunfan at once. Mr. Tang, what happened? Ling Xiaoting asked with concern. Oh, luckily Man is fine. She just passed out from fear. She'll be fine after a good sleep, Tang Yunfan said. Before long, Gu Ning came to meet them, shouting, "Please take them back to Huafu Hills. I need to deal with something," Gu Ning said. Seeing the leading hoodlum behind Gu Ning, they knew that it was about Gu Man. It's very dangerous. Tang Yunfan frowned. Although he knew that Gu Ning wasn't weak, she was alone after all. Ling Xiaoting was also worried about Gu Ning, but he chose to trust her. Moreover, once Gu Ning made up her mind, nobody could change her decision. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Gu Ning said. Fine. Tang Yunfan didn't insist. Be careful. I will, Gu Ning said. When Ling Xiaoting drove his car away, Gu Ning got in the leading hoodlum's car. Then she called Tang Haifeng and told him that everyone was safe. Hearing that, all the members of the Tang family were relieved. Oh, your Uncle Tang is awake, and he left to search for your mother, Tang Haifeng said. I've met him and we were just together, Gu Ning said. Great, Tang Haifeng said. Do you know who abducted your mother? I'll tell you when I get back, Gu Ning said. Okay, Tang Haifeng said. 20 minutes later, the leading hoodlum brought Gu Ning to a warehouse and called Zhang Yongjun as Gu Ning ordered. A middle-aged man was reading in the study on the second floor of a house. Right at this moment, his phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, the man answered in a hurry. How is it? Hi, we've caught them. Hong Fun, the leading hoodlum, said. Very well, I'll be right there, the man said, then hung up. After that, he didn't leave right away, but used another phone to make a call. How is everything going? We're still searching. Great. Meet me at the Eastern warehouse in 20 minutes, he said. After that, he walked out of the study going down to a basement. In the basement, there were piles of groceries, but in addition to groceries, there was a man tied to a chair, with two tall bulky men standing by his sides. The middle-aged man looked at the man who was tied to a chair with an evil expression on his face. Zhang Yongjun, you should pay for what you've done today. It turned out that this middle-aged man wasn't Zhang Yongjun. The man who was tied to a chair was. Zhang Yongjun glared at him, but couldn't say a word because his mouth was sealed. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yongjun struggling, then laughed with pride. Do you want to talk? Well, since you're going to die because of me, I'll let you say your final words, he said, then removed the seal from Zhang Yongjun's mouth. In fact, Zhang Yongjun and the middle-aged man closely resembled each other. Zhang Yongjian, I'm your biological younger brother. How can you do this to me? Zhang Yongjun shouted in anger. Oh, my little younger brother, Zhang Yongjian said with a twisted face. Our parents left everything to you, but I'm their older son and I should have taken over everything, not you. What their parents had done left a deep mental scar on Zhang Yongjian's heart, and he was determined to get what belonged to him back. You, Zhang Yongjun was furious. Our parents did that because you're addicted to gambling and you'll lose every coin in a casino. Their properties should be mine, and I can do whatever I want with them. Zhang Yongjian raised his voice. How come our parents' properties are yours? They can give their wealth to anyone they want. Zhang Yongjun shouted. I'm their older son, and their properties should be mine. Zhang Yongjian said. It isn't written down as a law. Zhang Yongjun argued. Although normally the eldest son was the heir of a family's properties, it wasn't written down as a law. Instead, each of the children had the right to inherit their parents' properties. In addition, parents also had the right to choose any one of their children to be the sole heir. Moreover, Zhang Yongjian could have 100,000 yuan as dividends every year. Their family business wasn't very profitable after all. It was just a farm. Their annual income was around 400,000 yuan every year at the most. Zhang Yongjian could have the money without making any effort, but Zhang Yongjun had to run the farm well to gain profits. I don't care. I want their properties. Zhang Yongjian almost roared. You? Zhang Yongjun was speechless. All right, get him in the car. We need to move now. Zhang Yongjian stopped talking to Zhang Yongjun. Then a tall man lifted Zhang Yongjun up, walking out of the basement. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yongjian's group arrived at the eastern warehouse. Zhang Yongjian didn't tell Hongfen his plan, so he left Zhang Yongjun alone in the car, then walked into the warehouse with two tall, bulky men. Zhang Yongjun was tied tightly after all, and he couldn't escape. However, when Zhang Yongjian walked inside, there were only Hongfen and Guning in the warehouse. Besides, Guning, who should be tied to a chair, was sitting on it and seemed relaxed. Hongfen, what's going on here? Zhang Yongjian questioned Hongfen. Hongfen was like a sidekick in front of Guning now. If Guning didn't give an order, he didn't dare to open his mouth. You're Zhang Yongjun? Guning asked. Zhang Yongjian ignored Guning but asked Hongfen. Hongfen, what the hell are you doing? He realized that Hongfen had betrayed him, but he wanted to know why. Guning didn't mind that Zhang Yongjian had ignored her, then turned to Hongfen. Tell him. Well, she's our head's friend. Zhang Yongjian had hired several members of the Kirin gang to abduct a friend of their head, which, of course, wouldn't work. Zhang Yongjian had a feeling of sheer panic. What? She's a friend of the head of the Kirin gang? How is it possible? Guning sneered. Mr. Zhang, my mother and I have never harmed you. Why did you want to abduct us? Zhang Yongjian remained silent because he didn't know how to answer. He, of course, was afraid to annoy the Kirin gang. Since he had made a terrible mistake, his future would be full of danger. All of a sudden, Zhang Yongjian remembered Zhang Yongjun, who was locked in the car at the outside, and an idea dawned on him. I think that you have probably mistaken me for Zhang Yongjun, but I'm his older brother, Zhang Yongjian. I have no idea what Yongjun did to you and your mother. I just followed Yongjun here because I didn't want him to commit any crimes. Oh, he's still in the car outside, and I already tied him up. Please wait for a while. Saying that, he turned to one of the two bulky men. You, get Zhang Yongjun here right now. Guning didn't stop him. Although she didn't believe Zhang Yongjian's explanation, she was curious to see what he would do. Before long, Zhang Yongjun, who was tied up, was brought inside. Once the seal was removed from Zhang Yongjun's mouth, Guning noticed that he closely resembled Zhang Yongjian. Wow! Hongfen was astonished, because even he couldn't distinguish Zhang Yongjun from Zhang Yongjian, although he had met Zhang Yongjun in person. They had met in a dark clubhouse and both of them had drunk alcohol, so it wasn't easy to remember each other's faces. Zhang Yongjian, what the hell are you doing? Zhang Yongjun questioned once he was able to talk. He only knew that Zhang Yongjian wanted him to be a scapegoat, but he didn't know what Zhang Yongjian had done. He said that it was you who hired several members of the Kirin gang to abduct my mother and me. Is it true? Guning asked calmly. In fact, she already saw that Zhang Yongjun knew nothing about the abduction. Guning wasn't dumb. What? That's insane. Zhang Yongjun was shocked, then was in a rage. Zhang Yongjian, That's why you want me to be a scapegoat? Since they were already enemies, Zhang Yongjun didn't care about their family connection anymore. Zhang Yongjian, on the other hand, criticized Zhang Yongjun. Zhang Yongjun, don't blame me for that. It was your plan, and I just heard you talking to someone on the phone saying that you've successfully abducted the mother and daughter, so I followed you here to rescue them. Zhang Yongjian, you're indeed a poisonous snake. Do you have any evidence to prove what you just said? Zhang Yongjun glared at Zhang Yongjian. He knew that he hadn't done anything illegal, so he was confident that he was innocent. Well, there are call records on your phone, Zhang Yongjian said. You took my phone and you used it to call others. Zhang Yongjun argued in anger. I just took your phone when we arrived here, Zhang Yongjian said, then turned to look at Hong Fun. Hong Fun? Was the person who contacted you these days named Zhang Yongjun? Yes, Hong Fun answered, but he didn't know whether the person who called him was Zhang Yongjian or Zhang Yongjun. However, before Hong Fun could say it aloud, Zhang Yongjian interrupted him. Now you hear that. Hong Fun said that it was you who called him. I didn't, Zhang Yongjun said, but seemed weak because he knew that his older brother was determined and well prepared to put him in jail. All right, I think it's easy to find out who really called Hong Fun, Guning said. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, but she wanted him to expose himself. Zhang Yongjian and Zhang Yongjun stopped arguing, looking to Guning. Where is the phone? Give it to me, Guning said. No problem, Zhang Yongjian said, then took out the phone, walking to Guning. He thought that Guning was still a naive young girl and could be easily deceived. However, he had no idea it was just a trap set by Guning. Since he said that you took his phone away earlier on, we can have a fingerprint identification to see whether it's true, Guning said, then took out a plastic bag to keep the phone. Obviously, she didn't want to touch it herself. Hearing that, Zhang Yongjian was terrified. Once they did the fingerprint identification, his scheme would be exposed. Zhang Yongjun, on the other hand, was relieved. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Guning asked on purpose. No, nothing, Zhang Yongjian said. He was reluctant to give the phone to Guning now. Great. Then give it to me now, Guning urged. Zhang Yongjian, however, stopped walking. Zhang Yongjian, why did you stop? Zhang Yongjun sneered. Zhang Yongjian ignored him, hesitating to move a step forward. All of a sudden, he made up his mind and ordered, Catch them now! Zhang Yongjian knew that his scheme would be exposed sooner or later, so he decided to catch Guning right away. Zhang Yongjian thought that they were just a man and a young girl who seemed weak, so they could easily be controlled. The two bulky men immediately ran to Guning and Hong Fun. Guning, however, stayed calm, because that was exactly what she wanted. Zhang Yongjian exposed himself. Hong Fun had witnessed how Guning alone beat several men down within seconds, so he wasn't worried about her safety. As for himself, he was confident that he could handle one man. When the two bulky men got near, Guning attacked them, so did Hong Fun. Guning threw one of them over her shoulder to the ground, and he hit the ground with a loud sound, then screamed in pain. After that, Guning dislocated his arms without hesitation, which tortured the bulky man. Hong Fun, however, was still in a fierce fight with the other bulky man, and he was stunned that Guning did it so smoothly. Zhang Yongjian was also terrified, because he thought that Guning was just an ordinary girl. Zhang Yongjun was surprised too. Zhang Yongjian instinctively turned and ran, but Guning wouldn't let him escape. Within a blink, Guning came to Zhang Yongjian, then grabbed his arm, kicking him in the hollow behind his knee, which caused him to suffer great pain. Zhang Yongjian lost his balance and knelt down at once. Afterwards, Guning dislocated his arms as well, making it impossible for him to run again. Guning had dislocated two men's arms, but Hong Fun was still in the fight with the last man. So Guning helped him without delay and kicked the man to the ground. Hong Fun flushed with embarrassment. Guning wasn't in the mood to care about his feelings, and ordered, Gag their mouths. Sure. Hong Fun went to gag the two bulky men's mouths at once, while Guning walked to Zhang Yongjian and asked him with a serious look on her face, Tell me, Who told you to abduct my mother and me? Gu Ning's sharp eyes and serious look along with her powerful air made Zhang Yongjian feel utterly stressed. You don't want to say? Gu Ning frowned. I think you've lived long enough. Zhang Yongjian panicked. You can't kill me. It's illegal. Illegal? Gu Ning laughed, like she had just heard a funny joke. You do know that there is a thing called the law? Don't you know that it's illegal that you've abducted my mother? I bet you wanted to kill my mother too, right? Zhang Yongjian didn't know what to say, because he did plan to kill Gu Man and let Zhang Yongjun be the scapegoat. Tell me or not? Gu Ning asked. Zhang Yongjian still remained silent. Gu Ning was displeased. She then raised one foot to step on Zhang Yongjian's leg, which wasn't injured yet. With a clear snap, his bone was broken and he shouted from the severe pain. Tell me or not? Gu Ning asked again. Yes, I'll tell you. Zhang Yongjian knew that if he refused to tell Gu Ning, he would be dead today. If he told her, he would live at least. It's Tang Deming, Zhang Yongjian said. Tang Deming? A director of the Tanghuang Group? Gu Ning had heard of that name, and it seemed to be an abduction caused by business conflict. Gu Ning didn't believe his words right away, but took out his phone and read through the call records. Then she sent Kay the information she found and told Kay to find out who the callers were. While Kay was investigating, Gu Ning asked again, What's your aim? Zhang Yongjian then told her everything. When Tang Yunfan was unconscious, Gu Man and Gu Ning appeared, which attracted Tang Deming's attention, and he thought that Gu Ning could be Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. If Tang Yunfan didn't wake up, Gu Ning would be the heir of the Tanghuang Group, which was the last thing Tang Deming, who was ambitious, wanted to see, so he had schemed against Gu Ning. Hearing that, Zhang Yongjun was shocked. To his astonishment, Zhang Yongjian was involved in such an unbelievable conspiracy. The Tang family was the top family in the city B. Gu Ning, on the other hand, thought that it was ridiculous. Even if I didn't appear, there are many other choices in the Tang family. I don't think that Tang Deming, who is merely a member of a branch of the Tang family, can inherit its wealth. He, of course, won't allow anyone to stand in his way, Zhang Yongjian said. Do you mean that he's going to kill all the members of the Tang family? Gu Ning was mad. I don't know the details, Zhang Yongjian said. Before long, Kay had the result. Tang Deming had contacted Zhang Yongjian frequently. It seemed very likely that Tang Deming had planned everything. Why did you make Zhang Yongjun the scapegoat? Gu Ning asked. Actually, Zhang Yongjian had already bribed a policeman in the police team that was sent out to search for Gu Man. Once he killed Gu Man and Gu Ning, he would tell the policeman where to find their bodies, and the policeman would kill Zhang Yongjun, claiming that Zhang Yongjun was the murderer. In that case, nobody would know what Zhang Yongjian had done. Although Zhang Yongjun already felt heartbroken after what he had been through today, he still couldn't accept it when he heard his older brother's scheme. Gu Ning sighed. Evil people's actions were beyond normal people's imagination. Right at that moment, Zhang Yongjian's phone rang. The caller's name was Wang Qing. Who's Wang Qing? Gu Ning asked. He's the policeman that I bribed, Zhang Yongjian said. Gu Ning answered the call and put it on speaker. Hi, Yongjian, we found the woman, and we have to leave now, Wang Qing said. Hearing that, Gu Ning hung up without saying a word. Wang Qing didn't know what was going on, but didn't call back either. Hong Fun, unfasten him, Gu Ning said. Hong Fun unfastened Zhang Yongjun at once. Gu Ning turned to Zhang Yongjun and warned him coldly, Don't tell anyone else what you've been through tonight. If anyone else finds out, you'll pay for it. Of course, Zhang Yongjun said at once. After that, Gu Ning let Zhang Yongjun go. Once Zhang Yongjun was gone, Zhang Yongjian begged her, Miss Gu, I've told you everything. Please let me go now. Don't worry. I don't want to be involved in a murder just because of you, so I won't kill you, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Zhang Yongjian relaxed, but then Gu Ning opened her mouth again. However, you can't leave here without paying something. Zhang Yongjian was scared. What do you want? Zhang Yongjian asked in fear. You don't need to know, Gu Ning said coldly, then ignored him, but turned to Hong Fan, who was frightened too. Hong Fan understood that Gu Ning wouldn't let him go without punishing him, so he knelt down on the ground and begged with tears. Miss Gu, please, please forgive me this time. Well, since you've helped me tonight, I'll just cut one of your fingers off, Gu Ning said, then took out a sharp knife from her backpack telepathic eye space and threw it in front of Hong Fan. Do it yourself. Hong Fan was shaking with fright. Although he was scared, he didn't hesitate to quickly cut his left little finger off. If he cut it slowly, he would suffer a lot more pain. The knife was really sharp, and his little finger fell on the ground within a second. Hong Fan's face turned pale and he shouted in great pain. Gu Ning then took out her phone to call Qi Tianlin and told him to help her deal with Zhang Yongjian and the two bulky men. Gu Ning didn't care whether they survived. Afterwards, Gu Ning left, while Hong Fan had to tolerate the severe pain and guarded Zhang Yongjian. They're waiting for other members of the Kirin gang before Gu Ning left. She ruined Zhang Yongjian's phone, so Tang Deming couldn't get through to him. Right at that moment, Tang Deming was in Tang Weiyong's place, and he had heard that the police already went back to the police station and their task was done. However, he had no idea whether Gu Man was killed or not. The police did their job according to their leader's orders, and their leader wouldn't explain everything to them. Seeing that the police were already back to the police station, and Zhang Yongjian still hadn't reported to him, Tang Deming called him impatiently. Tang Deming, of course, wouldn't use his own phone to call Zhang Yongjian, but used others' phone numbers in order to protect himself. Nevertheless, he still couldn't get through to Zhang Yongjian, no matter how many calls he made. Tang Deming and Tang Weiyong were getting anxious. What happened? Why isn't Zhang Yongjian answering my calls? Tang Deming frowned in annoyance. Could he be in trouble? Tang Weiyong frowned anxiously. Call XINZ and ask him how the Tang family is doing now, Tang Weiyong said. Right, Tang Deming said, then made another call. Most of the Tang family's domestic servants lived in the Tang family's property, but there was more than one building on it. The domestic servants all lived in a side building. Even if they were domestic servants, their accommodations condition wasn't bad at all. For ordinary domestic servants shared a room, and each of the management personnel could have a room alone. All the staff had a break of 2 days every week, but they had to rest in shifts. Normally, they were off duty at 8 p.m. At this time, in an ordinary quadruple room, for people were playing cards together. A young man's mobile phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, he made an excuse before he hurriedly got up, walking outside. Hi, he said carefully when nobody was around. XINZ, how is the Tang family now? There was a voice from the phone that wasn't a male's or a female's. It was obvious that the person used a voice changer. I'm not on duty in the front yard today, so I don't know. Only when the people who are on duty return later will I get some information, XINZ said, because he couldn't go to the front yard if he wasn't on duty. Domestic servants gossiped a lot, so they would spread any news by word of mouth. However, they had signed confidentiality agreements with the Tang family, so nobody was allowed to spread any news to the outside. Fine. Call me if you get any information. Sure, XINZ said, then hung up. However, when he turned around wanting to walk back, he saw a man who stood just a meter behind him. XINZ was scared and panicked a little, but forced himself to calm down. Dong-gu, when did you come out? Dong-gu leaned against the wall, looking at him. XINZ, why did you avoid us to take the call? XINZ froze a little, then explained at once. I didn't want to make noise. However, his explanation wasn't persuasive at all because they were all used to talking loudly, and nobody would complain. Dong-gu didn't say anything, but lit a cigarette, then pulled on it. XINZ, do you want to change your job? XINZ's body stiffened. Of course not. I live a good life here, and I'm satisfied. XINZ lied, and did his best to calm down. However, it was very hypocritical in Dong-ji's eyes. He wore an angry expression, saying coldly to XINZ, XINZ, I've noticed your unusual behavior for a long time, but I wanted to give you a chance, so I didn't reveal your secret. I hoped you would be loyal to our old master and young lords, but you still chose to behave against the Tang family. Do you think that the Tang family can be easily unseated? Naive. Dong Ge's real name was Xiao Dong, and he was an experienced leader of the waiters in the Tang family. For a long time, XINZ had left a good impression on him. However, when he found out that XINZ had betrayed the Tang family, he was shocked. He thought that maybe XINZ did it for a reason, and it hadn't caused any damage yet, so he gave XINZ another chance. Unfortunately, XINZ wouldn't give up. Hearing that, XINZ's face turned pale and his body trembled in fear. To his astonishment, Dong Gu knew everything he had done. He thought that nobody found out what he was doing, but actually it was Dong Gu who covered his secret for him. Dong Gu, XINZ wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. XINZ, you can't bear the result if the Tang family is mad. Do you think that they will help you if the scheme is exposed? If you don't want to ruin your life, I think that you better stop what you're doing right now and be honest with Master Tang. Since you haven't caused any damage yet, Master Tang will just chase you away and won't ruin your life. However, if the scheme is exposed, you could die. I won't hide this for you forever, because I'll be punished too if I do, Xiao Dong said seriously. But XINZ was terrified but didn't agree right away. Instead, he hesitated to say something aloud. XINZ, do you have any difficulties in your life? Xiao Dong thought that XINZ must have been forced to do it. Dong Gu, I didn't want to do it, but they'll hurt my son if I refuse to help them. XINZ burst into tears. Once he started crying, many people walked out to see what had happened. XINZ, what's wrong? They all asked with concern. Nothing. He just received his wife's call, and he misses his family so much that he lost control of his emotions. Xiao Dong explained at once. He didn't want others to know. XINZ felt quite grateful that Xiao Dong helped him, but he still hesitated to confess that he had betrayed the Tang family. Everyone felt for XINZ, and they also missed their families. However, they had to leave home to make money. In the Tang family, they were treated well and paid higher than their peers, so they could accept this kind of closed work and only went back home twice a week. Don't worry. I'll stay here with him. You can go back to your rooms, Xiao Dong said to them. They knew that XINZ would feel embarrassed if they stayed, so they all left. XINZ, I have deep sympathy for you, but you still can't get away with it. I'll give you a night to think about it. If you don't tell Master Tang what you've done tomorrow, I'll do it. You know it's Master Tang who saved my life and has given me everything that I own right now. I already feel very guilty for hiding it from Master Tang, and I'll never betray the Tang family, Xiao Dong said, then walked back to his room. When Gu Ning went back to her house in Huafu Hills, it was almost 12 p.m. Leng Xiaoting was sitting in the living room when Gu Ning got home. He stood up at once when he saw her walking inside. Knowing that she was safe, Leng Xiaoting was finally relieved. Why didn't you call me to pick you up? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. Gu Ning smiled. I could take a taxi myself. Is he still here? He was, of course, Tang Yunfan. Yes, Leng Xiaoting said. Well, have a seat, please. I'll go upstairs, Gu Ning said. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said, then Gu Ning walked upstairs. Gu Man's room wasn't locked and the door remained ajar. She was sleeping on the bed, and Tang Yunfan was sitting by the bedside holding her hand in silence. Uncle Tang, can we talk? Gu Ning pushed the door open and asked him. She didn't want to bother Tang Yunfan, but it was an emergency, so they had to solve it as soon as possible. Sure. Tang Yunfan understood that it had to be something about Gu Man, so he followed Gu Ning walking to the study. After Gu Ning told him what Zhang Yongjian had done, Tang Yunfan was furious. Damn it! How dare they do that to you? Even Gu Ning felt a little scared by Tang Yunfan's anger. Although we have many enemies, I think it's very likely that Tang Deming has schemed against us, Tang Yunfan said. However, I don't think that he could do it alone. There must be someone else behind him. The person is very cunning, and even I have no idea who he or she is. This car accident could also be a part of their scheme. Hearing that, Gu Ning was mad too. A scheme. She used to think that it was just an accident. Tang Yunfan added, I'm the only person in the Tang family who can run the business well. My father is too old to do it while Jiayang is too young. So they took action the moment I fell into a coma. If so, We can seize this chance and find out who the person behind the scene is, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan immediately understood Gu Ning's meaning. Do you mean I can pretend that I'm still unconscious and turn their trick to our use? Yes, Gu Ning replied. Tang Yunfan agreed too. Luckily, it is already dark outside. I think you better go back to the Tang family's house now and keep lying on the bed. I'll bring my mom to visit you tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Although Tang Yunfan was unwilling to leave, he had to do it because they were going to catch their enemy tomorrow. When Gu Ning walked Tang Yunfan to the living room, Tang Yunfan was surprised that Lang Xiaoting had stayed. Although Tang Yunfan felt that it was a little inappropriate that Lang Xiaoting stayed at Gu Ning's place when it was already 12 p.m., he didn't think further because Lang Xiaoting had helped them search for Gu Man today. Xiaoting, would you mind sending Uncle Tang back to the Tang family's house? Gu Ning said. Of course not, Lang Xiaoting said, standing up. Thanks, Tang Yunfan said politely. My pleasure, Lang Xiaoting said. After that, Lang Xiaoting drove Tang Yunfan home. On the way, they seldom talked because Tang Yunfan was still thinking about what had happened today. He had no idea that Lang Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend. If he had known, he would have talked to him to get familiar with him. After a while, Tang Yunfan received Tang Haifeng's call, and Tang Yunfan told Tang Haifeng that he would be back soon. Therefore, Tang Haifeng decided to wait for him. Lang Xiaoting left right after Tang Yunfan arrived at the Tang family's house. Tang Haifeng had warned everyone not to tell anyone else that Tang Yunfan was awake now. Otherwise, they would be punished. The Tang family was in danger now, so they had to be very careful and stay alert. Xiao Dong only knew that XINZ had leaked the news that Tang Yunfan had been unconscious for many days. But he didn't know why Gu Man was abducted this time. So he had no idea whether XINZ had something to do with the abduction. In the living room, Tang Haifeng, Tang Yunhang and his wife, Chao Ruihua and his wife, as well as Chao Wenjun and Chao Wenxin were all waiting for Tang Yunfan. How is it? Tang Haifeng asked in a hurry when Tang Yunfan was back. Let's go to the study, Tang Yunfan said, then walked upstairs. Only Chao Wenjun and Chao Wenxin were left in the living room, while the others all followed Tang Yunfan walking upstairs. Tang Yunfan then told them everything, and they weren't surprised that Tang Deming had schemed against them because they always knew that he was ambitious. However, they were all in a rage. Normally, the members of the Tang family were polite and kind, but they wouldn't hesitate to get revenge on their enemies once someone dared hurt them. As for Tang Yunfan's plan that he would pretend to be unconscious to catch the person behind the scheme, they all agreed. I wonder who leaked the information. We still couldn't find out after so many days. Tang Yunrong was mad. Since when has the Tang family become so vulnerable? How come we haven't caught the person who betrayed us? Tang Yunfan frowned in annoyance. Actually, it was Chao Dong who kept it a secret on purpose. When Lang Xiaoting left the Tang family's house, he drove back to Huafu Hills. Gu Ning told Lang Xiaoting to stay in the house tonight, but they couldn't share the same room. Lang Xiaoting understood that she wasn't in a good mood after what she had been through today, so he went to sleep in the guest room. That night, many people couldn't sleep. Gu Ning couldn't sleep because Gu Man had been abducted. Although Gu Man was back safely, it would leave a deep scar on her heart. Gu Ning was determined to find out who the person behind Tang Deming's back was and torture them to the best of her ability. Lang Xiaoting couldn't sleep because he was worried about Gu Ning. Members of the Tang family couldn't sleep because their family and family business was still in danger. XINZ couldn't sleep because he didn't know whether he should confess to betraying the Tang family, because he was afraid that his son would be killed. Tang Deming and Tang Weiyong also couldn't sleep, because they failed to get through to Zhang Yongjian or XINZ, and had no idea how their scheme progressed. The next day, Gu Man woke up around 7 a.m. Lang Xiaoting and Gu Ning were already preparing the breakfast. Gu Man stayed in bed for nearly half an hour before she got up. After what she had been through yesterday, Gu Man was still a little frightened, but she still felt pleased that Tang Yunfan was awake now. Since Tang Yunfan was already awake, should she go to the Tang family's house again? Gu Man was also curious whether Tang Yunfan had regained his memory about her. Gu Man had no idea what she should do now. When she walked downstairs, She was surprised to see Leng shouting. "Hi, good morning." Leng shouting greeted her. Shouting, "Why are you here?" Guman asked. "Oh, it was too late last night, so I told Shouting to stay here," Guning explained before Leng Shouting opened his mouth. Hearing that, Guman didn't think further but thanked Leng Shouting. Shouting, "Thank you for everything you've done for us." "You're welcome. Actually, it's Ningning's friend who found you," Leng Shouting said. "Well, you did help us a lot," Guman said to comfort him. "All right, let's have breakfast now. We'll go to the Tang family's house later," Guning said. "Do we need to go there again?" It wasn't because Guman was unwilling to do so, but she didn't understand why they would go to the Tang family's house again, since Tang Yunfan was already awake now. "Well, it's a little complicated. It was because of scheme that you were abducted this time. The Tang family's enemies want to remove us from their way to the chairman's seat of the Tang family's business group. Although Uncle Tang is awake now, we have to turn the trick to our use and find out who the person behind the scheme is. So Uncle Tang will pretend that he is still unconscious and we have to visit him as usual," Guning said, but she didn't mention that Tang Yunfan had already regained his memory. Guman found it unbelievable and scary after hearing Gu Ning's explanation. She nodded and agreed, but didn't say another word. In the Tang family's house at this moment, Xinz had struggled the entire night, but decided to confess to everything that he had done in the end. So he followed Xiao Dong to see Tang Haifeng after breakfast. Tang Yunhang and his wife were at work, while Tang Yunfan was pretending that he was still unconscious in his bedroom. So only Tang Haifeng was in the house now. Xiao Dong told Xinz to wait outside for a while and he went inside first. "Master Tang, Xinz has something to tell you." "Tell him to come in," Tang Haifeng said, and didn't think further. Afterwards, Xiao Dong brought Xinz walking inside. Xinz came to Tang Haifeng with his body trembling in fear and guilt, then knelt down to the ground with a loud sound, which surprised Tang Haifeng. "Master Tang, I'm so sorry. It was me who leaked the news that Lord Tang has been unconscious and Lord Tang's relationship with Miss Gu." Xinz apologized, but also explained, "I was forced to do so. If I didn't listen to them, they would kill my son." Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was shocked, then got furious before he calmed down when he heard Xinz's last sentence. As a father, Tang Haifeng understood why Xinz did it. However, Xinz made a terrible mistake and betrayed the Tang family. Xiao Dong didn't know that Xinz had also leaked Tang Yunfan's relationship with Gu Ning and Gu Man until now. In that case, Gu Man's abduction was all because of the Tang family. Although Tang Yunfan and Gu Ning's connection was still kept a secret, all the domestic servants in the Tang family knew that Gu Ning couldn't be a simple girl. If Gu Man and Gu Ning were Tang Yunfan's wife and daughter, Gu Man abduction must have been a scheme against the Tang family. "Tell me, who threatened you to do it?" Tang Haifeng questioned Xinz. Although he believed that the person had to be Tang Deming, he still needed to hear the answer from Xinz's mouth. Xinz felt very guilty and said, I don't know. I only know the person's phone number. I even have no idea whether it's a he or a she, because the person used a voice changer on the phone." Hearing that, both Tang Haifeng and Xiao Dong frowned. It didn't seem like Xinz was lying. "The person sent me a photo of my son in the school and threatened me to help him, or my son would be killed," Xinz added. "Give me the person's phone number," Tang Haifeng said. "Sure." Xinz immediately took out his phone, and Tang Haifeng told Xiao Dong to find the information of the ID card behind the number. "Although you've betrayed us under another person's threat, you've made an unforgivable mistake," Tang Haifeng said. Xinz didn't beg for forgiveness because he knew that it was unforgivable. Tang Haifeng planned to punish Xinz in the beginning, but gave up upon realizing that Xinz did it all because of his son. "All right, get out of the Tang family's house now. If you don't want your son to be in danger again, leave City B." In Chao Guanxiang's apartment, Chao Guanxiang was sleeping on the sofa like a rat in water. He looked tired and haggard with messy hair and empty eyes. There was stubble around his mouth and his body was soaked in the smell of alcohol. There were also beer bottles on the table in front of the sofa. It had been 3 days, but he still couldn't find Xia Yichu. Xiaichu's old phone number was also cancelled, so he was in despair now and was drowning in alcohol. At that moment, Peihina got back. She was also in a bad mood and condition after Xiaichu had disappeared. When she saw that Xiao Guanxiang was drunk again, she was annoyed at once. Xiao Guanxiang, don't you know that we're about to be doomed? Why are you still drinking here? What else can I do except drink? I can't find Xiaichu, nor get through to her. Xiao Guanxiang shouted in anger. Xiaichu is such a bitch. I'll pay her back when I catch her. Peihina also shouted to vent her anger. Interestingly enough, both of them were doomed, but Peihina still wanted to pay Xiaichu back. Before long, Xiao Guanxiang's phone rang and he picked it up. The caller was a business party and asked whether Peihina was free in a week's time. They wanted to invite her to sing at an event and asked for a live sound. Live sound meant that she had to sing live. Sound reproduction meant that they would play the recorded song, and the singer would lip-sync. In many events, the host would use sound reproduction for a better effect, and only asked for a live sound when the singer needed to interact with the audience. However, Xiaichu had already left them, and Xiao Guanxiang didn't dare to accept the offer, because Xiaichu could expose their dirty secret at any moment. That being the case, Xiao Guanxiang lied that Peihina accidentally hurt her foot, and that she had to rest for a month. Hearing Xiao Guanxiang's reply, Peihina was upset, but she knew that she didn't have the ability to sing live, on stage in front of cameras. What was worse, they couldn't lie forever. In the capital, Xiaichu had found a nice apartment after she had signed the contract, and she went to do a checkup on her injury in the hospital later. After that, Xiaichu began to use the medicine that Guning had given her. When the potion was applied on her scar, she felt quite comfortable and the nasty scar started to fade, which surprised her. Wow! Xiaodong saw it fading with his own eyes, and couldn't believe that it was real. It's real. It's real! Xiaichu cried in excitement. She could finally get rid of the scar and regain her beautiful face. This is so amazing! Xiaodong was even more excited than Xiaichu, because his older sister was his only family member. Xiaichu applied the potion on her scar in the following days, and the scar disappeared after 3 days. When Xiaichu came to the company again after a few days, everyone was stunned. Are you really Xiaichu? Someone asked. In fact, a scar couldn't affect a person's overall facial features, so others still recognized Xiaichu at first glance, but the scar disappeared too fast, which was beyond belief. Are you Xiaichu's twin sister? Another person asked. Xiaichu was amused. I'm Xiaichu. Hearing that, everyone was surprised again. Did you have plastic surgery? Someone asked. However, it wasn't very likely, because it took at least a few months to recover from plastic surgery. But Xiaichu became beautiful after just 3 days. I didn't, Xiaichu said. Xiaichu understood that they were all surprised, but she wouldn't tell them the real reason without Gu Ning's permission. So she made an excuse to meet Lu Xiao in his office. When Lu Xiao saw Xiaichu, he was stunned as well. It was unreasonable that she couldn't be popular with such a beautiful face and outstanding singing voice. Did you have plastic surgery? Lu Xiao asked the same question. No, I used the potion boss gave me, Xiaichu said. There was no need for her to hide it from Lu Xiao. Really? Lu Xiao was more curious about Gu Ning now. He hadn't met her yet, but he believed that she couldn't be a simple girl. In addition, Gu Ning was able to become Lang Xiaoting's girlfriend, which was a miracle in Lu Xiao's eyes. All of a sudden, Lu Xiao asked with curiosity, By the way, how much do you know about our boss? Not much. I just met her once, and it was actually a big gamble for me to leave City B for the capital and work for Fenghua Entertainment, Xiaichu said. She felt very lucky to have met Gu Ning and changed her future. Lu Xiao, of course, was very clear about what Xiaichu had been through, because he needed to deal with Xiao Guanxiang for her as her leader. Is she gorgeous? Lu Xiao asked again. He thought that Lang Xiaoting was extraordinarily handsome, so Gu Ning had to be a beauty too. Xiaichu, however, was surprised that Lu Xiao had never met Gu Ning before. Seeing Xiaichu being so surprised, Lu Xiao explained. I didn't meet our boss because it was our boss's boyfriend who assigned me this task to manage this company for the time being. When I successfully help our boss train another person to be a qualified manager, my task is fulfilled. After that, he said, don't tell anyone about that. Keep it a secret. Sure, I won't, Xiaoyichu said at once. Oh, your agent is already here. Although you're a good singer, you still need to work hard and make progress in the future. Since you've never been on the stage before, you have to learn more skills for that. Don't worry, we'll arrange comprehensive classes for you before your debut, Lu Xiao said. Thanks, Manager Lu, Xiaoyichu said. Tang Deming called Zhang Yongjian again in the morning, but still couldn't get through to Zhang Yongjian, and he started to feel that their scheme could have been exposed. He called XINZ later, and XINZ answered his call. They found Guman yesterday, but Guman didn't go back to the Tang family's house, so I don't know the details, XINZ said. Tang Haifeng allowed him to say that, because it would arouse suspicion if XINZ didn't answer the call and XINZ's son would get hurt. Hearing that, Tang Deming believed XINZ. When XINZ left the Tang family's house, he called his wife and told her to not send their son to school today, and that they would be going back to their hometown. When Gu Ning was about to set off for the Tang family's house, Leng Xiaoting told Gu Ning that he had to leave. In fact, Leng Xiaoting had received a call early in the morning, but he didn't leave until he had shared breakfast with them. Gu Ning understood that Leng Xiaoting was assigned a task, and that he had to leave to fulfill it. Gu Ning and Gu Man then walked Leng Xiaoting to the door after breakfast, and Leng Xiaoting left Gu Ning unwillingly. In the beginning, Gu Man didn't believe that Gu Ning already had a boyfriend at such a young age, but she changed her mind when she noticed Leng Xiaoting looking tenderly at Gu Ning. If they were just common friends, he wouldn't be so unwilling to leave her therefore. Once Leng Xiaoting was gone, Gu Man asked Gu Ning seriously, Ning, are you sure Xiaoting is just your friend? Every mother cared about her daughter's ionship, because young girls could be easily deceived by men when they were in love. Although Leng Xiaoting had left a good impression on Gu Man and they had gotten along well during the past few days, Gu Man still knew very little about him. Most importantly, Gu Ning was very young and Gu Man was worried about her safety. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, then said, Mom, since you already have doubts, I don't want to lie to you. Xiaoting is my boyfriend and we love each other very much. We're not just playing. I think he's my mister. Right? And both of us hope that we can get married someday in the future. Because I'm underage, we can't get married right now, and he wants to be engaged with me first. Mom, I care about your feelings, so I didn't tell you, Gu Ning added. Although Gu Man already had the answer, she was still surprised when Gu Ning admitted it. After a while of silence, Gu Man asked with worry, Are you sure he's willing to marry you? Can he wait for so many years? Mom, I understand that you're afraid that I'll be hurt, but I believe that Xiaoting won't do that. His parents passed away when he was just a kid, so he became very cold to others in order to protect himself. People around him all believed that he would live his life alone and die alone, but everything has changed ever since he met me. He treats me very well, and I feel like I'm the happiest person in this world, Gu Ning said with sincerity. Even if we can't get married in the future, I won't regret. Anyway, very few people can actually marry their first love. Hearing that, Gu Man had a deep sympathy for Leng Xiaoting. Actually, Gu Man was worried not because she didn't like Leng Xiaoting, but because she thought that Gu Ning was too young and it wasn't realistic. If they could get married in the future and live a happy life afterwards, Gu Man would, of course, be happy for them. All a mother wanted was for her daughter to live a happy life. Nevertheless, Gu Man also agreed with Gu Ning that few people could marry their first love. If Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't be together forever, it was normal. Gu Man didn't say anything further, which meant that she accepted it. Afterwards, they went to the Tang family's house together. Tang Haifeng was talking with Zhao Yiru when they arrived. It was Zhao Yiru who had told them that Tang Yunfan had stayed unconscious because of his obsession. So Tang Haifeng, of course, had to tell him that Tang Yunfan was awake now. Zhao Yiru wasn't very surprised when he heard that Tang Yunfan was awake now, because he knew that he was right. Yiru, thank you so much for your help, Tang Haifeng said gratefully. My pleasure, Zhao Yiru said. They had known each other for dozens of years, and he was more than willing to help Tang Haifeng. If Tang Haifeng didn't trust him, he wouldn't have known that Tang Yunfan had been unconscious for many days. There were many enemies of the Tang family in City B, but the Tang family also had many allies. However, Tang Haifeng didn't tell any of them, because it was highly confidential. "Oh, I heard that your family encountered trouble yesterday. How is it now?" Zhao Yiru asked with concern. "Yes, Gu Man was abducted because of us, but she was brought home safely last night. Luckily, nothing bad happened to her or I'd feel really guilty," Tang Haifeng said, feeling sad. "Gu Man came here to help them wake Tang Yunfan up, but they failed to protect her well." "Good to hear that." Zhao Yiru was also relieved. At that moment, the housekeeper guided Gu Ning and Gu Man inside. Tang Haifeng stood up at once when they appeared in his sight. "Hi, good morning." "Good morning, Master Tang." "Good morning, Grandpa." Gu Man and Gu Ning greeted Zhao Yiru with one accord. "Gu Man, I'm so sorry for what you've been through." Tang Haifeng apologized to Gu Man. "Master Tang, it's fine. I'm safe now," Gu Man said. "Well, let me introduce you. This is my old friend, Master Zhao," Tang Haifeng said to them. "Nice to meet you, Master Zhao." Gu Man and Gu Ning greeted Zhao Yiru with one accord. "Nice to meet you too," Zhao Yiru said with a smile. Zhao Yiru already knew about Gu Ning's family connection with Tang Yunfan, so he wasn't surprised when he saw that Gu Ning closely resembled Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan noticed Gu Man coming from the widow on the second floor, and he was eager to meet her downstairs. However, he had to stay in the room, in case there were more of Tang Deming's helpers in the Tang family's house. Fortunately, Gu Ning soon brought Gu Man upstairs. Although Tang Yunfan regained his memory, they still needed time to get familiar with each other. "Ning, Gu Man was nervous to see Tang Yunfan again. "Mom, relax. I'll be here with you." Gu Ning clasped Gu Man's hand to comfort her. Even though Gu Man still felt quite nervous, she also understood that she had to face it. "Man!" The moment they walked in Tang Yunfan's room, Tang Yunfan greeted her in a tender voice. Although they had been apart for 18 years, it seemed like everything had happened yesterday because Tang Yunfan had just regained his memory and his memory was so clear. Gu Man was touched when Tang Yunfan called her. "You?" Gu Man opened her mouth, but couldn't say another word. "Yes, I remembered everything," Tang Yunfan said at once. Hearing that, Gu Man burst into tears and almost fell down. She had been missing him for so many years, and he finally remembered who she was. In addition, Tang Yunfan regained his memory about her, and she could see his love for her in his eyes. Therefore, Gu Man lost control of her emotions when she saw that her Ning was back at her side. "Man, are you all right?" Tang Yunfan ran to support Gu Man without hesitation. Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan helped Gu Man sit down on the sofa, and Gu Ning secretly put her power into Gu Man's body in case Gu Man would pass out from emotional turbulence. "You two can talk for a while and I'll go downstairs." Gu Ning thought that it would be better if they chatted with one another alone, so she quietly left. "Ning, do you think your mother will accept your father?" Tang Haifeng asked worriedly. Although whatever would be, he still hoped that they could get back together again. Otherwise, Tang Yunfan would be alone throughout this lifetime. "I think she will," Gu Ning said. It was obvious that Gu Man still loved Tang Yunfan. "Oh, Ning, it was a domestic servant who leaked your mother's connection with us, and he already confessed to it. I planned to punish him severely, but he did it under another person's threat. He confessed to it when his son was still in danger and your mother is safe home now, so I let him go. I know that it's unfair to your mother, but I'm a father too and I understand why he did it." "I'm sorry," Tang Haifeng said and felt sad. Hearing that, Gu Ning had mixed emotions. Although she hated the person who put her mother in danger, she understood that he did it to protect his own kid. In addition, he confessed to it when his son was still in danger, and Gu Man was safe now, so there was no need to punish him. Gu Man had been abducted because he had leaked the information, but he had not been involved in the crime, so he wouldn't be put in jail even if they sued him. Like you just said, he already confessed to it when his son was still in danger and my mom is safe now, so let it go, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng relaxed. In fact, it wasn't a bad thing to be kind when it was necessary. Oh, Grandpa, I have to leave now. I don't know what time I'll be back today, but please don't let my mom go home before I come back, Gunning said. She said that not because she was afraid that the Tang family couldn't protect Gu-man, but because she was worried that something bad could happen to Gu-man if Gu-man was alone in the house. After the abduction, the Tang family would, of course, increase its protection for Gu-man. Sure, Tang Haifeng said. Afterwards, Gu Ning left. Tang Deming couldn't get through to Zhang Yongjian, so he sent some people out to find Zhang Yongjian. However, Zhang Yongjian was nowhere to be found. Tang Deming could only call Tang Wei-yong and tell him what had happened. Tang Wei-yong said, "Stop tracking him. In case you expose yourself. Leak the news that Gu-man and Gu Ning joined the Tang family to the woman called Feng Shuiqin. She'll help us." "No problem," Tang Deming said, then arranged someone to do that without delay. Gu Ning called Yu Zi when she left the Tang family's house. She planned to visit the garment factory with Yu Zi. Yu Zi was free, so Gu Ning told her to meet her outside of the shopping mall in 20 minutes. Since Yu Zi worked for Gu Ning, she, of course, wouldn't make Gu Ning wait for her, so she walked outside 10 minutes later. Coincidentally, she met her ex-boyfriend once she walked out of the shopping mall. Yu Zi pretended that she didn't see him because she was unwilling to meet him again. Her ex-boyfriend also felt embarrassed and turned his head away. However, her ex-boyfriend's girlfriend blocked her way. "Hey, isn't this Yu Zi? We haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been recently?" The woman who held the man's arm greeted Yu Zi. It sounded polite, but she was just showing off. Yu Zi was displeased, but pretended to be cool. "Very well. Do you have a boyfriend now?" the woman asked. "None of your business," Yu Zi said in annoyance. "Well, we're good friends after all, and I should care about you," the woman said, but it sounded very sarcastic. "Really?" Yu Zi couldn't stand it anymore. "We're good friends? Zhao Shaoxian, don't you have any sense of shame? What? Are you mad at me just because I stole your boyfriend?" Zhao Shaoxian seemed very proud. "Yu Zi, who do you think you are? You're just a poor girl from a poor family, and you shouldn't stop Tianyu from becoming more successful. You can never marry into a rich family. Do you understand?" Zhao Shaoxian was humiliating Yu Zi in public. Zhao Shaoxuan's father was a businessman who had dozens of millions of yuan in wealth. Lin Tianyu was also born in a rich family, so Yu Zi was merely a poor girl in their eyes. Moreover, Zhao Shaoxian was her father's only child. If Lin Tianyu married her, he would inherit her family's wealth too. Yu Zi had felt so hurt when they had cheated on her because one had been her boyfriend and the other had been her good friend. However, since it was already history, Yu Zi also wanted to move on, but it seemed like Zhao Shaoxuan had a different idea. "Shaoxian, enough," Lin Tianyu said, frowning with dissatisfaction. Hearing that, Zhao Shaoxian questioned him in anger. "What? Are you defending her? You?" Lin Tianyu felt quite embarrassed. "It's a public place. Couldn't you save me some face?" He had to admit that he couldn't forget Yu Zi and defended her subconsciously because Yu Zi was kind and gentle while Zhao Shaoxian was simply a spoiled rich girl. Nevertheless, Yu Zi was born in a poor family and like Zhao Shaoxian had said, she would be a burden to him. In order to be more successful, he had abandoned Yu Zi. In fact, he had tried to sleep with Zhao Shaoxian in order to be her boyfriend. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shaoxian had admired him from afar for a long time and set a trap to sleep with him first, so he had sex with her after drinking a lot as both of them wanted. "You?" Zhao Shaoxian was mad when Lin Tianyu criticized her, but she also noticed that people were staring at her, so she shut her mouth. Right at this moment, Yu Zi's phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and saw a new message sent by Gu Ning. "Gu Ning, show them a proud back. I'm sitting in a white Lamborghini at the roadside. Get in." After reading the message, Yu Zi immediately looked at the roadside, and there was indeed a white Lamborghini. She was astonished that her boss was that rich. Afterwards, Yu Zi did what Gu Ning told her in the message. She looked at them with her back straightened up and said with pride, "Sorry, I gotta go now." Then she turned around without hesitation, walking to the roadside. Right before their eyes, she got in the Lamborghini, which was worth over 10 million yuan. Lin Tianyu and Zhao Shaoxian were totally shocked. Since when did Yu Zi get to know someone who's that rich? Zhao Shaoxian couldn't believe her eyes and said with strong jealousy. Although she wasn't familiar with cars, the white Lamborghini was obviously a luxurious car. Yu Zi was merely a poor girl, so how could she get to know someone who was that rich? She must have found herself a sugar daddy. I thought that she is an independent girl, but it turns out that she's a gold digger, Zhao Shaoxian said in a malicious tone, even though she actually felt quite jealous of Yu Zi because she really wanted to have a super rich boyfriend. Without a doubt, Zhao Shaoxian was really a girl without moral standards, because she not only stole her good friend's boyfriend, but wouldn't hesitate to sell her body for money either. Lin Tianyu was also displeased. Yu Zi was his ex-girlfriend, but he was still annoyed that Yu Zi, whom he had despised, now had a boyfriend who was much richer than him. Zhao Shaoxian wasn't familiar with cars, but he was, and he knew at first glance that the Lamborghini was a limited edition which cost at least 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan was half of his family's wealth. Let alone a Lamborghini, he couldn't afford a car which cost over 1 million yuan, and the car he was driving now was only worth 400,000 yuan. What Yu Zi just did was like a slap across his face. Seeing Lin Tianyu and Zhao Shaoxian being shocked, Yu Zi felt satisfied. She didn't care what they thought of her. "Do you have a car?" Gu Ning asked Yu Zi. "Not yet," Yu Zi replied. "Do you have a driver's license?" Gu Ning asked. "Yes, but I seldom drive, so I'm not a good driver," Yu Zi said. "Each of the senior management in my company can have a car under my name. You can go to choose a car that you like which costs less than 1 million yuan when you're free, and I'll buy it for you," Gu Ning said. As long as Yu Zi worked in Gu Ning's company as a member of the senior management, she could have an exclusive car. However, once she left the company or was demoted, she would lose the right to use the car. Of course, Yu Zi wouldn't be willing to leave the company, and she was determined to work hard for her future. In that case, the car belonged to her to some extent. "Thanks," Yu Zi said. Although the garment factory had temporarily stopped working, security guards were still on duty. Gu Ning came here today with Yu Zi to look around it to see whether there was something that needed changing or replacing after walking around it. Yu Zi decided to set the production line of charm on the 3rd floor, and she made a note of the equipment and goods she needed. The company was newly established and short-handed, so she had to do it herself. When she got the money, she would arrange purchasing agents to buy the equipment and goods. When they walked out of the garment factory, it was already 11:30 a.m., so they went to have lunch together. On the way, Yu Zi received a call from a stranger. She didn't know that the person was Lin Tianyu, so she picked it up. "Hi, who's this?" Yu Zi asked. "Yu Zi, how could you find yourself a sugar daddy? I know that I've broken your heart, and you want to annoy me by finding yourself a rich man, but..." Lin Tianyu believed that Yu Zi must have found herself a sugar daddy to annoy him. "Lin Tianyu, who do you think you are? How could you be so shameless to say that I did it just to annoy you?" Yu Zi was so mad that she interrupted him before hanging up on him. Yu Zi was mad not because Lin Tianyu slandered her, but because Lin Tianyu was so self-centered, which was totally unacceptable in her eyes. When Lin Tianyu called her again, Yu Zi refused to answer it. "I'm sorry." Yu Zi apologized to Gu Ning when she realized that she had just shouted right beside Gu Ning. Although Gu Ning was very kind, she had to be respectful. "It's fine. The best way to beat your enemy is to live a better life. I believe that you can do it," Gu Ning said to comfort her. "Thanks, I will," Yu Zi said with determination. She knew that not everyone could be so lucky to get such a good chance like her, so she was determined to seize this opportunity to fight for her future and wouldn't let Gu Ning down. "What do you want to eat?" Gu Ning asked. "You can make the decision. Yu Zi wasn't the boss after all. Do you have any food allergies?" Gu Ning asked again. "Nope," Yu Zi said. Gu Ning thought for a while, then said, "Let's go dine in the restaurant next to Fengshang Shopping Mall." "Good idea," Yu Zi agreed. Gu Ning parked the car in the parking lot, and then they got out together. When they walked into the restaurant, they chose a table beside the window. Everyone knows that Lord Tang never married or had a child in City B, but a mother and daughter suddenly appeared in the Tang family's house a few days ago. "The girl closely resembles Lord Tang," a man said to another man at a nearby table. Hearing that, Gu Ning frowned and looked over at them. Didn't Grandpa warn the domestic servants not to leak the news? How could they know that? Is this a part of Tang Deming's scheme too? Only the Tang family and Tang Deming were aware of the fact that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. If nobody in the Tang family leaked the information, Tang Deming must have done it. However, in the meantime, two women who were over 30 years old were obviously surprised when they heard the two men's discussion. One of the two women wore a displeased face. Unfortunately, Gu Ning didn't notice that. "Do you mean that the girl could be Lord Tang's daughter?" the other man asked. "Who else could she be?" the man said. All of a sudden, a woman who was sitting at the next table stood up at once and walked to them questioning in an unkind voice, "How do you know that?" Seeing that, Gu Ning realized that the two men did it on purpose so that the woman could hear the news. However, who was this woman? Why did she seem to overreact when she heard the news about Tang Yunfan? Why did the two men leak the news to her? "My friend works for the Tang family and he told me," the man said. Gu Ning sensed that it must be Tang Deming's scheme. Hearing that, the woman seemed more upset, but she didn't ask further before she walked back to her seat. Shuiqin, could it be fake news? If the girl is really Tang Yunfan's daughter, why has nobody heard of her during so many years? Why did she suddenly appear? Another woman said and remained doubtful. If not, how come the news went abroad? It was obvious that the woman who was called Shuiqin believed it. She was Feng Shuiqin, who was born in another super-rich family in City B. When Master Tang's wife was still alive, she was a good friend with Feng Shuiqin's mother. In her early years, she often joked about setting Feng Shuiqin and Tang Yunfan up, so Feng Shuiqin bore it in mind. When Feng Shuiqin was young, she always claimed that she was Tang Yunfan's fiancée. However, Tang Yunfan kept a distance away from her and never mentioned marrying her. After a long time, she still couldn't marry into the Tang family, so she stopped claiming that she was Tang Yunfan's fiancée. Nevertheless, Feng Shuiqin was reluctant to give up. Even though she couldn't win Tang Yunfan's heart, she wouldn't leave him alone, and remained single till now when she was 36 years old. During the past years, if any woman dared approach Tang Yunfan, she would interfere in his personal affairs. If the woman didn't aim to sleep with Tang Yunfan, she wouldn't punish the woman severely, but if the woman aimed to sleep with Tang Yunfan or even to be his girlfriend, she would do everything to ruin the woman. Feng Shuiqin's love for Tang Yunfan was very twisted, so she was furious and almost lost control of herself when she heard that Tang Yunfan had a woman and a daughter in secret. "If I can't get him, nobody can." Even if the mother and daughter are truly Tang Yunfan's woman and daughter, they won't be soon, Feng Shuiqin said with an evil expression. Hearing that, Gu Ning squinted at her. "Very well, let's see. Feng Shuiqin, if you dare hurt Gu Man, I promise that you'll regret." "Boss, what's wrong?" Seeing Gu Ning being so angry, Yuzi was scared. "Oh, nothing," Gu Ning said and gave her a smile. Since Gu Ning said nothing, Yuzi stopped asking further. The dishes were soon placed on the table, and they started to enjoy their lunch. Feng Shuiqin, however, lost her appetite after hearing the news about Gu Man and Gu Ning. When she stood up, walking away, her friend's sight fell on Gu Ning and thought that Gu Ning looked very familiar. Her friend couldn't help but give Gu Ning a few more glances, and Gu Ning didn't avoid her look at all, because that was exactly what Gu Ning wanted. "Shuiqin, look at that girl." Feng Shuiqin's friend pulled her back and pointed at Gu Ning. Feng Shuiqin turned to look at Gu Ning and was stunned at once. Feng Shuiqin was more familiar with Tang Yunfan than her friend, so she recognized Gu Ning's face when Gu Ning appeared in her sight. Although Tang Yunfan wasn't young anymore, it was still easy to notice that Gu Ning closely resembled him. Is she the girl that the two men just discussed? Feng Shuiqin thought to herself. No matter what, Feng Shuiqin wouldn't let Gu Ning go, so she strode to the table where Gu Ning sat and asked Gu Ning very impolitely, "What's your relationship with Tang Yunfan?" Although she already had the answer, she still wanted to hear it from Gu Ning's mouth. At the same time, the two men were also surprised when Feng Shuiqin asked Gu Ning that question. They hadn't noticed Gu Ning until now. Although they hadn't met Tang Yunfan in person and they only saw his picture, They had to admit that this young girl in front of them did greatly resemble Tang Yunfan. Jesus! Is she the girl? Did she hear everything? The two men escaped without delay, in case they would expose themselves. Guning saw them leaving, but didn't stop them, because she was very eager to teach Feng Shuiqin a lesson now. Yuzi was frightened by Feng Shuiqin's aggressive attitude, but she didn't know Tang Yunfan, so she had no idea what was going on. Guning, on the other hand, calmly enjoyed her meal and ignored Feng Shuiqin. Seeing that she was being ignored, Feng Shuiqin was in a rage. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear my question? Guning still didn't give her a glance but coldly asked, Who are you? Why should I answer your question? You? Feng Shuiqin was irritated by Guning's arrogant attitude, especially when Guning said that with a face which strongly resembled Tang Yunfan. At short notice, Feng Shuiqin turned the plates on the table upside down in anger. Yuzi moved backwards in fear and avoided the disaster. Guning, however, didn't move at all, and the food stained her clothes everywhere. Guning did that for the purpose of using that as a reasonable excuse to teach Feng Shuiqin a lesson. Boss, are you all right? Yuzi wanted to wipe the stains off for Guning, but Guning raised her hand to stop her. The big noise attracted attention from other customers in the restaurant, and the manager came to them at once. What happened? It was obvious that Feng Shuiqin had turned the plates on Guning's table upside down, so nobody answered his question. You all should have seen it. It was her who damaged all those plates, so whatever I'm going to do next, she deserves it, Guning said in a cold voice, then abruptly stood up to slap Feng Shuiqin across her face. The sound when Guning's hand slapped Feng Shuiqin's face was so loud that it scared everyone in the restaurant. Within seconds, Feng Shuiqin's face was already red and swollen. In addition, Guning took the rest of the plates on the table and pressed them on Feng Shuiqin's face with great force. The food was still hot, and Feng Shuiqin was seriously hurt again. She almost passed out from the severe pain and had no strength to struggle. Everyone was shocked by Guning's violent actions, but nobody had sympathy for Feng Shuiqin because she had been rude first. A rude person like her should learn how to behave herself in public. Shuiqin. Feng Shuiqin's friend ran to wipe the food residue off from her face. Miss, don't you think that's too far? The restaurant manager criticized Guning because he was afraid that Feng Shuiqin's family would blame him for it. Guning gave him a cold glance then questioned him. Isn't it too far that she turned all my dishes upside down and made the food stain my clothes everywhere? She ruined our lunch and made a loud noise. Guning's look was threatening and scared the restaurant manager, but he still argued upon thinking of Feng Shuiqin's powerful family background. You weren't hurt after all, but Miss Feng is seriously injured now. So what? Guning asked and seemed arrogant because she realized that this manager was a snobbish person. Although she had attacked Feng Shuiqin with great force, Feng Shuiqin had asked for it herself. The restaurant manager was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. You? Feng Shuiqin was so mad that she wanted to swear at Guning. However, her cheeks were too painful for her to utter a word. Guning turned to look at Feng Shuiqin and coldly said, What? Do you think that you can bully me just because you were born in a super-rich family? I don't care who you are. I'll punch you if you annoy me. If Feng Shuiqin had just annoyed Guning, Guning would punch her and let her go. But Guning would ruin Feng Shuiqin if she dared hurt Guman. I'll kill you. Feng Shuiqin ignored Guning's warning and raised her hand to slap Guning, but was caught by Guning in the air. What did you say? Guning stared straight at her then threw her away, and Feng Shuiqin fell to the ground because of the great force. With a loud sound she fell. Feng Shuiqin moaned from the pain. Zuigin. Her friend was really scared. Normally, when Feng Shuiqin wanted to hit someone, she would help Feng Shuiqin do it, but she was afraid of Guning this time. Call the police. Call the restaurant manager shouted in anger, but shut his mouth at once when Guning gave him a cold glance. Guning's glance was so frightening that he didn't dare utter another word. How can a young girl be so scary? He thought. What's going on here? At this moment, a displeased male voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Guning immediately knew who the newcomer was. The man was exactly Pan Zirwei's good friend, Guan Bin. Gu Ning turned and saw Guan Bin, Pan Zirwei and a stranger walking towards them. Lord Guan, this girl. The restaurant manager blamed Gu Ning for everything the moment he saw Guan Bin. However, before he could finish his sentence, Guan Bin greeted Gu Ning with surprise. Miss Gu! The restaurant manager was struck dumb for a second. Does Lord Guan know this girl? Who? Pan Zirwei ran over at once, and he got excited too when he saw Gu Ning. Boss, why are you here? Boss? Everyone in the restaurant who knew Pan Zirwei and the others was shocked. What? Lord Pan called this young girl his boss? They must be very close. The restaurant manager panicked a little. If this young girl was Lord Pan's boss, they would blame him for everything. Feng Xian, who came here with Guan Bin and Pan Zirwei, was stunned when he saw Gu Ning, because Gu Ning was really beautiful even though she wasn't wearing any makeup. There were usually no beautiful women who didn't wear makeup, but Gu Ning was an exception. She probably had on some foundation at the most. In fact, Gu Ning had very smooth, shiny skin, so people thought that she was wearing foundation. If they looked closer at her face, they would see that she didn't wear any makeup. I came here to enjoy my lunch, but a crazy woman turned my dishes upside down and the food stained my clothes, Gu Ning said with obvious disdain, then gave Feng Shuiqin, who was still lying on the ground, a cold glance. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei and the others noticed the food stains on Gu Ning's clothes and Feng Shuiqin, who was still lying on the ground. Without asking further, they soon figured out what had happened. Even so, Pan Zirwei and Guan Bin still vented their anger at Feng Shuiqin. Instead of Gu Ning, Miss Feng, what do you mean by causing a scene in my family's restaurant? Do you think that my family is easy to take advantage of? Guan Bin didn't care that Feng Shuiqin was seriously injured, nor did he care about her family background, but questioned her impolitely. Lord Guan, Miss Feng is already injured. How can you blame her for everything? Call the ambulance now. If anything bad happens to Miss Feng, the Feng family won't let you get away with it. Feng Shuiqin's friend opened her mouth. Nevertheless, Guan Bin hated that she used Feng Shuiqin's family background to threaten him. Gu Ning was the Tang family's relative, so Guan Bin would, of course, stand by Gu Ning's side without a second thought. Pan Zirwei would, of course, protect and defend Gu Ning on any condition. So what? Do you think that the Feng family is the most powerful family in City B? You? Feng Shuiqin's friend was struck speechless. Although Feng Xian's family name was also Feng, he actually had no connection with Feng Shuiqin. However, when he saw Feng Shuiqin seriously injured, he felt that it was a little much, so he said, well, I think we better send her to the hospital now. It won't do us any good if anything bad happens to her. She annoyed my boss. Pan Zirwei was unwilling to let Feng Shuiqin leave. All right, let them go. Gu Ning thought that it was enough now, and she didn't want to waste more time on the mess. She has to pay the restaurant's losses before she leaves. She turned my dishes upside down and made the food stain my clothes. But she's injured now, so I'll forgive her. No matter what complaint she has, live with it. Gu Ning seemed arrogant, but others somehow felt comfortable, especially when she said the last sentence. Guan Bin would ask for compensation from Feng Shuiqin later. Nobody called the ambulance for Feng Shuiqin, so her friend had to. Before the ambulance arrived, Guan Bin invited Gu Ning to share a meal with them in a private room. Gu Ning and Yu Zi were still hungry, and Pan Zirwei hadn't seen her in a long time, so Gu Ning agreed. The two men who had leaked the information to Feng Shuiqin didn't leave right away when they walked out of the restaurant. Instead, they secretly watched them from the window. When they saw Gu Ning slapping Feng Shuiqin, they were also shocked and felt lucky that they had escaped earlier. When the mess was solved, one of the two men made a call and reported on what had happened in the restaurant. The person who arranged them to leak the information wasn't Tang Deming, but a man who worked for him. The moment the person heard what had happened in the restaurant, he called Tang Deming. What? They encountered each other, and Feng Shuiqin is injured. Tang Deming was astonished. Is this girl that powerful? Are you sure that she's the girl? Tang Deming asked. Not very sure. Since they weren't sure about it, there was nothing that Tang Deming could do. He told the two men to leave City B in case they would be caught. In the restaurant, Yuzi didn't know them, but she knew that they were all born in super-rich families from the conversation that they just had. Lin Tianyou's and Zhao Xiaoshuan's families were barely comparable to the Pan family and the Guan family. Therefore, Yuzi felt uneasy when they shared a meal at the same table. What she didn't know was that Chao Wenxin was born in a much more powerful family than them. If she had known that, she wouldn't have felt at ease when she had made friends with Chao Wenxin. "Boss, please order whatever you like." Pan Zirwei gave the menu to Gu Ning, and Gu Ning didn't hesitate to order her favorite food. When the waiter left, Pan Zirwei asked, "Boss, why did Feng Shuiqin suddenly irritate you?" "She asked about my relationship with the Tang family. I didn't tell her, so she got mad," Gu Ning said, and lied to some extent, because she had to keep the fact that Tang Yunfan was her biological father a secret. Why did she ask about that? It's none of her business. They all thought that it was strange, although they were also curious about Gu Ning's specific connection with the Tang family. None of them dared ask that question. "How much do you know about Feng Shuiqin?" Gu Ning asked with curiosity. She knew that Feng Shuiqin had to come from a rich family, but she didn't know the details. Feng Shuiqin is from another super-rich family in City B, and she has admired Lord Tang for so many years. She even claimed to be Lord Tang's fiancée when she was younger, but Lord Tang doesn't like her. Nevertheless, she has remained single the entire time until now. "She's 36 years old," Pan Zirwei said. Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised. Although she loves Lord Tang deeply, she's also a malicious woman. No matter who criticizes her, she'll pay the person back, Pan Zirwei said. "Well, I don't think that she's able to do that to Miss Gu," Guanbin said. He believed that Gu Ning was smarter and more powerful than Feng Shuiqin. "Exactly. Boss, feel free to call me if you need my support. I'll stand by your side," Pan Zirwei said. "Thanks," Gu Ning said. "Oh, boss, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Feng Xian," Pan Zirwei said to Gu Ning. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. I've heard Zirwei mention you many times," Feng Shuiqin said. "Although my family name is also Feng, I don't have any family connection with Feng Shuiqin." "Haha, nice to meet you too," Gu Ning said politely. Feng Xian used to think that Gu Ning would be an arrogant, rich heiress. Unexpectedly, she was kind but stayed cold, so he didn't know how to get closer to her. On the way to the hospital, Feng Shuiqin's friend called Feng Shuiqin's sister-in-law, Lu Qiuting. When Lu Qiuting arrived at the hospital, Feng Shuiqin's face was already wrapped in bandages and she couldn't say a word. Therefore, Lu Qiuting asked Wu Jini, who was Feng Shuiqin's friend, "Jini, what happened? Who dared to hit Shuiqin?" Wu Jini didn't tell her everything on the phone, so she didn't know the details. Wu Jini then told her what had happened in the restaurant. Although Wu Jini didn't add fuel to the fire, Lu Qiuting was still furious. "The little bitch is too arrogant." Lu Qiuting didn't think that what Feng Shuiqin had done was rude, but blamed Gu Ning for everything, which proved that she was a selfish person too. In fact, Lu Qiuting was 4 years older than Feng Shuiqin, but they were very close. As the old saying went, birds of a feather flock together. When they were both young, Lu Qiuting admired Feng Shuiqin's older brother, Feng Pinghui, from afar, but Feng Pinghui already had a girlfriend. In order to help Lu Qiuting marry her older brother, Feng Shuiqin along with Lu Qiuting schemed against her older brother's girlfriend, and let Feng Pinghui catch the innocent girl in bed with another man. Feng Pinghui was heartbroken and drowned his sorrows. And right at this moment, Lu Qiuting seized the chance and used her body to comfort Feng Pinghui after he was drunk. It happened a decade ago and people were inclined to be more conservative, so the man had to take the responsibility if he slept with a woman. Therefore, Feng Pinghui married Lu Qiuting, but he had no idea about the truth. Although he didn't love Lu Qiuting, he treated her kindly and lived their life like a normal couple. Lu Qiuting relied on Feng Shuiqin to marry Feng Pinghui, so she would defend Feng Shuiqin without a doubt. In fact, Lu Qiuting and Feng Shuiqin had tried to trap Tang Yunfan in the same way, but they seldom had chance to approach Tang Yunfan. If they met Tang Yunfan, he always refused to drink, so they never succeeded. "Shuiqin, are you sure that the girl is really Tang Yunfan's daughter?" Lu Qiuting asked with vicious eyes. "Yeah, Feng Shuiqin groaned. No matter what, she must bear the result that she dared to hit Shuiqin. If she is really Tang Yunfan's daughter, we can never let her get away with it, Lu Choding said with strong hatred. After the meal, Gu Ning left with Yu Zi. Feng Xian still didn't open his mouth to ask for Gu Ning's phone number because this was the first time that they had met each other and they seldom talked. If he asked for her number right now, it could leave a bad impression on Gu Ning. Hey boss, did you drive the Lamborghini here? Pan Zirwei asked when they walked to the front door. They came here from the back door, so they didn't see the parking lot at the front door. Yes, Gu Ning replied. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei got excited. Where did you park it? Let me have a look. Not only Pan Zirwei, but Guanbin and Feng Xian were also excited. Men all loved cars, especially luxurious cars. Right outside, Gu Ning said. Pan Zirwei immediately walked outside, followed by the others. Once they walked out, the most noticeable car parked in the parking lot was precisely Gu Ning's white Lamborghini. Pan Zirwei and the others looked at the car for a while, then he said, Boss, I didn't expect that you're that rich. There are only 40 of this model around the world. How did you get it? Pan Zirwei also wanted to buy one, but it wasn't available. My aunt and uncle sent it to me, Gu Ning said. Wow, your aunt and uncle are so generous. I wish that I could have such an aunt and uncle, Pan Zirwei said with envy. Gu Ning smiled. All right, we have got to go now. Bye. See you, Pan Zirwei said. All of a sudden, Pan Zirwei felt like he had played around for a long time, and all he was doing now was a total waste of his life. No, I think that I shouldn't keep on living my life like this. I should do something meaningful from now on or my boss will despise me, Pan Zirwei said with determination, which shocked Guanbin and Feng Xian. Guanbin couldn't believe his ears. Zirwei, are you serious? Guanbin and Feng Xian had known Pan Zirwei for many years, and they had never seen him being so serious. If Pan Zirwei hadn't had an older brother who was good at running business, he probably would have spoiled his family's properties already. Of course, Pan Zirwei felt displeased that his friends didn't believe him. Pan Zirwei was actually a smart boy and he would do his best to get what he wanted. Guanbin, however, was surprised by Gu Ning's influence on Pan Zirwei. Although Guanbin often played around with Pan Zirwei, he was doing business at the same time. He was the only son in his family, so he had to take the responsibility of taking over his family business. In addition, Guanbin was also ambitious, and he wouldn't allow anyone else to take over his own family business. If he couldn't run his family business well, his cousin would grab it away from him, which was the last thing he wanted to happen. Feng Shuiqin was seriously injured, so she had to stay in the hospital for a few days longer. Except for the doctors and nurses, nobody else knew that she was injured. When Lu Choding went back home, she arranged someone to get information and photos of Gu Man and Gu Ning so that she could take her next step to scheme against them. Gu Ning went back to the Tang family's house after she drove Yu Zi to the shopping mall. Tang Haifeng was absent and even the domestic servants intentionally stayed away from her. Only Tang Yunfan and Gu Man were in the living hall, but both of them seemed embarrassed. Gu Ning was confused and didn't know what had happened. Hi, Ning Ning. Gu Man relaxed when Gu Ning got home. She felt much better when Gu Ning was by her side. Gu Ning walked in and sat next to Gu Man on the sofa. She then turned to look at Tang Yunfan. Uncle Tang. However, before Gu Ning could finish her sentence, Tang Yunfan interrupted her. Don't call me Uncle Tang anymore. Although your mother hasn't accepted me yet, it won't change the fact that you're my daughter. Can you call me your dad? Tang Yunfan looked at Gu Ning with anticipation. Gu Man told him that it would take some time for her to accept him again because they had been apart for so long after all. Nevertheless, Gu Man wouldn't stop Gu Ning from accepting him first. Dad? Gu Ning said without struggling, because she was mentally prepared. Good girl. Tang Yunfan burst into tears. He hadn't cried once during the past years and always stayed tough, but he lost control of his emotions today when he finally had the family reunion with the woman he loved and his biological daughter. Tang Yunfan didn't mind crying in front of his family. Gu Man's eyes were also wet with tears. When Tang Yunfan calmed himself down, Gu Ning said, Dad, My jewelry store is going to open in City B soon, and I need to go to City G tomorrow to deliver the J jewelry here. May I use the private jet in our family? It'll be safer and more convenient. In the beginning, Guning planned to borrow it, but she changed her mind and decided to directly use it after she called Tang Yunfan her dad now. No problem. Tang Yunfan agreed without second thought. Let alone a private jet. Even if Guning wanted a star in the sky, he would go get it for her. Oh, who's the spokesperson of your jewelry brand? Tang Yunfan asked. Su Tongnua, a B-list actress, Guning said. A B-list actress? Tang Yunfan frowned with dissatisfaction. Do you think she's suitable for it? I know she doesn't have much fame now, but she works for my company, so I must give her a chance. As long as my jewelry brand becomes popular, she'll be a household name too, Guning said. And I have the support of our family, so I don't think it'll be a problem. You signed an actress? Do you plan to be involved in the entertainment industry? Tang Yunfan was astonished. Yes, Guning answered. Don't you feel overburdened to run so many businesses at such an early age? Tang Yunfan felt very protective of Guning. He was impressed when he heard about Guning's achievements before he knew that she was his biological daughter, but his heart ached for her after he found out the truth. He thought that Guning, who was just a young girl, should live a relaxed life instead of being occupied by business. I run the businesses according to my ability, and I am basically just a boss behind the scenes, so it isn't tiring at all, Guning said. In addition, I have a strong sense of satisfaction and achievement when I'm doing what I want. I think I'm living a meaningful life. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan was quite gratified. Although he didn't want to see Guning being so busy at such an early age, he knew that was what she wanted. Moreover, he had been an absent father for so many years of her life, so he didn't have the right to judge her decisions now. Therefore, Tang Yunfan decided to be Guning's support behind her back. Feel free to tell me whenever you need my help. I need your help now, Dad, Guning suddenly said with a serious look on her face. I need the dining hall of the Huangdang Hotel, as well as 10 models to do the opening show. Although you're my father, it's business after all, so I'll arrange someone to discuss it with your company later. Do we have to be so serious? We're family anyway, Tang Yunfan said. He was unwilling to charge his own daughter. Of course we do. If you really want to help me, you should give me enough space to grow up myself. I don't want to rely on you to be successful. No pain, no gain, Guning said seriously. Tang Yunfan was amused by Guning's serious face and also felt happy for his daughter. He knew that he wasn't a good father because he had been absent during her childhood and adolescence. However, it was what it was, and he had to accept it as a failure. All in all, he still felt very proud of his daughter. Guning didn't tell Tang Yunfan that she had encountered Feng Shuiqin today because Guman was there. Today was a special day. Although Guman hadn't accepted Tang Yunfan yet, the Tang family had already accepted her as a family member. So it was a big day that they gathered together. Around 5 p.m., Chao Wenxin arrived. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone, Chao Wenxin said happily once she walked inside. Should I call you Aunt Man now? Chao Wenxin asked Guman. Not yet, Guman said. Tang Yunfan was a little disappointed but didn't say anything, because he understood that it would take time for Guman to accept him. Fine. Since Guman said so, Chao Wenxin didn't insist, in case Guman would feel embarrassed. Around 6 p.m., Tang Yunhang and his wife and Chao Ruihua and his wife along with Chao Wenjun also got home. Except for Chao Wenjun, the rest had all met Guning and Guman before. Nice to meet you. Chao Wenjun greeted Guning and Guman politely. Nice to meet you too, Wenjun. Nice to meet you too, cousin Wenjun. Guman and Guning greeted Chao Wenjun politely. Finally, Tang Jiakai also got home, and only Tang Jiang was absent now because he was still studying abroad. When Tang Jiakai saw Guman, he was struck dumb for a second, and Tang Yunhang introduced Guman to him at once. This is Ningning's mother. Nice to meet you, Tang Jiakai said politely. He didn't know Guman's relationship with Tang Yunfan yet. Nice to meet you too, Jiakai, Guman said with a smile. After that, they sat in the living room chatting with each other, while 2 domestic servants were preparing dinner in the kitchen. While they were chatting, Tang Yunhang said to Tang Jiakai, Jiakai, if anyone asks you about your Uncle Yunfan's condition, you can tell them that your Uncle Yunfan is still unconscious. Do you understand? Hearing that, Tang Jiakai sensed that something bad must have happened. So he asked seriously, what happened? Since the majority in the Tang family was aware of it, Tang Yunhang told Tang Jiakai the secret. Your Uncle Yunfan had a car accident last week, and he fell into unconsciousness for a couple of days afterwards. He didn't wake up until yesterday. Once your Uncle Yunfan was in danger, some directors in the company started to take action to unseat us. In order to turn their trick to our own use, your Uncle Yunfan will pretend to still be unconscious. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tang Jiakai complained. He blamed himself because he had been absent last weekend and didn't know that his family had just been through a serious crisis. Although he might not be helpful, he wanted to do something. Tang Jiakai felt regretful and guilty that he had been out having fun while his family had been in danger. We didn't want to worry you, Tang Yunhang said. Tang Jiakai wiped his eyes. I prefer to be worried rather than being regretful now. I feel so guilty that I've been out having fun while our family was in danger. We're fine now, so don't tell Jiayang about it, Tang Yunhang said. I won't, Tang Jiakai said. He understood why his family hadn't told him, because he was also unwilling to worry Tang Jiayang now. Oh, there is something else. Tang Yunhang opened his mouth again, but Tang Jiakai rounded his eyes, staring straight at him in fear before he could finish. Seeing that, everyone was amused. Don't be so nervous. It's good news. Tang Yunhang smiled. Hearing that, Tang Jiakai was relieved. What is it? It's about Ningning, Tang Yunhang said. Tang Jiakai turned to look at Gu Ning at once with confusion. Actually, Ningning is your Uncle Yunfan's biological daughter, Tang Yunhang added. What? Tang Jiakai was shocked and stood up in excitement. Really? Yes, but you can't leak this information either, Tang Yunhang said. Of course I won't. Tang Jiakai understood that his father said it for a reason. Hearing the good news, Tang Jiakai was cheered up within a second. He ran to sit with Gu Ning and pushed Chao Wenxin aside. Ningning, you're really my younger sister. Biological younger sister, Tang Jiakai said happily. Tang Jiakai was a stable young man normally, but he now behaved like a kid who just got candy. He always wished that Gu Ning could be related to the Tang family, and it turned out to be true now. Although Tang Haifeng had already accepted Gu Ning as a member of their family before, there was still a distance between them. However, there was a family connection between them now, so they were much closer than before. Since Ningning is Uncle Yunfan's biological daughter, then Ningning's mother is, Tang Jiakai said, but was interrupted by Gu Ning. Not yet. Hearing that, Tang Jiakai realized that it wasn't that easy. Tang Yunfan had been apart from Gu Man for so long, and it was totally understandable that Gu Man couldn't accept him right away. After dinner, Gu Ning left the Tang family's house with Chao Wenxin and Gu Man. Tang Yunfan wasn't able to show up now, so he could only watch Gu Man leaving from his sight. On the way back, Gu Ning suddenly remembered that she hadn't contacted Leng Xiaoting yet ever since he left this morning. Gu Ning knew that Leng Xiaoting had to be busy, so she didn't call him. At that moment, in the airport of Citytang, Leng Xiaoting, Chun Meng and Su Jinchen were in a car in a parking lot. They didn't get out of the car, and it seemed like they were waiting for something. Chun Meng, are you sure the information is accurate? They are criminals wanted by the International Criminal Police. Would they dare to take a plane to our country? Aren't they afraid of being caught? Su Jinchen asked Chun Meng. Chun Meng rolled his eyes and said with disdain, Are you an idiot? Do you think that they're as dumb as you? Don't you know that there is a way of disguising called molding? They all hold fake passports, and it's impossible for the customs to find them. If they could be easily caught, why would our country send us here? Chun Meng hit the point. The International Criminal Police failed to catch those criminals, so the country sent out the Red Flame. I was just saying. They're really desperados. Su Jinchen was less experienced than Leng Xiaoting and Chun Meng, so he sometimes couldn't stay calm. Those people will do anything for money, Chun Meng said calmly. After a while, Leng Xiaoting heard Xian Bei's voice from his earphones. Boss, they're out. 6 in all. Copy that, Leng Xiaoting said. 6 people weren't all the members of the criminal group, but was just a small team of it. Before long, Xian Bei's voice sounded again. Boss! They entered the parking lot. Seconds later, Leng Xiaoting and the others noticed 6 men in business suits walking into the parking lot. Although they were all dressed like businessmen, they were stone-faced and looked more like bodyguards. Ordinary people might not see the difference, but it was quite clear in the eyes of Leng Xiaoting's group. They got in an MPV then left, followed by Leng Xiaoting's car. In their car, several people were negotiating. Mr. Aquino, I think that the price you gave is a bit high. Would you mind lowering it before we settle the deal? In this case, we can also share more reward. A 30-year-old man sitting in the front passenger seat turned his head and looked at the young man sitting in a rear seat in the second row against the window. He was speaking in fluent language R. Baizhen, I hope that you can understand that there are more buyers than us who wants to buy this batch of goods. They're willing to make this deal with us all because we bid higher than others. If we lower the price now, they won't sell the goods to us. If so, how should we explain it to the Andu family? Do you think the Andu family will let us get away with it? Mr. Aquino wore a cold expression and reminded Baizhen in an impatient tone. Mr. Aquino is right. We can never annoy the Andu family. Another young man echoed. Fine. Baizhen frowned. Although he was disappointed, he gave up because he knew that he couldn't persuade them. I haven't been to this country for a long time. It seems this country is declining. What do you think? A young man sitting on a rear seat in the third row suddenly opened his mouth to cheer everyone up. I don't think that you're a qualified international mercenary because your accent is so heavy. Do you want to do business here in the future or not? Mr. Aquino sneered. Nobody would know that he was a foreigner from his standard local language. I was just kidding. Do you have to take it so serious? The young man immediately used the standard local language. Do you think it's the right time to joke now? Do you think it's easy to do business in this country? If the red flame finds us, we're doomed, Mr. Aquino said with worry. Hearing that, they all looked serious. Although they would do anything for money, they knew how dangerous what they were doing now was. Therefore, they also did their best to avoid the red flame. However, they had already caught the red flame's attention. The group of them didn't go to settle the deal at once but had a rest in a self-built house. They would meet the buyer tomorrow before the trade. This house was prepared by the buyer in case they would be exposed if they stayed in a hotel. Although they used fake ID cards and passports, they could never be too careful. The International Criminal Police was chasing them. Once they were caught, they would be sentenced to the death penalty. That being the case, they already had the idea to retire after this deal and live a relaxed life on an island, which was also the reason why Baizhen wanted to get a bigger reward. However, compared with life, money was nothing, so none of them were willing to risk their lives. Leng Xiaoting's group didn't follow them closely because they were international mercenaries, not normal criminals. If Leng Xiaoting followed them too closely, they would discover him. Since those criminals were already out, Leng Xiaoting was confident to catch them this time. City Tong was a small city and there weren't many small roads, so it wasn't difficult for Leng Xiaoting to follow them. When Guning was home, it was only 9 p.m., so she called Zhou Zhenghong and told him to be prepared. She was going to deliver jade jewelry in City B. Tomorrow. Zhou Zhenghong was surprised. Boss, isn't it too hurried? We haven't contacted the airline yet. If we're going to deliver the goods by plane, we must arrange it beforehand. It's fine. We can use a private jet, Guning said. What? A private jet? Zhou Zhenghong was astonished. He was impressed by Guning's ability yet again. Afterwards, Guning asked Zhou Zhenghong whether he had arranged everything for his son because Zhou Zhenghong was the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry and he had to attend the opening ceremony in City B. Zhou Zhenghong told her that he had hired a babysitter, and the babysitter would take care of his son. Hearing that, Guning relaxed. After that, Guning called Su Tongnua and told her to come to City B tomorrow afternoon for the advertisement shooting. Guning had discussed it with Su Tongnua and Lu Zhan when she had been to City D, so Su Tongnua would have a day off for the promotion of the jewelry brand. Can you write an advertisement copy? Guning called Lu Xiao and asked. Sure. A piece of cake, Lu Xiao said. Great. I need an advertisement copy for jewelry, so please send it to me tomorrow, Gu Ning said. No problem. Lu Xiao didn't feel that it was difficult for him to finish the task within a day, because he was an experienced marketer. Since Lung Xiaoting assigned him to manage this entertainment company, he had to be good at it. Quan Mingkai arrived at the Tang family's house around 9 p.m. too. Although he heard that Tang Yunfan was already awake, he was still excited when he saw Tang Yunfan in person. Boss! Quan Mingkai greeted him with great respect. What's the latest news? Tang Yunfan asked. Tang Deming stopped contacting Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan, but we don't know whether they teamed up or he gave up, Quan Mingkai said worriedly. If Tang Deming gave up, it would be good news. If not, it would be terrible news. Besides, it would be easy to unseat Tang Deming alone. But they were afraid that there was an ambitious person behind Tang Deming's back. In addition, they had to keep running the company on the right track and stabilize the board of directors at the same time. If Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan don't know that there is an ambitious person behind Tang Deming's back, it's impossible that they'd side with him because they know Tang Deming's ability very well. However, if they found out about the support behind Tang Deming, they would probably change their mind, Tang Yunfan said. The point is that we have no idea who the ambitious person is, and I don't think that it's a good time to tell Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan the news that you're already awake, in case they betray us, Quan Mingkai said. Tang Deming and his allies had taken action when Tang Yunfan had been unconscious. Although they would stop if they heard that Tang Yunfan was awake, their ambition would never change. Nobody was willing to live with a loose cannon. I think they'll stop for a short time after the abduction failed, but they won't be quiet for long, Quan Mingkai said. Maybe they have other helpers here. Tang Yunfan had also had that thought, so he stayed in his room all the time. There were many domestic servants in the Tang family, and he wasn't sure whether all of them were loyal to the Tang family. The next morning, Gu Ning and Gu Man went to the Tang family's house after breakfast as usual. Ning, the private jet is ready, and you can set off at any time, Tang Yunfan said to Gu Ning. Great. I plan to do this trip quickly, so I'll go to the airport now, Gu Ning said. Afterwards, she drove herself to the airport. The Tang family already told the airport to receive her, so Gu Ning directly drove into the parking lot, where the private jets landed and went aboard without delay. 3 hours later, the private jet landed at the airport of City G. An exclusive car from the Huangdang Hotel went to pick Gu Ning up on time. It was lunchtime, so Gu Ning decided to first have lunch at the Huangdang Hotel, which was also arranged by Tang Yunfan. Gu Ning called Zhou Zhanghong and wanted to invite him to join her for lunch, but Zhou Zhanghong was in the factory, so Gu Ning decided to dine alone. However, the moment Gu Ning walked into the hotel, she ran into Sitayi, who was accompanied by 2 men and a woman. One of the men and the woman were foreigners. When Sitayi saw Gu Ning, his eyes lit up. Wait a second. I see my friend, Sitayi said to them, then strode to Gu Ning in a hurry. The blonde woman was upset and stared straight at Gu Ning, then asked the man who wasn't a foreigner. Who is she? Sorry, no idea, the man said. He, of course, knew that the young girl was Gu Ning, but Sitayi had warned him not to hurt Gu Ning, so he kept it a secret. Besides, he knew that this blonde woman was bad-tempered, so he wasn't willing to tell her anything important. Gu Ning sensed the blonde woman's hostility towards her, and she realized that the blonde woman must admire Sitayi and was mad at her because Sitayi walked to her without hesitation once she showed up. Anyway, Gu Ning didn't care as long as the blonde woman stayed away from her. When did you get here? Why didn't you tell me? Sitayi asked Gu Ning, like she had hurt his feelings. Gu Ning said, I just arrived to deal with business here and I'll leave soon. You'll leave soon? Sitayi frowned with disappointment. Yes, I'm busy, Gu Ning said. Are you alone? Sitayi asked. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Why don't we have a meal together? Sitayi said. In case Gu Ning would decline, he added, We haven't gathered together for a long time. You never call me when you come to City G unless you need my help. Gu Ning felt a little embarrassed because what he said was true. Well, can we share a meal the next time? Next time? When? You have never invited me to dine together in City G, Sitayi complained. Come on, give me a chance. Xianfeng is waiting for us in a private room now. Fine. Gu Ning didn't know how to reject it, so she agreed. After that, Gu Ning followed Situyi walking to his friends. When the blonde woman saw Situyi walking back with Gu Ning, she was annoyed and pointed at Gu Ning, questioning Situyi in anger. Situ? Who is she? She spoke in the local language, which was quite authentic. Situyi was displeased. None of your business. Show some respect. The blonde woman was furious and felt hurt. None of my business? You're my fiancé. Who is she? Gu Ning was surprised. This woman is Situ Ye's fiancé? She was surprised not because she didn't want Situyi to have a fiancé, but because she didn't understand why Situyi, who was such a handsome man, would choose such a woman with a plain face and bad temper. Shut up. Situyi was mad. In case Gu Ning would mistake their relationship, he snapped at the blonde woman. Amy, since when did I become you fiancé? Don't damage my reputation. You're my fiancé. Your father said that before. Amy argued. It was just a joke and I never agreed, Situyi said. In fact, it really was a joke between their parents, but Amy took it seriously, because she loved Situyi. Unfortunately, Situyi disliked her. I agreed, and I take it seriously, and you have to be responsible for my life, Amy said in a domineering tone. Situyi lost his patience, and looked to the blonde man standing by Amy's side. Adam, tell your younger sister not to behave like a 3-year-old child. Sure. Actually, Adam didn't want to be involved, because his family would benefit a lot from the marriage between his younger sister and Situyi. But Situyi gave him a warning, so he had to stop his younger sister now. Amy, you're an adult now, so behave like one. Stop arguing in public or I'll arrange for someone to send you home, Adam said. Amy was in a rage, but didn't dare to argue again because she understood that her older brother was a doer. So she just glared at Gu Ning in the end. Although she closed her mouth, she remembered Gu Ning's face in her mind. Gu Ning, however, thought that this blonde woman was crazy. Even if she was Situ Ye's fiancée, she had no right to vent her anger at Gu Ning. In Gu Ning's eyes, this blonde woman was as possessive as Feng Shuiqin, and both of them were control freaks. Gu Ning was a little displeased, but ignored her. Gu Ning knew that the blonde woman wouldn't give up, but Gu Ning wasn't afraid of her. Situyi and Gu Ning walked at the front, followed by the others, and Amy kept staring at Gu Ning's back like she was going to tear her to pieces. Amy was so jealous because Situyi had never treated any women so gently, except Gu Ning. Even though Situyi disliked her, he seldom lost his temper in front of her and would avoid arguing with her most of the time. However, he shouted at her for Gu Ning this time, and even told her to be respectful of Gu Ning. It was hard for her to not believe that Situyi treated Gu Ning differently. In addition, she had to admit that Gu Ning was very attractive, which made her feel jealous. When they arrived at the private room and pushed the door open, Chu Xianfeng stood up at once to welcome them. Gu Ning. Chu Xianfeng was surprised to see Gu Ning. Hi, Xianfeng, Gu Ning said. Come here. Have a seat, please. Chu Xianfeng pulled a chair out for Gu Ning to sit down and behaved like a gentleman. Seeing Chu Xianfeng being so gentle to Gu Ning too, Amy was more displeased because as Situ Ye's close assistant Chu Xianfeng didn't like talking to her. Situ Yi squinted at Chu Xianfeng. Don't you see me still standing here? He was just joking, of course. Chu Xuanfeng's body stiffened a little, then he realized that he had ignored his own boss. He beamed at once. Gu Ning is the guest after all. Please, boss. Here. Situ Yi didn't mind, and walked to the seat next to Gu Ning. Seeing that, Amy was annoyed and couldn't wait to set them apart. Adam, who knew Amy very well, pulled her to sit aside without delay, in case she would cause an argument again. Although Amy felt dissatisfied, she still sat down with Adam. Gu Ning, I finished ordering, but you may order some of your favorite food now. Chu Xianfeng gave the menu to Gu Ning. Right at this moment, Situ Yi gave Chu Xianfeng a warning glance. It seemed like he was warning Chu Xianfeng not to be too gentle to Gu Ning, which might cause a misunderstanding. Instead, he should be the one doing that. Receiving Situ Ye's warning glance, Chu Xuanfeng's hand, which was holding the menu, stiffened a little. Is boss being jealous? All of a sudden, Chu Xianfeng felt quite aggrieved and didn't know how to explain it. Guning noticed the conflict between them but ignored it and said to Chu Xianfeng, "It's fine. I'm not picky." Great, since Guning said that, Chu Xianfeng didn't insist. Most importantly, he was scared of his boss's glance. Amy couldn't tolerate it anymore and made an excuse walking outside. However, nobody stopped her. "I'm so sorry. I hope Amy doesn't ruin your appetite." Adam apologized to them. "It's okay. Never mind," Situyi said airily. He thought that it would be better if Amy was absent. After all, Situyi maintained a good relationship with the Hill family, and they had helped each other a lot, so he wouldn't punish her for the sake of the Hill family even though he disliked her. As long as what Amy did didn't exceed his limits, he would be tolerant. A few minutes later, the dishes were all on the table, and they started to enjoy the meal. "Guning, what are you up to recently?" Situyi asked. "I'm busy dealing with the opening ceremony of a branch of my jewelry store, and I came to City G this time to fetch Jade jewelry," Guning said. She actually didn't want to tell Situyi, because she knew that he was going to send her an expensive gift once he heard of it. However, if she didn't tell him now, he would find out sooner or later, and he would probably blame her for not telling him earlier. "A branch? Where?" Situyi asked. "In City B," Guning said. "When is the opening ceremony?" "Am I invited?" Situyi said, staring straight at Guning. Guning was amused. She knew what Situyi was implying. "Of course you are, and I'll tell you once the date is settled." After the meal, Guning left to deal with her business. Before long, Guning discovered that someone was following her. She turned around and noticed a taxi following behind her car. It was Amy. Guning wasn't surprised at all. Nevertheless, she didn't want Amy to find out the location of her factory in case she would do something to damage it in the future. So she told the driver to stop the car when there was less traffic. "Wait for me in the car," Guning said, then got out. Amy, who was following her, got out of the taxi as well. Although Amy didn't know what Guning was going to do, her aim was to catch Guning. "What do you want to do by stalking me?" Guning asked directly. Amy was surprised that Guning had already discovered that she was stalking her. "What's your relationship with Situ?" Amy asked. "None of your business," Guning said. "You?" Amy was mad and said with an evil expression, "He's my man, and I won't allow any women to seduce him." Amy didn't care whether Guning was innocent. She believed that it must have been Guning who seduced Situyi first. "He didn't admit that you're his woman," Guning said coldly. "None of your business. I won't allow any woman to approach Situ." Amy was furious. Guning thought that Amy was exactly like Feng Shuiqin, who also went crazy from love. "What do you want to do?" Guning crossed her arms over her chest. Amy clenched her teeth in anger. "I'll ruin your face, so Situ won't like you anymore." Saying that, she took out a fruit knife from her pocket and attacked Guning at once. Amy exercised a lot, so she moved fast and slashed at Guning's face within a second. She raised the knife in her hand to cut Guning's face. However, Amy's speed was nothing compared with Guning's. Just as the knife in her hand was about to touch Guning's face, Guning caught her wrist and forced her to stop. "You?" Amy rounded her eyes in shock. How is it possible? When the two drivers realized that Amy was attacking Guning, Guning had already caught Amy's hand, which astonished them. The driver of the private car walked over at once, while the taxi driver drove the taxi away and escaped. He didn't even ask Amy for the fee. To his astonishment, he encountered a killer. Although she failed, she had the intention to kill another girl. "Miss Gu, are you all right?" The driver of the private car walked to Guning in a hurry. Although he didn't know Guning's identity, the chairman's secretary had arranged for the hotel to receive her, so he knew that she must be an important figure. If anything bad happened to Guning, he would probably lose his job. "I'm fine," Guning said. Seeing that Guning was safe, the driver stood aside in silence. How did you?" Amy was still in shock. "Why couldn't I? Do you think that I'm weak?" Guning sneered. Amy struggled at once to get rid of Gu Ning's hand. However, Gu Ning, of course, wouldn't let her go. When Amy was about to attack Gu Ning again, Gu Ning broke her wrist without delay and the fruit knife fell on the ground and was kicked away by Gu Ning afterwards. Amy groaned in pain and her face turned pale. She felt quite embarrassed and got furious. Gu Ning let Amy go after she broke her wrist, but Amy wouldn't give up like that. Although her wrist was broken, she still believed that Gu Ning was just a young girl and she could easily beat her down. If she couldn't teach Gu Ning an unforgettable lesson today, she would have nowhere to vent her anger. In the following minutes, Amy fought several rounds against Gu Ning, but she failed to gain any advantage. Instead, she was hurt and injured by Gu Ning every time. In the end, Gu Ning kicked her away and she fell on the ground with a loud sound. Amy could barely stand up after this hit, so she glared at Gu Ning while lying on the ground. "How dare you hit me? The Hill family and country, why won't let you get away with it?" The Hill family? Gu Ning frowned a little. She had heard of the Hill family, which was a powerful ancient family in country Y. Even so, Gu Ning wasn't afraid of them because it was Amy who had attacked her in the first place. In addition, Gu Ning believed that Situ Yi would help her. "Oh, really? If your family is as unreasonable as you, I'm curious how they'll punish me for it." Gu Ning sneered again with disdain. Then she turned around to get in the private car and left. For the sake of Situ Yi, Gu Ning still called him Situ. "Amy stalked me and tried to ruin my face, but I ended up injuring her at XX Road," Gu Ning said. "What? Amy stalked you and even tried to ruin your face?" Situ Yi was shocked as well as angry. He didn't care that Gu Ning had injured Amy. Situ Yi and the others were drinking tea in a tea room at that moment. When Adam heard what Situ Yi said on the phone, he was astonished. "What?" Chu Xianfeng was also greatly surprised. "Is Gu Ning all right?" Situ Yi hung up the call and seemed extremely displeased. "Situ, I'm sorry. I didn't know that Amy would." Adam explained at once. It was beyond his expectation that Amy would attack Gu Ning. "How is Miss Gu now?" "She's fine, but Amy is injured. Amy attacked her in the first place and I don't want it to happen again." Situ Yi coldly stared at Adam and warned him seriously. "Not only because I want to protect her, but she's also a figure you can't hurt." Even Situ Yi didn't want to annoy Leng shouting. The Hill family was barely comparable to the Leng family. Adam wasn't an idiot, so he listened to Situ Yi. Moreover, if Gu Ning was just an ordinary girl, Situ Yi wouldn't treat her so well. "Sure," Adam Hill said. After that, Situ Yi sent someone along with Adam to pick Amy up. Although there was less traffic on that road, there were many people who saw the scene when Gu Ning and Amy fought against each other. Some of them even filmed it. Gu Ning didn't think further, so she just ignored them. However, someone uploaded the video on the internet and it soon went viral. A young girl beat a foreign woman down in City G. Is it a grudge fight? Video attached. Besides, there was only the part when Gu Ning kicked Amy away in the video, and the title obviously aimed to criticize Gu Ning. Without the previous part when Amy attacked Gu Ning, everyone thought that Gu Ning was a bully and blamed Gu Ning for everything. "This girl is so violent. She left right after kicking the woman. The private car costs at least 1,000,000 yuan. She must be born in a rich family, which explains why she's so arrogant. So what? Rich people can beat others down without taking responsibility. I want to know what happens to the girl next. Put her in jail." Many internet users started to swear at Gu Ning. Luckily, there were people with reason and sided with Gu Ning. Although we see the foreign woman being kicked in the video, it's clear that the video isn't complete. We don't know what happened before that, so we can't jump to the conclusion that it's the girl's fault. Agree. It's too arbitrary to draw a conclusion from such an incomplete video. I believe the police will find out the truth, and we can criticize the girl if it's really her fault then. Exactly. Won't you feel ashamed if it turns out to be the woman's fault? Although I think that this girl is a little violent, I have to admit that she's really good at kung fu. Oh, she must be a kung fu master. After that, many internet users began to discuss Gu Ning's kung fu level. Hey, aren't we criticizing the girl for her violent behavior? Come on, nobody knows the truth yet. Even so, Many internet users still kept swearing at Guning and even mentioned the Public Security Bureau of City G and many departments of City G's government in this hot topic. Before long, the police were involved, but Guning had just arrived at the factory and had no idea what was happening on the internet. Adam didn't surf the internet, so he had no idea about it either. After he found Amy, he sent her to the hospital without delay. "Why did you do that?" Adam questioned Amy. "Situ treated her differently. She seduced Situ." Amy was still mad. "It's none of your business. Situ dislikes you anyway," Adam warned. "Situ said that he hopes that you would stop trying to hurt Miss Gu. Otherwise he'll punish you." "What? He'll punish me for that bitch?" Amy was in a rage, like Situ Yi had cheated on her. Adam stared at Amy and coldly said, "Stop being so stupid. Situ hasn't punished you yet just because you're a member of the Hill family. If you dare to annoy Situ, the Hill family won't protect you." He was right. Although Amy was born in the Hill family didn't lack heirs or heiresses. If Amy dared to hurt the family's benefits, she would be abandoned without a doubt. Amy's face turned pale at once in fear, but she didn't give up her revenge on Guning. She just made up her mind not to be discovered. In fact, she was digging her own grave. The police checked the surveillance cameras later and found out that Amy was the one who had attacked Guning in the first place. But the police needed more evidence to clear Guning's name. After checking the number plate of the private car in the surveillance video, the police found that it belonged to the Huangdang Hotel. If the foreign woman had a close relationship with the Huangdang Hotel, the police would have to stop investigating this case because the Huangdang Hotel had the Tang family's support. It wasn't shameful to avoid annoying the powerful, because that was how this society worked. No matter how those internet users criticized Guning on the internet, it was undeniable that the foreign woman had attacked Guning in the first place. When the hotel manager saw the surveillance video, he was scared because he was worried that Guning might be hurt and he would lose his job. Therefore, he called Quan Mingkai at once and reported it. However, as a manager of the Huangdang Hotel, he was able to deal with this accident. The manager told the police that the young girl in the surveillance video was an important figure, and that the secretary of the chairman of Tanghuang Group had told them to receive her. The police understood that Guning wasn't an ordinary girl, so they stopped investigating. When Quan Mingkai heard about it, he was surprised. Even though Guning was safe now, he was still worried and called Tang Yunfan without hesitation. Tang Yunfan was annoyed when he heard about it and called Guning at once. "Dad, don't worry. I'm fine. Don't forget that I'm a kung fu master. Haha." Guning joked to allay Tang Yunfan's annoyance. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan remembered that Guning had easily beaten Chao Wenxin, and she could protect herself well. However, Tang Yunfan still felt guilty that Guning had to protect herself all on her own throughout the past years. Guning added, "I broke the woman's wrist and kicked her away with great force. She won't be able to leave the hospital in the next few days. She deserves it," Tang Yunfan said. After that, the police released the complete surveillance video on the internet. To clear the young girl's name, video attached. Once the news went out, it went viral again. "Jesus! It's the woman who attacked the girl first. The woman asked for it. Put the woman in jail. The girl is so awesome. Indeed. She stayed calm and fought back on time. I hate the woman now. See? Those who have sworn at the girl. Don't you feel embarrassed now? Shouldn't those who have sworn at the girl apologize to the girl now? Apologize. Apologize." Many people requested for those who had sworn at Guning to apologize to her. Although there were many haters on the internet, most people were able to stay calm and wait for the truth. After a short while, some of those who had sworn at Guning apologized to her. "I'm sorry for my unkind comments on the girl. Me too. What's going on recently? How come so many girls who are good at kung fu have appeared all of a sudden? What? So many? What has happened? Tell us. Tell us." Afterwards, an internet user sent out several news links. A car accident on a highway in City D. A brave and powerful girl caught its wheel. Pictures attached. In the capital, a man kidnapped a boy on a bridge. A girl caught the man from his back. Video attached in City G. migrant workers had severe conflict with a land developer. A girl alone beat a group of security officers down. Video attached. Big news. The Secretary of Municipal Party Committee, Yuan Jisong, was stabbed by a crazy man at the outside of the government center. A young girl kicked the crazy man away on time and her partner caught the criminal. Photo attached. A girl saved a female fan's life at the airport. Pictures attached. Although the above news had all gone viral previously, not everyone had read or heard of them before. However, the girl in the pictures or videos became quite popular at once now. Jesus! She's so unbelievable. She must be a kung fu master. I wish she could teach me kung fu. Wow, it's so exciting. Are those girls in the pictures and videos the same person? I have the same idea. There is a picture of her face in the fifth piece of news. She's a beauty. Oh my God. She is a real goddess. Does anyone know anything about her? I want to know more about her. The news went abroad within seconds. Unfortunately, Gu Ning wasn't a celebrity and didn't have a Weibo account. Otherwise, the number of her followers would increase dramatically. Right now, the mysterious girl in the above news became a hot topic on the internet, which surprised everyone, including celebrities. Many of the stars paid a lot to buy a hot topic, but this mysterious girl became popular without making an effort. In addition, the mysterious girl became famous because she had helped many innocent people, so the majority of the internet users admired her very much. Couldn't be a publicity stunt because nobody would risk his or her life to do that. After the news went viral, Chu Peihan and the others finally heard what had happened to Gu Ning, and they were all mad at the foreign woman's crazy behavior. Chu Peihan immediately left a comment under the news. What the fuck? How dare she attack my boss? If the foreign woman reads my comment, come to City F and meet me. Once Chu Peihan's comment was sent out, everyone got to know that the mysterious girl came from City F, and they started to Chu Peihan and asked for information about the mysterious girl. Hey, is the girl from City F? What's her name? Hey, do you have her number? Hey, please tell me more about her. Chu Peihan received a lot of private messages from a bunch of strangers within a minute, and she was shocked. Jesus, did I say something I shouldn't have? They're eager to find out more information about our boss, and you told them that you know our boss, and even told them that boss comes from City F. They will, of course, ask you, Hao Ran said. It was very simple. How come Chu Peihan couldn't figure it out? I'll delete the comment right now. Chu Peihan deleted her comment at once. It's useless, because they already know your account, Muka said. Well, I won't log in again, Chu Peihan said airily. From the beginning to the end, the problem was already solved before Gu Ning dealt with it herself. However, when Xiao Feifei read the news, she was shocked by Gu Ning's outstanding ability, but she was more jealous of Gu Ning when everyone started to admire Gu Ning. When a person got jealous, he or she would lose their reason. Therefore, Xiao Feifei applied for a new account and began to attack Gu Ning under the news. Everyone, don't be fooled by her appearance. This girl is named Gu Ning, and I study in the same school as her. She fights a lot in our school, and is always absent from classes. Half a year ago, she was still a poor girl, but now she has over 100 million yuan in wealth. Do you think it's normal? A hint. She plays around with all kinds of men every day. Once the comment was out, it threw a bomb into the crowd on the internet. Really? No way. How can she make over 100 million yuan within half a year? It's impossible. She fights a lot in her school and is always absent from classes? She's a bad girl. I don't believe that. Is it real? If it's true, it's so disgusting. I just thought that she is a goddess. It turns out she's a bitch. I feel disgusted. I prefer to be silent before the truth comes out. Me too. It's just a comment left by a stranger. Who knows whether it's real or not? I think it's not true. I don't believe it either. Nobody would risk his or her life for a publicity stunt. Agree. All in all, a third of internet users believed it, a third of internet users stayed neutral, while a third of internet users didn't believe it. Either way, it affected Gu Ning's reputation now. What the fuck? Who left the comment? At that moment, How Ran was having a class when he read the news, and he couldn't help but shout out loud in anger, which scared his classmates and his teacher in the classroom. How Ran, what's wrong with you? His teacher criticized him. Although he knew that How Ran wasn't a good student, and he didn't care whether How Ran attended his classes or slept in his classes, he wouldn't allow How Rao to affect other students in the classroom. Someone in our school attacked Gu Ning on the internet, How Ran said with annoyance. What? Really? They had all heard of Gu Ning, who was the top student in their grade. What? Someone attacked our boss on the internet. Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping were also mad. Let me see it. Hearing that, Mr. Fang walked to How Ran. Everyone in the classroom took out their phones. The most liked comment under the hottest topic on the internet now, How Ran added, and they all read the news and comment. When Mr. Fang finished reading the news and the comment, he was displeased. Whether this comment was true or not, this comment damaged Gu Ning's reputation and also damaged the reputation of their school. Is the girl in the pictures and videos Gu Ning? Oh my! Gu Ning is such a great girl. Some students were greatly impressed by the news. Yes, Gu Ning did all of those great things, How Ran said. Mr. Fang was also surprised by what Gu Ning had done. In that case, he was unwilling to see Gu Ning being slandered on the internet. You may study on your own for a while. I need to go to the principal's office, Mr. Fang said. He had to report it to the principal immediately. Once Mr. Fang was gone, How Ran told his friends in their WeChat group about what had happened to Gu Ning. Fuck! Who dares to attack my boss on the internet? Chu Peihan jumped up in anger. I promise that I'll beat him or her. Everyone in the classroom was shocked by Chu Peihan's abrupt movement. However, before their teacher could question her, the bell rang and the class was over. Hey, you all! Read the hottest topic on the internet right now. Someone is slandering Gu Ning, and we must swear at him or her. Chu Peihan gave an order to everyone in the classroom. This class was held by their head teacher, Jiang Yuan, but he didn't scold Chu Peihan's rude behavior immediately. Instead, he took out his phone as well to see what was going on. As a teacher, he wasn't willing to see the school being involved in a scandal. Seeing that the teacher didn't say anything, all the students took out their phones to read the hottest topic on the internet. Not all of them were eager to help Gu Ning, but they were all curious about it. After reading the news and the comment, they were all shocked. Jesus! Gu Ning saved so many people's lives. I can't believe my eyes. She beat a group of security officers by herself. Is she really Gu Ning? Not a superwoman? They all doubted whether the girl was Gu Ning, even though they already saw the picture of her face, because it was totally beyond their imagination. What? Gu Ning has over 100 million yuan in wealth. Impossible! Isn't she really poor? She became so rich within half a year. Is she… Bullshit! Chu Peihan interrupted at once. Gu Ning relied on herself to make money. Everyone in the high society is aware of the fact that Gu Ning is the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. When the Jade Beauty Jewelry store opened in City G, half of the important figures in City G attended it. What? Gu Ning is the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Hearing that, everyone was completely shocked. They had heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry because it was so popular now. However, they couldn't believe that the boss of the high-end jewelry brand was their schoolmate. Let alone the students, even Jiang Yuan was astonished. I heard that the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry made the first bucket of gold by stone gambling. In other words, Gu Ning knows how to gamble stones, and she's quite good at it. Exactly. Stone gambling is highly risky. Wow. Gu Ning is so amazing. I think she's a perfect goddess, model, and idol. After that, most people sided with Gu Ning and went to swear at the person who had slandered Gu Ning. What's wrong with you? Do you dare tell us your real name? Gu Ning is the top student in our grade, so it's understandable that she's absent from classes. She's also the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Come on. We all know that Gu Ning relied on herself to be so successful now. Within minutes, dozens of comments which supported Gu Ning appeared at the bottom of the news. Many internet users who paid attention to this news were shocked. Although some of them didn't know Jade Beauty Jewelry, they searched it on the internet and got to know a lot of shocking news about the brand. All of a sudden, those who kept criticizing Gu-ning stopped commenting, because they were afraid of Gu-ning's network. After this news, not only Gu-ning, but jade beauty jewelry also became popular again within a short time. Although some thought that it was a publicity stunt by jade beauty jewelry, most people sided with Gu-ning. Once jade beauty jewelry became a hot topic again, it attracted a lot of attention from other jewelry companies, and they all believed that it was a strong competitor. Therefore, more and more people started to pay attention to jade beauty jewelry. When many celebrities saw the posters of jade jewelry on the official website of jade beauty jewelry, they were attracted too. It was hard to buy valuable jade jewelry now, but there were all kinds of jade jewelry of different levels in jade beauty jewelry store. Some might prefer high-end fashion brands, while some might choose jewelry of high quality. In fact, not all the products of high-end fashion brands were of good quality, and most people bought designer brands just for their fame. That being the case, many people became potential buyers of jade beauty jewelry. Without a doubt, Gu-ning gained a great advantage after the news went viral, although there were still many people swearing at her on the internet. However, Gu-ning had no idea about it because she was on the private jet flying back to City B. Xiao Feifei, on the other hand, was focusing on the progress of the news. When most of the people were swearing at Gu-ning on the internet, she gloated over her success, but she soon was scared and felt crazily jealous when she read the comments which criticized her. How is it possible? Gu-ning is the boss of jade beauty jewelry? Mr. Fong went to the principal's office, and the principal was discussing something with the dean of students. Mr. Fong, may I help? The principal asked. Sir, someone is slandering Gu-ning on the internet, and the news already went abroad, Mr. Fong said, then showed the news page to the principal. What? The principal was astonished, and took Mr. Fong's phone at once. The dean of students went over as well. After reading the news and comments, they were all impressed by Gu-ning's brave behavior and mad at the student who said that she was studying in the same school as Gu-ning. Broadcast a warning to the student who slandered Gu-ning. Tell her to apologize at once or she'll be expelled, the principal ordered. The principal did that not only for Gu-ning, but also for the reputation of their school. We have to post an official statement on our official website now to clear Gu-ning's name. The dean of students went to make arrangements without delay. After a while, the radio broadcast a notice. Notice. Whoever slandered Gu-ning on the internet, please delete your comment and apologize to Gu-ning at once, or you'll be expelled. Hearing that, everyone in the school was surprised. Xiao Feifei was really scared this time. To her astonishment, their school found out what she had done and even broadcast a warning. In the meantime, the rest of the students all took out their phones to check the hottest topic on the internet. The news went abroad in their school within a short time. After reading the news, they were all shocked and impressed by Gu-ning's good deeds, then began to defend Gu-ning and swore at the person who slandered her. Although it all happened on the internet, Xiao Feifei still felt quite stressed. Even though she was reluctant to delete her comment, she was left with no choice now. Once she deleted her comment, other people's criticisms on her disappeared too. However, someone already took a screenshot of her comment and posted it on the internet, which caused more and more internet users to start to swear at her. After that, Xiao Feifei posted her apologies to Gu-ning on the internet. Gu-ning, I'm so sorry for what I've done. I did it just because I'm jealous of your beauty and your excellent performance in our school. Please forgive me and don't sue me. Although Xiao Feifei apologized, many internet users had no intention to let her easily get away with it. Chu Peihan was also dissatisfied and said in their WeChat group, Chu Peihan, I don't think her apology is enough, how ran. What can we do now? Can you find out who did it? Muku. It isn't easy. Chu Peihan. I don't think it's difficult. I can turn to a hacker for help. The Qing gang could be so successful not only because they relied on their roughnecks, but because there were all kinds of skilled people in the gang. It was easy for a hacker to find an IP address. Without hesitation, Chu Peihan sent the apology on the internet to a hacker and told him to find its IP as soon as possible. Within 5 minutes, she got the result. The person used a mobile phone to post the apology, and the hacker sent Chu Peihan the person's phone number, ID card, name and pictures in the phone. Xiao Feifei. Chu Peihan was surprised and sent the result to their WeChat group. Chu Peihan. Let's go beat her this afternoon. Who'll go with me? How ran? Xiao Feifei. She dared to scheme against our boss again. Mu Ku. Although I hate Xiao Feifei, I don't beat girls. Qin Zishuan. Me neither. Peihan, I think you alone are enough and will go with you to support you. Chu Peihan. Great. Chu Peihan knew that they weren't willing to beat girls and she wouldn't force them to do it. Anyway, she was able to beat Xiao Feifei down alone. Li Yuanmin was a young man around 27 years old, and his major was website design. He was the manager of the official website of Jade Beauty Jewelry. When he noticed that the number of page views and comments increased rapidly, he was shocked and thought that maybe there was something wrong with the system. However, when he read the comments, he was more shocked than ever. Without a doubt, Jade Beauty Jewelry became a household name now. Li Yuanmin started to reply to those comments. After 3 hours of flying, Gu Ning and Zhou Zhenghong arrived at the airport of City B at 5:30 p.m. They carried 2 26-inch suitcases which were filled with jade jewelry with them. Boss, is the white Lamborghini yours? Zhou Zhenghong asked when they got off the private jet. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Hearing that, Zhou Zhenghong was shocked by Gu Ning's wealth once more. Without further questioning, Zhou Zhenghong put the suitcases into the trunk, then got in the luxurious car. I'll send you to the hotel first and you can have a rest today. I need you to go to our branch to get familiar with the staff and prepare for the opening ceremony tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Although the branch hadn't opened yet, the staff were ready. No problem, Zhou Zhenghong said. In City F. When it was 6 p.m., the last class was over and all the students went to the canteen. However, Chu Peihan suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Feifei on the way and slapped her across her face a few times. Seeing the scene, students around them were scared and ran away, including Wu Qingya and Yang Yulu who claimed to be Xiao Feifei's best friends. It wasn't uncommon that Chu Peihan publicly fought with others in their school, so she didn't hesitate to beat Xiao Feifei this time. Although onlookers were confused about the reason why Chu Peihan beat Xiao Feifei all of a sudden, they knew that Chu Peihan did it for a reason. Xiao Feifei, how dare you slander Gu Ning? Hearing that, everyone was surprised. What? Xiao Feifei slandered Gu Ning? Don't think that you can get away with it with your insincere apologies. You must pay for what you've done, Chu Peihan said while she kept beating and kicking Xiao Feifei. However, nobody came forward to stop her. They were afraid of Chu Peihan and they were also mad at Xiao Feifei because she was the one who had slandered Gu Ning on the internet, so it was impossible that any of them were willing to help Xiao Feifei. Why are you so sure that it's Feifei who slandered Gu Ning? Yang Chengjun arrived at this moment and questioned Chu Peihan, but he didn't walk forward to protect Xiao Feifei because he was afraid of Chu Peihan too. Why? Chu Peihan sneered. Do you want me to reveal the evidence? The best way to keep your dirty secrets is not to do bad deeds. You should know that there is a group of people called hackers in this world, right? As long as you use your phone or computer to post something on the internet, it's easy for them to track you down using your IP address. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Luckily, they didn't spread fake news on the internet. Yang Chengjun also shut his mouth now. Chu Peihan knew that she couldn't beat Xiao Feifei to death, so she seriously injured her before she walked away. Once Chu Peihan was gone, Wu Qingya and Yang Yulu called the ambulance and their teacher. When Zhang Qiuhua arrived and got to know the reason, she was shocked by what Xiao Feifei had done, but she also thought that Chu Peihan shouldn't have beaten Xiao Feifei like that in public, and she had to report this to the Academic Affairs Office. Nevertheless, Xiao Feifei had to be sent to the hospital right away. When Xiao Feifei's parents heard about it, they were furious. Although they knew that it was their daughter's fault in the first place, they still thought that it wasn't a big deal and blamed Chu Peihan for everything. Therefore, they decided to defend their daughter in the school the next day. At the same time, Gu Ning drove Zhou Zhenghong to the Huangdeng Hotel and booked 2 rooms. One was for Zhou Zhenghong, while the other was for Su Tongnua and her assistant. Afterwards, she arranged for an exclusive car from the hotel to be responsible for their following commutes. As for Jade Jewelry, Gu Ning would take care of it because Gu Ning was a kung fu master, and jade jewelry would be safer with her than with Zhou Zhanghong. When Gu Ning left, she put the 2 suitcases into her telepathic eye space. After that, she went back to the Tang family's house. On the way, Gu Ning received Su Tongnua's call, and Su Tongnua told her that she was already in City B. Gu Ning told her to have a good rest tonight and that they would start to work tomorrow. When Gu Ning arrived at the Tang family's house, they were enjoying their dinner, so Gu Ning directly joined them. Ning Ning, I heard that your jewelry store is about to open? I have a party tomorrow and I can wear your jewelry to help you promote it, Jiang Lihua said with anticipation. That's a good idea. Thanks, Gu Ning said. Well, we're a family, you don't need to thank me, Jiang Lihua said. Sure, Gu Ning said with a smile. Good girl. Jiang Lihua was satisfied. After dinner, Gu Ning told Tang Yunfan that she had encountered Feng Shuiqin in private and that she wasn't willing to see Gu Man being hurt by another woman because of him. Tang Yunfan promised that he would never allow anyone to hurt Gu Man, and he would arrange more people to keep a close eye on Feng Shuiqin. He also told Gu Ning not to tell Gu Man about Feng Shuiqin, in case Gu Man would be upset. Gu Ning agreed without hesitation. When Gu Ning and Gu Man went back to Gu Ning's house, Gu Man went to bed. But Gu Ning took out 10 sets of jade jewelry that they were going to shoot tomorrow and put them into a small safe. After that, she put the safe into her telepathic eye space. The next day, Gu Ning drove Gu Man to the Tang family's house as usual, then took out the safe from her telepathic eye space and put it on the front passenger's seat before she went to pick Yuzi up at the shopping mall. After Yuzi, along with the gowns, got in her car, she called Su Tongnua and told her to meet at the appointed place. Gu Ning and the others were going to the photo studio of the entertainment company under the name of the Tanghuang Group. Because the hotel wasn't far from the shopping mall, Su Tongnua and Gu Ning arrived there at almost the same time. Although Su Tongnua wasn't very famous now, she still put on a baseball cap and a mask. Once Su Tongnua got out of the car, she walked to Gu Ning and greeted her with great respect. Let me introduce you. Tongnua, this is Yu Zi, the designer of charm. Yu Zi, this is Su Tongnua, the spokesperson of the jewelry brand. Gu Ning introduced them to each other. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. The two greeted one another politely. It was the first time that Yu Zi had seen an actress in person, so she was a little nervous and quite excited. She had dreamed that her designs could be worn by celebrities, but she never believed that it would come true so soon. When Su Tongnua noticed the safe in Gu Ning's hand, she said, I've never seen a boss like you, who does everything in person. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to do some things in person, Gu Ning said with a smile. I'm the boss after all, and I need to know how my company works. Well, I think a boss should have a secretary and a personal driver as well. You drive yourself and you take the safe yourself. You don't seem like a boss at all, Su Tongnua half-joked. Let Lin Xiaoxia help you carry it. Su Tongnua was a star after all, so she wouldn't take the safe herself. Boss, let me help you. Lin Xiaoxia walked forward at once. No need. I can do it myself. Let's go inside, Gu Ning said, then walked ahead, followed by them. Since Gu Ning said so, Lin Xiaoxia, of course, wouldn't insist. In addition, it was obvious that the safe was filled with jewelry, so Lin Xiaoxia didn't dare to take it either. A group of them walked into the building, and a young man welcomed them asking Gu Ning politely, Good morning. May I ask whether you're Miss Gu? Yes, I am, Gu Ning said. Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. I'm the photographer, Fei Nan's assistant, Yang Chao. I'm here to welcome you all, Yang Chao said, then noticed the safe in Gu Ning's hand. Miss Gu, may I help? Thanks. I can handle it myself. Let's get inside, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said so, Yang Chao didn't insist. Sure, please. Afterwards, they walked in together. However, when they approached the photo studio, they heard a noisy argument from inside. Fei Nan, didn't you tell us that you're on vacation? I asked you to take photos for me, but you rejected and now you suddenly appear. A female voice questioned in anger. I don't have time for you. Can't you see that I'm busy here? A man said with impatience. Shun Rueyin was an actress working for Tanghuang Entertainment, and she became a B-list star within 3 years after her debut. She was a good actress, but was now quite arrogant after she gained some fame. I don't care. I want you to shoot photos for me today, and tell someone else to shoot the others for you, Shin Ruiyin said in a domineering tone. Fei Nan was the chief photographer of Tanghuang Entertainment, and many celebrities loved his work. However, Fei Nan was also an artist with his own working principles. He listened to his boss but listened to himself as well. Since he was the chief photographer, he had the right to choose. In fact, Fei Nan planned to go on a vacation for a week in the beginning, but Quan Mingkai had called him in person. Quan Mingkai even told him to be as polite as possible, so he thought that the person who came to this photo studio today had to be an important figure. I need to work now. Please get out of my way, Fei Nan said and lost his patience. You? Shin Ruiyin was mad. Right at this moment, her agent opened his mouth and asked, Fei Nan, I didn't hear that any actor in our company is going to shoot photos today. Who is the person you're going to shoot today? If the person is a newcomer, why don't you let others do the work for you? Ruiyin's value isn't low, so you better think twice. I should think twice? Fei Nan was amused. Wang Wei, if you want me to shoot Shin Ruiyin, go discuss it with my boss. I'm not the boss of this company, and I have no power to make decisions. You? Wang Wei didn't expect Fei Nan to be so tough. At that moment, Yang Chao guided Gu Ning and the others inside, and they attracted everyone's attention in the studio. People noticed Su Tonghua first because she was the most noticeable person among them, and she behaved like a star. However, when Shin Ruiyin saw Gu Ning, she was upset and felt jealous. The majority of the actresses in the entertainment industry were beautiful women, and Shin Ruiyin was also very pretty. However, Gu Ning was more stunning than her. Shin Ruiyin thought that Gu Ning was probably a newly signed actress in the company and came here to shoot promotional photos. However, why did Fei Nan come to shoot a newcomer in person? Thinking of that, Shin Ruiyin was displeased. Hi, Miss Gu is here, Yang Chao said to Fei Nan. Fei Nan was a tall and handsome man who was around 30 years old. It was obvious that he exercised a lot because he had an attractive build. Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. I'm your photographer today. My name is Fei Nan. Fei Nan greeted Gu Ning politely at once. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Fei, Gu Ning said with a smile, and shook hands with him gently. Thank you so much for your help today. My pleasure, Fei Nan said. Seeing Fei Nan being so polite to Gu Ning, both Wang Wei and Shin Ruiyin were dissatisfied. Are you a newcomer? Shin Ruiyin asked in an aggressive tone, like she was more important than Gu Ning. However, before Gu Ning could say a word, she snapped at Gu Ning without delay. Since you're just a newcomer, you should learn the rules here. Never compete against an experienced actor for a photographer. Gu Ning gave her a cold glance and didn't bother to explain. Or what? You? To Shin Ruiyin's astonishment, Gu Ning was so proud. Mr. Fei, I don't have much time, so please clear this set as soon as possible, Gu Ning said to Fei Nan. Gu Ning sounded cold, but wasn't picking on Fei Nan. She aimed to chase those uninvited guests away. You're merely a newcomer. You can't chase us away. Shin Ruiyin raised her voice. She felt that she had been humiliated. Yes, I'm chasing you away. So what? Gu Ning was extremely displeased because Shin Ruiyin prevented her from doing her work. If Shin Ruiyin worked for her company, she would fire her without hesitation. Actually, Tang Yunfan couldn't tolerate such people either, but he was the chairman of a large business group after all, and he was always busy dealing with important issues. Moreover, Shin Ruiyin could help the company make money, so the staff here all accepted her bad temper. Businessmen all valued benefits most. You? Shin Ruiyin was irritated again by Gu Ning's cold attitude. Right at that moment, Fei Nan interrupted. Mr. Wang and Mississippi Shin, please leave right now. No, I won't leave here today unless you shoot the photos for me, Shin Ruiyin argued. Wang Wei, Shin Ruiyin behaves like a 3-year-old child. Are you a kid too? If you have the ability to make the general manager order me to shoot for her, I'll listen to you. If you don't, get out now, Fei Nan coldly said to Wang Wei. Wang Wei was furious, But he didn't know what to say, because he didn't have the ability to make the general manager help him. So he could only pull Shin Ruein walking away. However, when Shin Ruein walked past Su Tongnua, she recognized Su Tongnua's face and couldn't believe her eyes. Su Tongnua. Shin Ruein was surprised. She was so jealous of Su Tongnua when Su Tongnua had become a hot topic on the internet a while ago. Although Shin Ruein was already a B-list actress now, Su Tongnua was still more famous and beautiful than her, which made Shin Ruein feel jealous too. All of a sudden, Shin Ruein turned to Fei Nan and criticized him seriously. Fei Nan, you're shooting for an actress from another entertainment company. Don't you know that it's not allowed in our company? It sounded like she was his boss, but actually she wasn't. However, Shin Ruein was right. Fei Nan worked for Tanghuang Entertainment, and he, according to the rules, shouldn't shoot for other actors from other entertainment companies, because they were competitors. Unfortunately, she didn't know that it was their boss who assigned this task to Fei Nan. Shin Ruein, report me or not, but go away. Fei Nan totally lost his patience and got mad. You? Shin Ruein was struck speechless. Let's go now. Looking at Fei Nan's attitude, Wang Wei realized that this shoot could have been arranged by the senior management. So he didn't dare stay here any longer and pulled Shin Ruein walking outside. Although Shin Ruein was annoyed, she listened to Wang Wei and followed him, walking away. Once Wang Wei and Shin Ruein were gone, Gu Ning introduced Su Tongnua and Fei Nan to one another before Su Tongnua went to put on makeup. Wang Wei, how could Fei Nan do that to us? Shin Ruein pouted and complained to Wang Wei when they walked out of the photo studio. All right, I think that the shoot must have been arranged or allowed by the senior management today. So Fei Nan remained so tough, Wang Wei said. He was annoyed too. Since Wang Wei said that, Shin Ruein didn't say anything further, but she had no intention to let it go. Well, you can go to work now. I need to deal with something else now, Wang Wei said, then turned around walking away. When Wang Wei left, Shin Ruein said to her assistant, take a photo of my back and tell Xiaodu to send me a picture of what's going on in the photo studio now. Be quick. Xiaodu worked in the photo studio too, and he came from the same village as Shin Ruein's assistant, so they maintained a good relationship. Because of Shin Ruein's assistant, Xiaodu had done Shin Ruein a lot of favors, and he also had gained many benefits from Shin Ruein. Hearing that, Shin Ruein's assistant understood that she was going to slander Su Tongnua. As Shin Ruein's assistant, she was worried that the scheme would be exposed, but she had to obey Shin Ruein's order. After that, she took a picture of Shin Ruein's back along with the outside of the photo studio. Later, she sent a message to Xiaodu, and Shin Ruein went to shoot. Actors needed many beautiful and professional photos. Some of them were for promotion, while others might be posted on the official websites of their companies. About an hour later, Shin Ruein's assistant received a picture taken by Xiaodu. He took the picture secretly from afar, so it wasn't clear, but it was enough. Shin Ruein was in the middle of shooting now, so she planned to conduct her scheme later. When they had a break at noon, Shin Ruein logged into a Weibo account which few people knew was hers. Although this Weibo account didn't have as many followers as her official account, it still had hundreds of thousands of followers. Shin Ruein posted the two pictures on Weibo at once. Big news! Rude Su Tongnua grabbed the photo studio and photographer away from poor Shin Ruein, who left in loneliness. Pictures attached. Once the news was out, it went viral, and it threw a bomb among Shin Ruein's fans. Who the hell is Su Tongnua? I think she's an actress who just became popular again. She's so rude. How dare she grab the photo studio and photographer away from Ruein? Although the amount of Su Tongnua's fans was smaller than Shin Ruein's, she had many loyal fans who stood out to defend her at this moment. Enough! Do you have evidence? These are just two pictures which can't prove anything. Exactly. It's just a publicity stunt. Ruein is already famous now. She doesn't need a publicity stunt. No solid evidence. It's just a slander. Support Tongnua. Support Tongnua. You're crazy fans just like your crazy idol. Fuck off. Shin Ruein. Why don't you explain it in person? Agree. Shin Ruein's fans and Su Tongnua's fans began to argue fiercely on Weibo. which attracted a lot of attention from common internet users, and they joined the battle too. Wow! Fenghua Entertainment is competing against Tanghuang Entertainment. I heard Fenghua Entertainment isn't officially established yet. Some staff working for Tanghuang Entertainment also saw the news, and they were all surprised that Su Tonghua was in the middle of shooting in their company now. Several of them were Su Tonghua's fans too, so they ran to have a look, but Su Tonghua and the others had already left for lunch. At the same time, they didn't believe that Su Tonghua had grabbed the photo studio and photographer away from Shen Ruiyin.